right, it is Sunday night here in Tooney Town, and that can only mean one thing. Well, that means two things tonight. It means that it's time for AEW Double or Nothing and NXt Battleground, which I totally remembered before today was on tonight. Oh my goodness, guys. This is going to be an interesting night. We are watching both Double or Nothing and Battleground same time. We are going to I have got my iPad set up with AEW, which I have purchased through Amazon, which, you know, unlike the AEW fans, I actually buy the pay-per-view every month. And we've got Battleground on my laptop right next to it. So it's going to be an interesting night. I'm just kind of going back and forth, comparing the two. Now, I'm sure there will come a moment where Battleground ends and, you know, we continue on with Double or Nothing, just because these AEW shows take 5 hours long. But I can't do this by myself, guys. I need my co-host with me. Awful is on his way currently. I'm not sure if Kev is coming tonight or not, but I do have AEW Disciplinary Committee, aka Dis, our wonderful co-producer here, him and AEW Neckbeards, who is our mod extraordinaire man in the chat. Hello, Dis.
Hi, I'm an intern. That's what I like. I think of myself as Beard's intern. Is what I like.
Beard's intern, okay.
You excited? You see Joe Hendry tonight. Your new favorite wrestler is Joe Hendry wrestling.
Yeah, you know, I actually am excited tonight because I was dreading tonight because Double or Nothing. But then I realized the NXT show is on, and I very much enjoy NXT lately. So I am actually excited, and I'm excited to kind of contrast and compare this supposed number 2 brand in the wrestling world to the developmental brand.
wait, which one are you talking about? Which one's the developmental? Which one's?
Because Lexus King being the developmental.
Oh, okay, because
Lexus King says AEW is the developmental to the developmental to the developmental.
Yeah. So I just wasn't sure which one you were talking. No, I'm looking forward to it too. And say what you want about Double or Nothing, but Anarchy in the Arena will be fun to watch with you guys, at least. It's going to be terrible,
yes,
but I will enjoy watching it with you and Awful. So.
Is it on a football field again, or is it just like in the back?
No, they just do it. Anarchy. Okay, so there's 2 different matches, Marv. There's Stadium Stampede, and that's the one where they clear it out and they do it at the Jaguar Stadium. Well, you know.
Oh, okay.
And then there's Anarchy in the Arena. That was the one where they played the Remember the guy got in trouble because they said he was wearing blackface because he played Mox's theme music the whole Wild Thing the whole time during the show, and it just went on repeat last year. We watched the pay-per-view. Yeah, that was Anarchy in the Arena. So it's basically just a hardcore match. They can go wherever they want to.
Multi-man hardcore match. I gotcha.
Yeah. So.
Right now over on the Double or Nothing pre-show, we've got matches going on. On the NXT Battleground pre-show, they're just kind of talking. They're not going to subject you to more matches, I guess. But all right.
Got AR Fox. And, I was thinking about this. I was watching somebody else covering a non-WWE thing that was paid for.
Mm-hmm.
And we should probably say out loud, we don't encourage people to share links in the chat.
No, please don't. If you do, I'll delete it.
Yeah, we're not encouraging that. AEW is available on Amazon and Amazon. I'm sure it's other places, but your TV.
Yeah, no, we don't support the Yoho brother.
No.
So as much as we joke about it, we don't actually support that. We would never encourage you on this show to steal. And that is what you're essentially doing, is you steal the pay-per-view when you do that.
Even though 90% of the AEW fans are doing it.
Oh, easily. Right, easily 90% of them steal it.
I'm watching the pre-show on that. I'm watching the pre-show on YouTube, and like every other thing in the chat is link. People ask.
Yeah, of course.
So
yeah, no, we don't do that here. And if anyone pops in with those spam links, guys, it's a spam link. Don't click it. It's probably malware or spyware or something. So, all right. But guys, as you guys know, this show is made for you and financed by you. We count on your generous super chats, and you guys have an incentive tonight, because if we get to $1,000 in super chats, we will stay on for the TonyCon Media Scrum, and you get to hear us be just completely disgusted with every word that comes out of TonyCon's mouth. I'm looking at the super chats right now. We have already had some extremely generous super chats. So what we're seeing right now is wow, we're already a quarter of the way there. So let's take a look. You and Cumia busted out the gate with $100. My goodness, my friend. Thank you very, very much. I highly appreciate it. It says, how many people will bleed tonight? Tony couldn't even book Glom Gold. $900 more. Glom Gold! Glom Gold! Glom Gold! Glom Gold! Thank you very much, you and Kimia. That's wow. Unbelievable. Thank you so very much. $100 super chat. You know what? You get a clip. This world will beat you down. Beat you with a stick. You. The poor dog. All right. BPE for $20 actually includes a message. Just goes, it's gonna be a long show. You're telling me, my friend, these streams have tapped out 5 hours before. Just because the AEW shows are so aggressively long. Regina Sharp for $5 says, power outage here using my phone and Glom Gold, Glom Gold, Glom Gold, Glom Gold. That is all. And my goodness, Liquid Fox for $100 Canadian. Thanks. Oh my goodness. I've had a change of heart. I had such a great weekend, including finding a Johnny 5 model kit. That's awesome.
Oh, wow.
That right there is awesome. I want to see that Johnny 5 model when you put it together. I decided to be nice, only 100 towards the scrum, and I'll be giving out some memberships on Thursday. You don't have to play a clip, just Roddy's thoughts on Hogan will do. My thoughts on Hogan are fuck Hogan. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. You can burn in hell. That's where you go. And by the way, I never got beat by Hogan. Put him to sleep 3 times, this. 3 times I put him to sleep.
Did we pull the clip of him, the end of the Meltzer clip that we pulled last time? Did we get that yet? Or
oh no, we haven't pulled that yet. You being the one that usually pulls the clips.
Well, I didn't know. I wasn't clear on if I was editing stuff yet, but I will edit it. It'll be ready for Tuesday. So
no. So by the way, if you know anyone tells you that Hogan did beat Piper, it's
substantiated fantasy. Lies.
Just haven't gotten a chance to play that one in a while. But you know what? We've also got.
I have never heard so many lies in my entire life, other than when I was saying them.
Ewan Cumia for $5 says, how was Epic Universe? So I didn't go to the grand opening. I did go to Epic Universe a couple weeks ago for the preview, and it's stellar. It's fantastic. Epic Universe is a game changer to end all game changers in the theme park industry. It is going to shift the bounce pattern. Now, yes, there are some growing pains that this park has to go through. With a lot of when you open a new attraction with advanced ride systems, the way Epic Universe has, you're going to deal with a lot of times where rides are going down. This is an entire theme park of new rides. So we've had a lot of downtime for a lot of attractions, chief of which the Harry Potter attraction. So once they get that worked out, man, it's a whole new ball game, and Disney's going to be shaking in its boots. Blazing Bolts for $2 is, what's up, Marvin? Hope you're doing well. 100. I hope you're keeping it 100, Blazing Bolts. Thank you very, very much. That brings us to $232 for tonight, guys. We are almost there. Blazing Bolts for another 5 says, wrestling feels so underwhelming. I'm more excited and entertained by your live streams. You know what? I was saying this the other day. I was like, man, I'm not like super into wrestling. Lately I've just kind of been bored. I've got that like post WrestleMania, like wrestling doldrum, but I love doing this show, and it makes wrestling fun for me to watch, even when wrestling is like down in the dumps. You know what I'm saying, Des?
Yeah. I don't feel it, but a lot of people are. I think there is something about the post WrestleMania. Everyone's just kind of burnt out a little bit. and they need to, kind of get away from it. And wrestling 52 weeks a year, they don't stop. So that's why, it might be, I always recommend people, take a little break. And now you don't have that luxury, Marv, because you do a weekly show, but if you're feeling a little underwhelmed recently, I would take a couple weeks off, maybe a month until the next pay-per-view, and
not from listening to our show back. Though. You keep,
no,
listening to the show.
That's how you keep up with what's actually going on while you're not watching.
Also, guys, the audio version of the show is back. Just so you know, going forward, Dis has taken that upon himself because I do not have time to do it. So it's so check that out wherever you get your podcasts. John Williams for $4.99 says, TK, my pay-per-view is going to save your weekend from that terrible Epic Universe you had to suffer, monster. I don't know what everyone thinks I went to Epic Universe this weekend. I did not.
Nolan did.
Nolan did.
I saw Nolan running.
Did you see that video?
I did.
That video where hilarious. It's literally people are like, look at all of these theme park adults that are like sprinting into this Harry Potter area, not a child in sight. And I'm watching it. And I'm like, oh, geez, here we go. And then Nolan runs right by the camera. I almost fell out of the chair. I was laughing so hard.
Marv, wait, stop. AEW is taking super chats on their pre-show.
No way.
I just saw a super chat come up for $1 on the AEW pre-show.
All right, guys, it is our job tonight to make more money on super chats than the AEW pre-show. I'm pretty sure we already have. So
who would
these people don't pay for the pay-per-view? You think they're going to send in super chats to Tony?
They gave $1. Some dude with no comment just put $1.
You can't even give $1. It must have been a super sticker.
It may be. Why would you do that?
It stinks.
I just want to hear Tony Schiavone be like, we just got into a super chat from Mr. G over on YouTube. He said, glom gold. I don't know what that means. $5. AR Fox looks completely lost out there. Guy was walking in circles to start the match.
Cultaholic Wrestling sent in $100. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Let's see.
I guess
John
you take the money where you can get it, right? I don't know.
Yeah, right. Siren the Cat for $2 says, when I find Kev's visa, I'll donate more. Hashtag Pedro's gay.
Oh,
he very well might be. Huh?
Awful's here.
Oh, good for Awful. That's great. I'm happy that he's here. Hold on one second. Let me that's not going away.
I'll make it go away one way or the other.
FYI, that's okay. Not going away. I'm way too entertained by it. I'm gonna have to get real bored with it real fast. Yeah. What do you prefer?
Can you get Pedro?
Or like, would you rather like an AI generated Nigerian prince scammer, or just like an aggressively homosexual actor who's in the closet licking a rainbow colored rod?
Well, I gotta keep it racially biased here, so I'll go with the Nigerian. Okay, if I had to choose between that or Pedro, yeah.
So I've made
Pedro
you
Pascal.
Appreciate the version that I made that you hate so much. Is that what you're saying?
I'll always hate it.
But I made you appreciate it more, because it can always get worse.
It can only get worse.
Yeah. See, I've got ODD too there, Marv. I'd like to see this.
Blazing Bolts for $10 says, please support Marv by smashing that like button. It's the easiest smash you'll ever get. LOL. Thank you, Marv, for what you do for us to show my appreciation. Hey, I appreciate you, Blazing Bolts. I appreciate all you guys. Thank you guys so very much for all the support. We are at $254, more than a quarter of the way there to this AEW press scrum tonight. Dead X-Man 616 for $10. To quote the dread Pirate Roberts, to the pain Yes, indeed. $264 now we are up to, guys. And Liquid Fox for $5 Canadian says it's a Lego type model, but it's Johnny 5 and I don't care. LOL. Also got Ecto 1. Rather build those and listen to you guys instead of watching AEW poo. Yeah, no, I'm with you, buddy. I understand. I would rather do that too, but I got to be here. That brings us to $269. Nice. What?
We got every year for Christmas, Max gets a robot. It's like an off-brand Lego thing, but it's a remote control robot that we have to put together. We're doing it in the summer, and it looks like Yanni 5. So I'm right there with you, Liquid Fox. We can make it together.
Maybe it's the same one.
I doubt it. This one's like Japanese. It's weird language. It's fine.
So it's like Ronnie 6.
Yeah, exactly. And more like Wally. They try to, it's a fake Wally, except it has guns.
Oh, okay. So. Yeah, that makes sense. It has guns?
Yeah, I mean, it has little like things you can shoot out missiles out of it and stuff.
Okay. So that's cool.
Not real missiles, guys. I don't want to get demonetized.
CWJ 128 for $2 says, which PLE pay-per-view match are you looking forward to tonight? None. I am actually talking now. Thanks to NXT, I am looking forward to Stephanie Vaquer versus Jordan Grace. And I'm looking forward to Joe Hendry. I'm looking forward to Oba Femi and Byron. There's a whole bunch I'm looking forward to on the NXT side. But yeah, no, on the AEW side, man, there is. I'm looking forward to it being over. You know what? I have to say I'm looking forward to Anarchy in the arena, just because watching that with you guys is going to be a lot of fun. I think.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Except Awful kill himself, but besides that, it'll be fun.
so it'll be extra special fun.
I'm exclusively watching the AEW Double or Nothing pay-per-view.
You're not doing double duty?
No. I know nothing about NXT. I know a little something about
watching it.
Okay, well, great.
Dead X-Man 616 for. By the way, was there a match you were looking forward to?
Same thing. Like I said, Anarchy in the arena. I think it's gonna be fun watching with you guys. I want to hear Awful's reaction to it if he's not asleep by then, because it'll be like 11
me, I do not fall asleep.
So
Dead X-Man 616 for $10 says, I dare anyone to AEW super chat demanding they book Glom Gold.
They just got no. They did. They did. Siren the cat did $279. It said Glom Gold.
This screenshot that.
I can't. It's on my big computer.
Somebody screenshot that, please. Especially if they put it on the screen.
No, it's underneath it, but yep, Siren the cat. Okay, now from now on, don't give any more money to AEW. Don't give them money over us. But that was funny.
Blazing Bolts for $5 says, wonder what the ghost of Roddy Piper thinks of that ugly ass dance by Pedro Pascal. I think that boy's a little light in his loafers. Also, fuck Hogan. Also, I think he might have fucked Hogan. John Williams for $4.99 says, Tony Atlas, why are you complaining about your intro vids? Not enough feet for you. I think the joke there is that you're Tony Atlas. Awful.
Oh, for God's sakes.
It's because you both have melanin.
Yeah.
That's just weird repeatedly. Everyone marks for the past week. What's hilarious?
No, that's been amazing. And Rabid Wolverines. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $2, bringing our total up to $293 tonight. Do you guys think WWE needs an off season? I don't. I don't think it would ever work.
I've said before that if you do like switching, maybe like if you had like, I would just
like a draft.
People. No, just rotate people. Like give people 3 months off at a time. Be like, hey, you take 3 months off.
Shake things up a bit.
But nothing specific. Like this is where we draw the line. That would be too. It would take you out of everything.
I mean, I think from a perspective of like give us time to miss some guys. I think that might be helpful. But it's not like they're on the road 300 days a year anymore.
Right.
I'm pretty sure now it's like if you're on Raw, like you fly out to Raw. Maybe there's a house show that week, but you're spending most of your week home with your wife and kids, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what it seemed like to me.
Well, most of them live in Florida now, and they can just go to the PC and work out and go home and be with the family. So,
well, we got Andre Adams for $20, bringing our total for tonight thus far up to $313. Says, I tell by that dance Pedro Pascal always puts from the rough. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Which dance were you talking about, Andre? Was it this one? It's that one, right? Just wanted to make sure that, you know.
What was the thing about him holding hands? Apparently, he likes to hold hands with people because he gets nervous.
Okay, so he gets anxiety,
Oh,
and
okay.
so when he gets anxiety, Vanessa Kirby, he needs to be touched. So Vanessa Kirby had to hold his hand on stage at Comic-Con. And he rubbed her hand to let her know, hey, I'm nervous. I need you to hold my hand.
What a fucking man, baby. How old is he?
Weirdly enough, his anxiety did not activate while sitting next to Joaquin Phoenix at the Cannes Film Festival.
I'm surprised after that video because you'd think that's exactly where it would show up.
No, and then he went out there and he F-bombed half the country and, went on political rants and nonsense. And weirdly enough, his anxiety never seemed to bother him. It's almost like this guy just makes excuses to get ladies to touch him like a creep. Because guys, never trust a male feminist because they're always the ones with the skeletons in their closets.
100% true.
Kev's not here, so I had to say it. Blazing Bolts for $5, bringing us up to $318. Says, hey, we skipped over 316. Hey, Marv, you really hit Danny Puppet from Sesame Street. Just messing with you, my friend. All love. I would say the closest thing I'd be is probably Oscar the Grouch because he was orange in the beginning. I saw Carol Spinney did an interview with Oscar the Grouch, and the interviewer was like, you used to be orange. He goes, I still am underneath all this. I just haven't taken a bath in 50 years. I thought that was funny.
I like it.
John Williams for $4.99, bringing our total up to $323. Says, we literally got word from networks that WWE not having an off season is a selling point. Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. And Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian says, guaranteed Pedro's seen one up close. Oh my goodness. That brings us to $325 for the night, guys. So we are 2 minutes. We are 2 minutes before these pay-per-views begin.
You excited?
No.
Want to make mention that on the pre-show for the Double or Nothing pay-per-view, they showed a compilation of all the Double or Nothings, not one shot of Cody Rhodes.
No.
He was I was doing research. He's the first, him and Dustin Rhodes are the first 5-star match in AEW history from Dave Meltzer.
A lot of Sting. A lot of Sting, though.
Not really. I saw a couple shots of Sting. But a lot of Will Ospreay right now.
I put Sting on the bingo card. I have a feeling about Sting tonight. So
Juan Alacan for $5, bringing us to $330, says, I get anxiety too. I need Stephanie Vaquer to let me grab her. You know what? Never mind. And John Williams for $2 says, never trust Hogan, cause fuck Hogan. Fuck you son of a bitch. That brings us to 332 for the evening. So thank you guys very much. Did you guys watch? So I kind of skimmed through Saturday night's main event since we weren't live. I just watched what I wanted to watch.
I have not watched it yet. We were at we were watching. Yeah, we were doing Sandlot, the drive-in.
Oh, and how was that at the drive-in on the big
amazing. And
I can't even imagine how cool that must have been.
Max and his friends are both 11, so it's like the perfect age for Sandlot.
Oh,
right?
That's perfect.
Yeah, and they were totally into the movie. They had fun before. A bunch of kids were there. They were all doing water balloons and crap. and then we did the movie. It was
Had they ever seen The Sandlot before? Was this their first viewing?
Neither of them had ever seen it. So
you play ball like a girl.
I forgot. Like that was in my mind. That just kind of got lumped in with like Christmas Story, where it's like it's good, but I've seen it so many times that I just can't get in. But you know what? It was watching it, at least in that atmosphere, it was every bit as good as it was when I was a kid. And everything came back. Like how when we used to play baseball, we wouldn't pick positions, we would pick Sandlot characters. And we nice. You know, so
you bob stuff like that. You bob for apples in the toilet and you like it.
Such a great movie. Such a great movie.
Oh, it's one of the best sports movies of all time. It's in my world, it's second only to the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, I love Mighty Ducks too. I wouldn't call either of them the best sports movies of all time, but
like family kids sports movies.
Yeah, okay, I mean, yeah. I'll go there.
If it's like, you know, if Rocky counts as a sports movie, then Rocky's the greatest sports movie of all time, in my opinion. If Rocky doesn't count, you're just talking about like non-combat sports, then Field of Dreams is the greatest sports movie of all time for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Major League was great. I'm a big Bull Durham fan, so you know, there's a lot of stuff going on. But hey, Awful, what's your favorite? Don't say No Holds Barred. You can't say No Holds Barred. What's your favorite sports movie?
You muted Awful if you're
Hoosiers.
If you're there,
I'm guessing Hoosiers.
Little Coach Big Carter? League.
Oh, okay. You're going a different route than I am.
a league of their own.
Gridiron Gang.
Lucy O'Donnell.
Let's just keep naming. Go ahead.
They're kicking it off with Mercedes.
Wow.
And meanwhile on NXT, we see Joe. So right now on my one screen, I have Mercedes Moné, someone who I absolutely don't want to see. On the other screen, I have Joe Hendry, who I absolutely do want to see. So already we are just like, you know, bridging the gap here of, by the way, Andre Adams, Little Giants, one of the greatest of all time. That's Pomaruski. I love that movie.
Underrated when you're talking about family ones, I think is The Big Green. No one ever talks about The Big Green. I like
because nobody likes soccer.
I know, but I liked it. It was just
you just liked it because Hamilton Porter, aka the Great Hambino.
Yeah, that's who I was whenever I played baseball. I was always the great
You were the catcher?
Of course. Well, no, I was him specifically.
Right.
Because I sat behind the plate and made fun of people. That's why I wanted to be catcher all the time. So. And also
I love that scene when he was just sitting there like zinging them with one-liners.
Yeah, shave my dog's butt and make him walk backwards. That made them, they never heard that joke before. So
oh my goodness. So Jamie Hayter and Mercedes Moné going at it right now. Guys, this is gonna be, I mean, this is open and shut. We know who's winning this one.
Jamie Hayter.
No.
What are you talking about?
Pretty sure that we're gonna have Mercedes Moné with yet another victory that is 100% clean, because that's, you know, despite being a heel, she never actually cheats to win. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and she doesn't really do anything. I mean, what does she do as a heel? I guess she kind of makes heel promos, but that's what she did as a face too. So I don't really get it.
Mole had a post about this recently, and somebody was saying like, hey, you know, like she always wins clean, like she never cheats. And he was just like, yeah, about that. He basically insinuated that it's because she doesn't want to cheat. She wants to just beat everybody.
Right. Yeah. I was listening to Busted Open, and they had a woman from all Caribbean wrestling, the champion there. And she was talking about women she wants to work with. And she just kept saying Mercedes, but it was like really faint praise. It was like, she won't work with people who aren't good enough. So if I work with Mercedes, I know that I'm good enough, which basically is just saying like
she needs somebody to carry her.
Exactly. That's what it sounded like to me. But it also sounded like I want Tony Khan money. Those are the two things that I got from that interview. So,
well, at the end of the day, when you know you're not going to NXT, then you just got to take that Tony Khan money.
Yeah. And I get it.
Awful. Best sports movie of all time.
Ooh. You're going to have to give me a minute, because I was just looking at Jamie Hayter's boo-boo job face. So.
Oh, yeah, no, definite boo-boo job face.
Yeah. Damn, best sports movie.
while you're thinking about that, here's why.
Yes.
And I get why Jamie Hayter has boo-boo job face, because Jamie Hayter has worked her butt off to actually get over and have good matches and get the crowd behind her. And now she has to go in and do the humiliation ritual of losing to Mercedes because she got just big enough to where she needs to be knocked down a peg. And that's what
it's not even that. It's not even getting not. Yeah, it is kind of. She is the new Jericho, where it's like she has to glom on to anyone who's over, and they have to be over, and they have to be good enough to actually make her look good.
Right. And that's what because excuse me, Harley Cameron was there a few months ago. Tony's going to be there in a few months, and now in the middle we got Jamie Hayter.
Yep. Now we got Sol Ruka coming out over on NXT.
She's fun.
She seems fun. I mean, like I said, I am really not very well versed in NXT. So, Awful, have you picked a sports movie yet?
No, I'm so sorry.
Gridiron Gang, right? Gridiron Gang? I said Gridiron Gang.
Rosie O'Donnell in A League of Their Own.
Hey, you know what? That's a good movie, but it's not.
It actually is. It actually is a good movie.
It's just
the cutting edge.
You know what? One nobody's mentioned: Beer League.
I do like Beer League.
Beer League is fantastic, dude.
Did you see they made a sequel
with Artie Lang?
Oh my gosh! When they're playing the game at the end and they're all drunk and the catcher throws up. When she's trying to tag the guy at home. Oh my gosh, I've never seen my father laugh as hard as he did when he left at that. Like, my old man is like real big into baseball. Like, I think I've said it before. There's a larger picture of Lou Gehrig in my parents' house than there is a picture of me. Hold on. We've got to take a break because we got $50 here from you and Cumia. It says Hood was the best sports movie. I've never seen Hood.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
That brings us to 382 for the night.
Awful. Do you know what Hood is?
No, I have no idea. I came from there, but other than that, but Cool Runnings is a good movie.
I love Cool Runnings.
Good sports.
Love Cool Runnings.
Jamaica, we got a bobsled team. Yeah, I can watch it.
You know what? I gotta. You and QB has now given well over $150 because he's got another super chat. So I gotta play a clip for him. But so it's got to show my gratitude, but also my growing dread over the fact that we're probably gonna end up having to watch this ridiculous press scrum tonight. So here you go, you and QB.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand.
All right, I couldn't make it 10 seconds into that. Oh, gosh, that makes my ears bleed.
It appears like it was Hoosiers that he meant, and it ruined it. Like autocorrect messed it up. So.
Okay.
Hey, if Mercedes Moné wears pink and black, is she telegraphing her win? I mean, probably. Good Lord.
Is this the final? Oh, by the way, they just blew a spot ridiculously with Jamie Hayter just collapsing into the ropes. Meanwhile, NXT, these ladies are going 50 miles an hour right now and killing it. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen right now, because we have got Mercedes on one end and the NXT women on the other end, and it is two wildly different experiences. Are you watching both of them together as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Like the NXT, they seem more crisp, oddly enough, considering you have Mercedes Moné, who's supposed to be one of the greatest of all time, in there. I've only seen like one kind of little slip up in NXT, but when they're doing, it's like Lucha Libre, right? When you're doing this much stuff, if you slip up once, that's all right. Now
they're getting a little too flashy, go nuts. Like they're doing like things where like, oh, like I'm gonna duck the clothesline by doing a split, and that's like, I don't like that.
To be fair, it was an extended Eddie Ray sequence because they did the whole thing where they stopped at the end and everyone cheered and they shook hands, and then it was one of those things.
Everyone say, when did this become a PWT show? Oh, does Phil play that clip a lot?
Yeah.
I haven't played that clip in months and months and months, so it was time I dusted it off. But I promise I won't play it as much as Phil does.
Yeah, it's like a punishment over there. So.
Well, I played it because we brought up how much Trish loves Jericho on Tooney Talk TV, so I had to play that clip to just remind her what he has become. So, and she apparently muted it. She muted it on her computer when I did. Oh my gosh, these two matches are so wildly different. I wonder if it's impossible that they did this on purpose. Like the counter programmed Mercedes with this match specifically, because they couldn't have known Mercedes was going first.
No, there's no. I don't know. Maybe Mole told them. I don't know.
It's a happy coincidence, I would believe.
For the record, guys, Trish was a Jerichoholic like 20 years ago. Like not now.
Yeah, if you talk to anyone who watched wrestling when, like in 2010 or something like that, they'd be like, "Oh, Jericho, I liked him. Let's see what he's up to," and then they'd see him and they'd cry. But
well, that's remember when Black Twitter when AEW came on after that NBA game and Black Twitter just roasted Jericho, just roasted him like a pig with an apple in its mouth.
Here's a question: what is up with AEW top stars deciding they want to be shoot fighters all of a sudden? Like, why is Mercedes doing all these submission holds and
stretching?
Because it's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool, man.
Like, that's
what it is.
Mercedes.
You know what it is. It's a call. It's a call back to Stu Hart's dungeon. That's what it is.
Oh, okay, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Where she trained.
Right.
She was doing it before that.
Oh my
She's
God,
been doing it since she got
this Mercedes match is so bad. It's so bad.
Has Jamie Hayter gotten any offense in at all?
No, she's been stretched like Triple H stretched Booker T at WrestleMania.
It's funny. Lisa B just said she went from Jerichoholic to alcoholic, and I just thought about it. And I'm like, I don't think I have ever seen Trish drink a single alcoholic beverage ever. Not one time. I've never seen it.
Oh, guys, All In Texas is 48 days away. July.
Oh, and not sold out.
And they're yeah. Hey. The interesting point. AEW had the first advertising graphic on their screen before WWE did.
Now, for the record, I don't think that this NXT women's match that's going on right now is good, but it's way better than what we're seeing on AEW right now.
Oh my gosh, I just saw the worst thing ever. AEW has advertisements on their ring. Oh my gosh!
How dare they?
Ruined wrestling. Wrestling is ruined for me now.
I do like that they have the AEW logo in the middle of the canvas, though. I've always liked when places do that. I used to love when WCW used to do the when WCW used to do the pay-per-view logo in the center of the ring. I always loved that.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
But I hate, and let me tell you something, guys. I hate when WWE does the logos in the ring. I hate it. When they do the advertisements, I absolutely hate it.
I'll tell you what, I don't care about the middle of anyone's ring ever. I've never noticed. Someone told me a little while ago that, like you guys, when you were saying that Vince had a thing about never having anything in the ring, right? In my head, until it was like a Mandela effect for me. In my head, until I went back and watched it, I always pictured the WWF logo in the middle of the ring because of the action figures. When you bought the wrestling ring, and the logo in the middle.
NXT just did a X Factor off of the top rope.
Nice. But yeah, it's never been something I put any thought of until people on Twitter started talking about it. Until then, never even crossed my mind.
Who is the young lady with Sol Ruka?
I don't know.
Yeah,
that is. I can get you
a young Sasha Banks.
Kalani Jordan.
Okay. Oh yeah, she's okay, but she's very tiny.
Tidy?
Tiny.
Oh, tiny.
Okay. I don't mind that in a women's wrestler because they're wrestling other women.
Yeah, but they break easily.
Yeah, that's true. Look at
sometimes it matters. If you watch SmackDown and you saw Zelina Vega in there with Charlotte Flair and Stephanie Vaquer, she looked like it was ridiculous. She looked like a child running around the ring trying to hit her mom. Like it was just it was completely unbelievable.
Also, Zelina Vega, please stop doing the 619. Just take it out of your repertoire.
Oh my gosh! Now Jamie Hayter and Mercedes are just trading back and forth with the double knees in the corner. The Mercedes Moné special.
Oh, we should probably check the bingo card, huh? Nothing happened yet.
Oh yeah, we do have the bingo card tonight. We have the bingo card for AEW.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Dis, did you put that in the chat?
Yeah, it's been in the chat several times. I will do it right now. Okay. And it is a tiny URL. That way there's no issue with like what you can copying what you can't. It's all there. So you just
Right.
copy and paste that link and you'll get it.
Oh my gosh, she's doing this stupid thing where she pretends she's Eddie Guerrero and hits her chest. You never met the man.
So I'm trying to
she has at this point like tossed Eddie Guerrero more than Dominic has.
She's made him such a part of her persona and it makes no sense. Like,
it was probably the first wrestler that she ever saw.
oh yeah, absolutely. Didn't she admit that? Hasn't she openly said that?
I'm sure.
I don't know. She says a lot of stuff. So
I don't know. She says everything she says is vapid and stupid. People are saying in the chat, I don't get Tony's love for Mercedes. I don't think Tony loves Mercedes anymore. I really don't. I think he's stuck with her. I think he's stuck with her because she has ironclad creative control and $1 bajillion of his father's money.
there was something where
my goodness, man, these NXT ladies can fly.
Yeah, they can. They're gymnasts.
So Ruka just did she just did a backhand spring over the top rope.
So Ruka is crazy. I said that before. This is the second time I've said that. Yeah, she's going to be a pretty big star up in WWE.
Yeah, who needs Charlotte Flair when you got Sol Ruka coming up the pike?
I'm kind of with you, dude. I think
he was being sarcastic.
No, I'm
not being sarcastic at all.
Awful does not like Charlotte Flair. Awful like Charlotte Flair less than I like Charlotte Flair. So
I like Charlotte Flair. I just
don't think she brings anything to the table. That's one. It's just like, okay, Charlotte Flair is the first to do a lot of things, but as you can see, there's going to be women that come along do it better. So we should have never gave her flowers so damn early.
I think that's the problem you're going to have a lot with women's wrestling right now, though, because the women that are in developmental are surpassing the women on the main roster so quickly.
And that's why so many of the ladies on the main roster are getting fired right now, because they have to make room for these ladies. Yeah, they're amazing.
It's another situation like it was back when they went from divas wrestling to women's wrestling, right? There was that like when everyone thought AJ Lee was the greatest wrestler ever, and then within 3 months she was surpassed by like 10 other women, and I think that's going to happen a lot coming up here. Not Stephanie Vaquer, but like you look at her and Roxanne Perez and some of these other women coming up, and it's
Jamie Hayter just complete. She tried to jump off the steel stairs and just completely tripped.
Oh God.
And nearly busted her ass. By the way, do you think Mercedes wants to beat her right now because she looks enough like Becky Lynch?
I don't know.
I wouldn't put it past her.
I will say that she does have somebody on her crew who can make people look however they want her to. So if she wanted to beat someone who looked like Becky Lynch, she could absolutely do that.
Becky made that comment about Bailey, where she was like, she's got to pay $100 a month to text her best friend or something like that.
Mm-hmm. We have not done that.
God, these ladies in the NXT match are going bonkers right now. I mean,
really are.
A reverse Hurricane Rana off the top, and Sol Ruka reverses it, standing on her feet, and then gives her a spear. Holy shit.
Anybody who acts like AEW's wrestling is more exciting should be watching these things next to each other right now.
That's the thing. That is what's giving me such pause, because I am watching these two matches side by side. And you Spanish fly off the top right now. Boom. Amazing. Meanwhile, Mercedes has got her stupid crippler cross face on.
Yeah.
And Mercedes is so slow. She's so slow and just so terrible at everything. She does not do one thing good.
And
Jamie Hayter I like, by the way. I like Jamie Hayter. I would like to just say.
Yeah. We rag on like faster paced wrestling a lot. And I think people misconstrue that for us saying that we don't think there's a place for it. There is a place for it. It just can't be five matches every show, right? Like you can't have match after match after match of that. If this is one of maybe 2 matches in NXT tonight that are like this, it's totally fine. No problem with it. But that, and I wanted to point that out because I know it sounds kind of weird that we're talking about it being more exciting, but this is what an opening match should be. It should be
also
exciting.
Not nonsensical. This has not been nonsensical yet.
Right. Totally.
I just checked the sound for both of the matches. Both crowds seem to be hot for both matches.
Okay.
I haven't heard. I don't have the sound up high enough to hear that. So I'll trust your judgment on. Okay, so awful. Now you are officially watching NXt.
Yeah, I'm watching both. One's on a little lower volume.
It's
than the other.
it's so fascinating to have them on side by side.
Yeah. It's quite the contrast, but at the same time, it's about the crowd reaction. It seems to me that both crowds are very responsive to these matches, despite what we may think of them so far.
And to be fair, also AEW drew a decent. I mean, I think Battleground drew more than them, but the crowd doesn't look bad, by any means. No. It looks fine on camera.
No.
Credit where credit's due. There was an argument today about if Double or Nothing or All In is their WrestleMania.
All In is their WrestleMania.
Well, before
I would say Double or Nothing.
Yeah, it was before, before All In came around. Double or Nothing was their WrestleMania. So.
She just front flipped backwards and landed in a diamond cutter. Sol Ruka and won.
Meanwhile, they're having a tug of war on the top rope on AEW.
She was on the top rope.
Wow,
she did
very
a front
nice.
flip while moving backwards and landed in a perfect diamond cutter.
Very nice.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, who needs Charlotte Flair? Honest, who needs Charlotte Flair?
Yeah.
All she's got to do, and see Charlotte Flair doesn't even cut a good promo.
Jamie Hayter just did something that I thought was good. She reversed something that Mercedes was doing right into a chokehold. I thought that was neat. Right. It was a good reversal. I like Jamie Hayter. I really do. I feel bad that she's being fed to the devourer of worlds right now.
Speaking of devourer of worlds, I heard that
replay of that diamond cutter. My God.
That was awesome. The Wyatt Six made a return, by the way.
Bray used to call himself that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Then never mind. I take that back. I was making a Galactus reference, not a Bray Wyatt reference.
Oh, gotcha.
Do you want to go over the bingo real quick and help? I can explain.
Well, we got to get to some super chats and then we'll go through the bingo. I mean, look, we know Mercedes is going to win, so whatever. Let's see. Okay, Andre Adams. Did I do this one? Andre Adams for $20 says, I could tell by that dance that Pedro always puts from the rough.
Putts from the rough.
Putts from the rough. I think we read that one already, didn't we?
I think so.
Oh, yeah, we did. Yes, I see where we were. Okay, never mind. Juan Alacan for $5. Oh, wait, no, we read this one too. Oh, God, where the heck was we? Where are we? Cody Losmers. Oh, here we go. John Williams for $5 says, Cody lost my respect when he had a child who was half rapper or half Mark.
That's our word.
Yeah. That brings us to $387. Anthony J for $2. Dave Meltzer versus Grok Art will feed families. Oh my gosh. We're going to talk about that on Tuesday, guys, but Dave Meltzer got in a fight with Grok on Twitter, and it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. I was like, tell the AI chatbot how you study this, please. Tell him that math isn't his strong suit, even though he's a living calculator.
Meltzer is just slowly turning to your uncle on Facebook. Like, I'm just waiting for him to start talking about immigrants all the time.
Liquid Fox for $5 Canadian says, due to being Canadian, Slapshot is the greatest sports movie. Angels in the Outfield for a family movie for me anyways. No, Angels in the Outfield is fantastic. I don't think I've ever seen Slapshot, but that brings us to $3.94.
Whoa, you should see Slap. You would like Slapshot. You should watch
probably because I like hockey. CWJ 128 for $2 says Monet is like Lesnar. Why cheat to win? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh my God, this Monet match is still going on.
I'll tell you what, Marv.
96. What?
Crowd is eating it up right now. They're standing.
The Mercedes
on their
match?
Feet. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Them.
They're hot.
To each their own, guys. To each their own.
They want Becky Lynch.
Oh my God, that was the stupidest kick out ever. She didn't even get his shoulder up.
Oh God.
No, Jamie Hayter.
She just hit a Mercedes just kicked a tombstone and literally just moved her arm. Her shoulder didn't even come up.
And by the way, Jamie Hayter is very loved by the AEW audience, and she should be. She's very over.
Yeah, she's great.
Very good. So they might actually think she could win, and hey, more power to them. If they can get behind
Blazing Bolts Yep, Blazing Bolts for $2 is Roman Reigns is going to be in the new Street Fighter movie. Yep, we're going to talk about that on Tuesday night. Can't wait to talk about that because Roman Reigns is taking roles now from Japanese people. John Williams for $4.99, bringing us over the $400 mark to $403. Says if Monet marries Tony, then she's just Triple H during the 2000s. Well, yeah,
Not as smart.
not nearly as smart. Triple H made a long-term commitment, and Mercedes just won clean. I think
Incredible.
Was it clean awful? I thought I saw.
I'm not there yet, bro.
If it was anything, maybe she pulled some tights, but I didn't see it.
Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian says you deserve a scrum for that cursed Jericho singing. Brings us to 405.
Oh wait, no,
Andre
Fox did. Is Fox? Are you caught up with Fox, or are these still IOUs?
No, I'm just counting them.
Oh,
Andre
okay.
Adams for $4.99 says so. Jamie Hayter has to job in a match for a tournament no one cares about to someone no one cares about for a shot at the title she never lost. Yep, that's correct. And that brings us to $410. Thank you very much. Uncultured Barbarian for $5, bringing us to $415. Says watching the NXT.
Shit.
What?
Sorry.
What?
When Mercedes did the roll up on
she
Jamie,
spiked her head.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
incredible.
Oh, you absolute novice, horrible. Oh my God. Look at her with a big smile on her face. Yay, I just broke somebody else's neck, but it's not my fault because crystals.
I thought I was the only one who saw it. Like,
If you're playing
was
bingo,
She-
if you're playing bingo, that counts as a botch. By the way,
Oh,
there
it looks
were
like Jamie
multiple
Hayter
botches in
might
this
be
match anyway,
a little
so.
shaken from that one.
You think? Uncultured Barbarian for $5 says watching the NXT women reminds me of when Fit Finley took over the training the women's division, took it seriously. Yes, absolutely. And that brings us to 420. Smoke if you got him, guys. John Williams for 489 says the crystals allow me to
Trying
meet
to.
Eddie's ghost, stupid. I'm sure she thinks that. Brings us to 425. And Charles Roberts for $20, which brings us to 445. Says, hello, Tooney. Have a question. Why you pay $50 for AEW pay-per-view on Amazon Prime when you already pay for it? For WWE pay-per-view on Peacock, it's only $5. It's a $45 difference. Why AEW didn't went that route? Because it was never offered to them.
yeah, pretty much.
That has to be offered to you.
I think MJ is totally right from Tuesday. Why don't Tony should just buy Triller? He can afford it. Put everything there. You have your, people can subscribe to that because what they cost I'm pretty sure Awful could buy Triller right now. It's it's worth nothing. So
the problem, guys, with the fact that I'm sure Tony would love it if with your Max subscription you can get you can get the AEW pay-per-views. The problem is nobody's paying him for that. Netflix is paying WWE, billions of dollars for Raw. Peacock is paying WWE a lot of money to air those pay-per-views. So that's the thing. It's not a matter of Tony it's not our choice. It's not Tony's choice. It's nobody has offered to allow him to do this. So,
and rumor was eventually, apparently they're getting to put pay-per-views on Max, but they're not going to be included.
It hadn't happened yet.
And they were never going to be included with your sub. It was always going to be something you had to pay extra for.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because the only way that would make it viable is if they paid Tony even more money to cover the cost of the pay-per-views, which would never happen because they're already paying him too much money. Uncultured Barbarian for $2 says the Glom Gold chat. Now, normally for Glom Gold, it takes $5 to get a Glom Gold, but Uncultured Barbarian, you've already super chatted here tonight, and we love you on this show. So
Glom Gold! Glom Gold! Glom Gold! Glom Gold!
that brings us to 447 for the night as we await the next match on both shows.
My boy,
one thing I will say about AEW, they move from match to match a lot faster than WWE does
Because they have no
It's better
video
if they have.
package.
yeah, because they
Well,
don't do
yeah.
anything to make the matches mean anything. The
Right.
stuff in between the matches is why you care about the matches. Mike Santana
gosh.
being on NXT right now is going to lead to something at some point. I don't think
Nigel
the Kevin Hart commercial I'm
Daniel
watching.
Garcia versus FTR.
Yeah.
This is a veritable who cares of pro wrestling.
Do you know what this is based on, by the way? Do you know what this feud is
What?
based on? They've been attacking announcers, and Nigel asked them politely to stop, and they didn't. So now they're fighting.
Shouldn't they be fighting Edge?
Edge hasn't been around since he lost.
Didn't he
to Moxley.
just come back from injury? Now to go back on injury?
I don't think he's injured. I think he's just they don't have anything for him. Like he's
How
they
do you
were
have
doing
anything for him.
They were doing something with him and Christian, and then the Bucks came back and you didn't see him anymore. They were gone. I don't know.
I was about to say I thought they were leading toward FTR versus Edge and Christian. They've now officially waited too long.
I bet he comes back tonight. Since it is too long, I bet it happens tonight.
No, I think you have a little too much faith in our friend Tony.
Well, are we caught up on super chats?
We are caught up on super chats. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the So over in the Double or Nothing bingo, let's see. We have not had technical difficulties. No Darby. Let's see. We get scrummed, empty section, or tarp on camera, ninja pose, run in, botch. We had a botch.
Yeah.
What is AEW is better than NXT? Just them saying it?
Any reference to NXT, or I'm sure they will do something where it's like I was told to add that by somebody.
Was it okay? Was there a dive at all in that match?
No, not the wait for it dive. I meant like where the whole group is outside the ring and they're all waiting there, and then somebody jumps off. That's the wait.
I
for
couldn't
it dive.
That kick out that she did was offensive. Like that kick out where she just lifted her arm.
She did the zig howl from her back.
Please don't say that on stream though, Awful, but you're right. Oh, good. So is FTR janitors now? Like I'm literally watching FTR come to the ring with just no personality, dressed in drab gray. And now on the other side, I'm watching Hank Walker and Tank Ledger and Josh Briggs walk to the ring, just bouncing off the walls and like just colorful outfits and just oozing charisma.
You know what? If
hold on. The first two matches were women's matches that went on exactly at the same time. Now we have two tag matches going on at exactly the same time.
That's true.
Is this intentional?
And if you notice, like FTR came
booking
out
101.
Yeah, that's
no, but I mean, like they're starting at exactly the same time. It's the same exact kind of match.
Interesting.
I love Tony
That's
Schiavone.
Really interesting to me. You think Sean is sitting there like, set him out now?
Maybe Tony's doing it. Send him out now.
Mole is sitting there talking to Sean like, hey, they're about to do a tag match. Oh, Daniel Garcia. Oh, you want to talk? If you asked if you asked Grok, give me the definition of just no aura, it would be Daniel Garcia. By the way, we're into the action already on NXT, and Daniel Garcia is still meandering his way into the ring. Oh, fast-paced tag team action going on in NXT right now.
I gotta go feed children real quick. I'll be right back.
You go do that. And here comes Nigel. Awful, you're listening. How's the crowd reacting for Nigel?
Nothing really happening as far as the audience. They're kind of let down from the last match.
I thought Nigel couldn't wrestle anymore. Like I thought he was, or is this like the hi everybody? He can wrestle because Tony Khan gave me $1,000.
He wrestled before. I think it was against Daniel Bryan.
Yeah, this is like his third match in AEW. He miraculously, healed from super AIDS or whatever he had. So, okay, now I'm really going.
Weird
how can he say that, but I can't say a German word.
Because one involves the mass murder of 6 million people, and the other one is a made up disease. Not that AIDS is made up, but super AIDS. Listen, Family Guy. I'm not denying the existence of AIDS. Did Nigel have hepatitis? Is that what people are saying?
That's exactly what it was.
Well,
he still has it, I'm sure, right?
Hopefully he doesn't. Well, it doesn't go away. It's not like you take NyQuil, cold, and hepatitis and get over
some
it.
Robitussin. Rub some Robitussin on it.
Mercedes shook a bag of crystals at him, and all of a sudden, no more hepatitis.
Yeah, right.
I'm pretty sure Bob Orton was never allowed near the ring again when they found out he had hepatitis.
Him, Abdullah the Butcher.
Did Abdullah the Butcher have hepatitis with all the people he bled on?
Uh-huh.
My wife and I have been watching Dark Side of the Ring lately, and I just showed her the Bruiser Brody episode, and she was just entirely disgusted by Abdullah the Butcher. Like with how big the gashes in his head are.
Yeah, yeah. He was a soft-spoken, well-mannered man, though.
Yeah, it's so funny that he is so soft-spoken.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Yeah. I never expected that voice.
Yeah.
Fuck. Never. Sorry, I just saw something. Nothing.
The crowd is mildly into the FTR, Nigel McGuinness and Daniel Garcia match. Just mildly. Meanwhile, on Battleground, I don't know who these gentlemen are, but, you know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah. We do a show every time these guys perform.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that Sean Spears in the ring? Do we even know who Sean Spears is anymore?
No.
Yeah, that is him. That is him. Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Tony fumbled. That's what they're going to say again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, I think FTR is super solid in the ring. So, you know, I do like watching them wrestle. I just don't like anything between. I like everything from bell to bell. Everything after that is, you know, absolutely terrible.
Yeah. And that's the problem with today's pro wrestling. Like, people think that, like, just because you go bell to bell that you're deserving of some sort of spot or some sort of merchandise or whatever. Like, nah. Can you cut a good promo? Can you talk people into seats? If you can't, you're just like FTR. I mean,
yeah. Sorry, guys, I was distracted for a moment. Yeah, I mean, these matches seem about equal to me.
Yeah, because we don't know anybody. Tank. Okay.
Does it say Hank Tank on his
God, I hope
I wish
not.
we knew who these guys were. I really do, because they actually seem like they're pretty good.
Right. He's
all right, so Nigel in the ring now with bald FTR. Let's see what we got here. Nigel trying to steal from bald FTR's family, clearly.
Yeah.
Still, my favorite stupid thing that he said is that if you hate AEW, you're trying to like hurt his family. Yes, because you have a family. AEW is owed the allegiance and support of everyone on the planet.
Yeah. Makes no sense. That's cultish behavior, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I think FTR is probably horrified over the fact that they re-signed with Tony for like a gajillion years because Vince came back, and then Vince went away like immediately right after that. And because Tripp would have brought them back and he would have used them.
Kind of like he's using DIY.
Yeah.
And the Motor City
shoving them down everyone's throat.
Hey, shut up. DIY is great right now. I don't care what anyone says. DIY, since they turned
no
heel,
matter how close you get to the microphone.
You didn't even watch SmackDown, son. You didn't even watch SmackDown. Okay, so don't get on me about this.
That's SUN, by the way. But let me tell you, my friend, DYI. I saw the promo that you sent to us in the back chat. I was like, it's okay. It was
DIY
okay.
has been killing it as heels. I think the ideal situation would be Ciampa as a singles wrestler and Johnny Gargano as his manager, but they've been killing it as heels. I love the SmackDown tag division. It might be my favorite thing in wrestling right now. I love the SmackDown tag division. So I think the stuff with Street Profits and Fraxium, I think Fraxium are such a good team for kids, right? Like the Wyatts
showed back up though, right?
Yeah. The Wyatts are there now. They got Frax, and the Wyatts are doing mid-card tag team stuff, which is exactly what I said they should have been doing since the beginning.
Hey, Awful. How did it feel to be right about that?
Oh, it feels great. Stupendous.
Because I will admit you were right. And I was against you on that, but you were right.
I'm not saying it because I won't ever say Awful is right, but that has nothing to do with it.
No, Awful was right about this.
Well, like I said from the beginning.
Well, it's because it's directly against what this said. Like, oh, they're going to be great. They're going to be,
What I said,
they should long-standing tag team.
I said they should be I said they should be mid-card.
Yeah, they didn't even get that far, my friend.
And you guys were well because you were. Never mind. We're not getting into this right now. Stop it. I'm not gonna. I also, by the way, I can't. Okay. Anyway,
Damn, you guys are finish your sentences.
I have someone who is in my house who the Wyatt Six means a lot to, and who draws pictures of them, and who has a very deep connection to them, and I don't want to mock them within earshot of this.
Okay. Well, just make sure your dad, when he's away, you can tell us how terrible the Wyatt Six are.
No, I think, like I said, I've always said from the beginning, they should be a mid-card faction. They shouldn't be anything more than that. And this seems like they might have course corrected and then trying to do that. What I am seeing right now, though, is NXT is having a much more entertaining tag match than AEW. I don't know what you guys think about that, but
no, I think so too. I would say it's I would say they're about equal in what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Both
me and
seem
Marv
to be pretty hard hitting.
We don't know any of these guys only because we do the show on Tuesday.
When I see Daniel Garcia, I can't watch anymore. Nigel is moving like he can barely walk. It's just and FTR is FTR. On the other side of the ring, you have like 3 Mojo Rowleys in there. Going nuts.
Dig it.
So,
and that is Sean Spears, right? This.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm much Nigel. I feel bad watching Nigel. He can't. Why do this to yourself? Like Daniel Bryan at least could still go, but like Nigel is just slow and he can't bump right and he doesn't move great. And I don't know. At some point, you just got to say, I'm not going to do this anymore.
Right. Some people can't. Some people legitimately can't.
And I guess Nigel, you can talk about how he didn't really get his proper goodbye or whatever, but he kind of did, right? He made a documentary about his retirement. People still let him work, despite the fact that he had whatever he had.
And they accepted him as a ring announcer, or as a commentator.
They more than accepted him. They loved him as a commentator.
Now he's wrestling with his chest open, full of blood.
And in a match no one's going to remember 2 months ago.
Nothing on the line, unlike the NXT.
Who's the guy in the black and red? Vance, that was it. I couldn't place him. Nico Vance, I think that's it.
They're going ham over on NXT. Their match is over. They're still going at it.
They are. I didn't care for that match, to be perfectly honest.
I thought it was fine. I didn't see. Of course, to be fair, I was catching glimpses of it while I was getting food ready. So,
yeah. Did somebody bleed? Because some people are asking if blood is on the bingo card.
Blood is not on the bingo card this time, I believe.
How is it not?
No, it is. It is. It's up there. It's there.
Yeah, it's up there. Why is somebody
Dr.
bleeding?
Ken Jeong is now in the NXT ring right now.
Yeah, I thought Nigel was bleeding. Ken Jeong is not in. Oh, he is. That is not.
It's not Ken Jeong, but I get what you're saying.
Okay, sorry.
Nigel's bleeding. I don't see blood on Nigel.
I didn't see blood on Nigel, but Awful said it. So
yeah, I don't see it.
That's probably why they're saying.
Okay, they probably wiped it off, but he got knife edge chop scars on his chest.
Was it blood or was it blood vessels being popped?
Probably blood vessels being popped.
Yeah, that doesn't count as blood. We're talking gig job here.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't have put that on the bingo card. No.
I remember one time at an indie show, Jerry Lynn was there, and the kid he was wrestling was talking a big game about how like, oh, I can take Jerry Lynn, because the big thing, you ever heard about Jerry Lynn's chops? That was a big thing for a while, was how hard Jerry Lynn would chop. And
I never heard that.
Oh, really? Yeah, he was going around telling people like, oh, Jerry Lynn's, I can take his chops, not a big deal. So the booker put him in against Jerry Lynn, and Jerry Lynn, like from the neck to his belly button was just all burst blood vessels. He looked like half of Sheamus's chest the entire night. So Jerry Lynn, good guy too. Did you know Jerry Lynn's a big metalhead?
I did.
Really?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, but I'm not shocked.
Yeah, he looks like one.
Yeah, big metalhead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. This AEW tag match is still going on, by the way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The exact same pace. Nothing. Why do they still? Why do they continue to try to make Daniel Garcia a thing? Does anybody actually accept
the
Daniel Garcia
Rock's
as a
talentless spawn is on TV, is on my TV now, and suddenly AEW is looking much, much better.
thing? No, but like watching her brain work at 10 zillion miles an hour to try to remember the lines that Shawn Michaels has tried to drill into her head today. Yeah, I just don't get Daniel Garcia.
Do I gotta keep using her, Jack? Yes, you do. They're not saying Ava Rain, by the way. Her nameplate came up and it just said Ava. So did they Vince her? Did they take away her last name?
Yeah, that was months ago when she kind of got the job.
Well, I'm usually busy on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, so am I.
All right, so we're seeing a commercial now for the New Wave pack for 2K25, which I guess is all of the NXT guys and the Prime bottle. The Prime bottle, guns. Apparently.
It's the guys they signed after they, after the game was done, basically. So,
yeah.
What do you think?
Gosh,
okay. Awful.
Yes, sir.
Do you think WWE ever legitimately had interest in Daniel Garcia?
No.
Because remember when that?
I think they would have. I think they would have offered him their standard, the standard, like maybe what $40,000-$50,000 a year, developmental contract.
The more I see him, though, I don't know.
Tony probably offered him 7 figures.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a look. Like he just looks like weird Murr.
Yeah, I think what would have happened is that they would have put a zebra shirt on him, and they'd have been like, "Check this out. You're going to be refereeing for a couple matches." He would have found his calling.
Count to 3?
Yeah. He would have found his calling, and he'd have been at the main event. He would have been reffing the main event of WrestleMania by now.
Okay, so this might be important. I can't.
Wait, hold on. Daniel Garcia just put the sharpshooter on Bald FTR. What was he trying to make him orgasm into submission?
Who came out in Daniel Garcia and Nigel's corner? Does anybody know?
No.
There's somebody
the
there.
The cosplay greaser.
Yeah, who is that?
The chat will know. I keep forgetting his name because he's completely inconsequential.
I don't think anyone in the chat is actually watching the AEW show.
I think someone in the chat will know.
Yeah, this isn't like most of the times when we do AEW. There's actually something else they could be watching right now. Oh, Daddy Magic. Of course, Daddy Magic. Of course, it's Daddy Magic. That makes sense.
Who?
Daddy Magic. Matt Menard.
Thank you, boy. Menard.
Liquid Fox for $5 Canadian says Tony versus Monet. AEW Sicko's bed sheet's going to be wet that night, while the rest of us be pulling a Marv after Meltzer sings Joe Hendry's theme. F. Oh my goodness. That brings us to 452. PJS02D for $2 says Moxley will finish his story by contracting HEP. That's funny. I like that one. You can't finish the story. I've already had it for 6 years. PJS02D for $5, bringing us to 459, says FTR cosplays as old school shooters, but cried about getting bullied by HBK. Not 1997 HBK, but church-going grandfather Michael Higginbottom. Soft. Yes. Hold on. Do I still have that the yes on here? No, I don't think I do. Oh, yes, I do. Hold on, you get this.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Preach. Regina Sharp for $20, bringing us up to $4.79 for the night, says, I have power. And
Gold
for everyone. So there you go, guys. We are all caught up on super chats. $479 in. We have to hit $1,000 by the time we have to hit $1,000 by the time the AEW show ends in order to actually watch the scrum. So, and I'm telling you guys,
oh my god,
to not do this. So if it is $1 under, then we will not be watching this scrum.
Yeah. I've been told by Mole that tonight's scrum should be especially torturous. So I do not want to watch it, but I will. I will stick around and watch it. There's no school tomorrow. Max has a friend over, so if we go into it, I will be watching the scrum with you guys. And Awful will too, because I said so.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know what to talk about with this match. It's a tag match. Like, did you see, like, they did a thing, they did a spot. Is that the power of friendship, by the way? Do you think that might be what we should put down for it? Because the whole match is Nigel defending Tony Schiavone because they're friends. He just stopped the match to give Tony Schiavone a high five.
No.
Okay.
There's still 10 hours left in this pay-per-view. I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for real. Tony D'Angelo coming to the ring right now in NXT. I actually like him. He's like a version of Big Vito that's good. Like a version of Big Vito that in 20 years isn't going to be checking bags at Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom.
Athletic guy too. I found out he was a former amateur wrestler.
I like the gimmick. He's doing the gimmick real well. I enjoy Mafia gimmicks, obviously.
I like him better. I like him better by himself. I didn't so much like the group because I think that a Mafia group is very hard to get over and work properly in wrestling, but a Mafia character,
it can be.
Yeah, but I think a Mafia characters, by themselves.
I think a Mafia group is difficult to get over in wrestling because it's so cliche at this point, like it's hard to do a Mafia group and have them be serious and not like, be the FBI,
Right.
It's a racial stereotype group is what it is. I know, like, we Italian, I'm not offended by it or anything. Oh, you know what? I take it back. Oh wow, we're getting Italian versus Italian. No, Stax is actually the Big Vito looking one. Never mind. They're both Big Vito, and both have futures in the wrestling business.
Yeah, he's got the fedora and everything.
Is Big Vito the one who's trying to make a comeback on the Indies right now? And he started like a Don gimmick.
Yep.
I mean, he was. You know what? I shouldn't give it. I mean, I know people that have like worked with Big Vito, and he was like kind of a jerk to them. Not Kevin. I don't think Kevin's ever worked with Vito, but I was exaggerating, guys, with the Big Vito thing. But I don't know. I just never really cared.
When I was younger, I ran up his lotto.
Did you?
Yeah, I ran his lotto tickets when I used to work at a convenience store.
I always get him mixed up with Johnny the Bull for some reason. I can't ever picture which one's which in my head.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're into the next match on Battleground now, and this tag match is still going on.
Yeah. And they're back outside the ring.
Going on, or is it over and this is the post-match afterbirth?
You know what? I might be behind, but I still see them going still.
Yeah, I see him going.
They're yelling at Tony Schiavone right now is what I'm saying.
The ref's counting, so.
Yeah.
But I might be behind too, so. I'm not watching on Amazon Prime.
I'm gonna watch the Goombas wrestle each other on NXT. By the way, guys, I'm allowed to say that. You're not.
There you go.
I mean, unless you're Italian, and in which case, let it fly.
Right.
Yeah, even if you're not Italian, you can say it. I don't care. It's not like we're oppressed.
I'm sorry.
Anymore.
Tony, okay, I'm putting it on the bingo card. Tony is now arguing about how they need to leave Nigel alone. That is the power of friendship. That is exactly what that is.
Come on, dude.
It's exactly what it is.
Daniel,
He's trying to fill up.
Daniel Garcia just did the worst, weakest chops I've ever seen in my life.
Friendship is magic. That's what it is. No, that's exactly what that is. Yeah.
If you're doing it, I'm doing it then. Friendship is magic. There you go.
Yeah, everyone gets to have all filling up my card. It's on everyone's card, awful.
Wait, so is Nigel like is he doing the fake injury thing right now, or is he
Yeah.
Okay.
I imagine he didn't it didn't look
no, they just did a really sloppy spike pile driver on Garcia.
Yeah. He got hepatitis.
And he got his foot on the ropes. That spike pile driver got his foot on the ropes. Oh gosh, this is gonna be a long night.
This is only the second match for AEW.
NXT is knee deep into its third match of the night so far. By the way,
Yeah.
And also, this match definitively better than the tag match that we're watching. The Stacks versus Tony D'Angelo.
Bald FTR now has the sharpshooter on Daniel Garcia, which I would tap too if I felt his meaty erection in the back of my legs from doing a Bret Hart move. Wouldn't you tap?
Quickly and run out.
It's like I used to say when Viscera used to do the move where he humped you until you tapped out. I'm like, I'd tap out.
Can people
Daniel
learn
Garcia,
other
they're trying to do the Stone Cold Steve Austin thing with him right now, where he's trying to struggle in the sharpshooter while Bald FTR looks like he's having an actual orgasm.
Can people learn other submissions besides a sharpshooter and a crossface? Because that's
for
like
real,
all we see.
guys. Yeah, I know.
I get it. It's Owen Hart tournament, and also everyone's obsessed with Bret Hart and AEW and blah 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 blah. But seriously, there's other moves you can do.
Daniel Garcia, I know I'm late, but Daniel Garcia got pile driven twice and put his foot on the ropes.
I know.
This sucks. I'm sorry.
Which one?
AEW. it's
Is this match still going on?
Yeah, let me do it. Let me do a crowd. check
Okay, I think
quick.
Nigel is spitting up blood. Does that count as blood?
I mean, if fake or not, yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. So he could pop the pill, but that's no big deal.
All right, I guess the match must have just ended.
I think I'm at the finish. Yeah, it ended. Garcia passed out.
I hate that. I hate it so much. Just tap out, you putrid moron.
This isn't Austin versus Brett at WrestleMania 14, okay?
Because Bald FTR is sitting there, literally climaxing over the fact that he's doing a Bret Hart spot. I'm sorry. I hate, first of all, the passing out due to the pain thing has worked one time and one time only, and that was Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret Hart. Guys, seriously, Daniel Garcia is the last guy who should be passing out in a sharpshooter.
And by the way, I never took that as him passing out because of pain. I always took that as him passing out because of blood loss. If you're passing out in the sharpshooter and you're not even busted open, then you probably shouldn't be a professional wrestler.
Yeah, it's the blood loss, right? By the way, we got to take a break. You and Kimia for $50, which brings us to $529 for the evening. Says bring back bear hugs. Kevin won't like it. I think over in up in Massachusetts there were a couple of guys who wanted to give Kev a bear hug and he had to politely decline because his father-in-law books vacation in Cape Cod for them during Bear Week. and not
yeah,
the kind of
yeah.
bear that goes through your trash, the kind of bear that wants to go through your butt.
I remember that story because he was telling you. I remember, I came in like halfway through that conversation and I heard Bear Week and I'm like, oh, so you got more bears coming at you? And he's like, yeah, not those kind of bears.
Staying in a house where he had mugs that had Obama's face on it. Still my favorite. Oh, there's Kev versus the actual bear.
Oh my gosh, why? Why are they putting Mark Briscoe through this?
With Twitter Ricky?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm telling it's a humiliation ritual. I've said it before. Like Mark Briscoe is so much better than that.
No, because to book people in a humiliation ritual, you have to be aware enough to know what's humiliating, and that's clearly not Tony Khan.
So far, 2 heels, 1 on Double or Nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a stretcher match.
Oh, in NXT?
Okay. No, AEW.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like Briscoe and Twitter Ricky is a stretcher match.
For what? They've been feuding for like 2 weeks.
Yes, guys. Kevin's father-in-law was indeed fucking with him. But yeah, no, 2-week feud stretcher match. Why not? It's cool.
Why do you gimmick the first match? I don't understand.
They do it all the time. AEW's notorious for it. It's crazy.
Tony runs the feuds in reverse. So guys, wait, was there blood? Was Nigel spitting out blood?
I didn't see anything.
I thought I saw blood.
I took your word for it. So
all right, I'm marking.
I'm sure
blood.
there will be plenty of blood. There's been blood in this video package, if you want to count it, because Ricochet had blood on his face.
We're not going to count. We're not going to count that. But
there will definitely be blood in this stretcher match that we're about to watch too. I hate AEW. I do.
Yeah, just be honest with it.
I do. And I don't hate AEW. I'm not like you, Awful, who like you just want them to die. Like I get that. I
want it to get better.
I want it to get better. Yes.
But it will never get better because Tony's the problem.
Right.
That's the thing. Tony is the problem. If you had Jim Ross or somebody running creative, then it actually might be good because they actually do have some people that are talented if they're guided. It's just a matter of Tony has no idea what he's doing, and he is never going to step aside and let anyone else do it because the only reason he spends his inheritance to do this is because he wants to play Booker.
Is it a stretcher match or an ambulance match?
Stretcher.
Why is there an ambulance?
Because I think you have to get them on the stretcher and put them in the ambulance.
For atmosphere, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I saw the stretcher and thought it was a stretcher match, so I don't know.
I mean, I'm assuming it. I just don't know what, because remember what their Texas death match is. Like, I don't know what the rules are of their stretcher match because they change everything. So I will say there was about a good 5 years where I thought a Texas death match was what Crush and Randy Savage did at WrestleMania 10 or 11. Was it 10 or 11?
It was 10.
Not?
Where they have to get back to the ring before the 10 count and everything like that. Like is that actually what a Texas death match is supposed to be? I thought that was like WWE's version of Texas death match.
I thought what Crush and Macho had was a false count anywhere match.
No, I thought they called it a Texas death. No, it was a false count anywhere match. That's right. That's where the confusion was. It was a false count anywhere match, but Macho had to get back to the ring before they counted to 10 or else he wouldn't win. So it made it okay. That was my problem.
No. Well, see, Macho had tied Crush or tried to tie Crush up, and when the opponent is incapacitated, that's when they started the 10 count.
Okay. Wait.
So Macho didn't have to come back to the ring. He just had to make sure that Crush did not get to his feet by the 10 count.
I need to go back and watch it. I don't remember it clearly because I thought it was that he had to get back to the ring. And I always thought it was weird because he tied him up and everything. And like, I was like, doesn't that count as part of his 10? So I don't know, but I have to go back and watch because you might be right. I haven't watched it in over a decade. So
Well, they're already at the ambulance, and the stretcher is at the ambulance, so maybe this one will be quick.
Let's hope
no
so.
such luck.
Dim boys. You remember when WBD put the wrong Briscoe in their promotion?
Oh, I remember. Remember when WBD apparently blocked them from putting Mark Briscoe on TV because of promos that he did or whatever?
Yes.
Or was it Jay Briscoe? No, Jay Briscoe was the one they
both
had
of them. They said the Briscoes.
Yeah, they had been, because they knew who they were, and it wasn't the Young Bucks not wanting them on TV.
Right. I'm sure that was part. I'm sure the Young Bucks were very happy the WBD didn't want them there.
That's something we need to ask Mole about. I feel like the WBD executives actually banned the Briscoes.
That's a good question.
Something seemed very fishy about that. WBD executives don't know anything that goes on AEW, let alone a tag team from ROH, where all of a sudden they'd be like, hold on, guys. We know that this ROH tag team had some questionable promos in the past on the indies. I don't buy it.
What do you think, Awful? You're the conspiracy guy.
The Young Bucks are executive vice presidents. We know what kind of words they used.
That's true.
On the indies, we've got Excalibur. He's a part of the announce team. We know what kind of word he used. So my guess is that, they were soft blocked by the Young Bucks.
That's a good point, Awful, is that, they somehow don't know about Excalibur dropping the hard R.
Please. It's on Twitter every day.
And Human Tornado did not agree to it. I love that. That's my favorite thing. That's my favorite thing.
Oh, yeah,
because every time somebody brings it up,
it was like Human Tornado was in on it. He was in
Human
on it,
Tornado.
guys.
If you tag Human Tornado in any one of those posts, he will show up and say, "No, I did not. I've done it before." Human Tornado started following me. I like him. He's a good guy. I was always a fan of him and Sugar Dunkington. I like him too. Or didn't he become Pineapple Pete for a little bit during COVID?
You know what I like about this D'Angelo character? He's a high impact wrestler. He got a lot of power moves.
Yeah. I've been enjoying the Goomba match.
Like I said, that match is definitively better than the FTR match. We can go back and forth on the other tag match, but this match is.
I'm enjoying. I think the Paisan match right now is going a lot better than the stretcher match too. So,
well, yeah.
Love it. Like, we got two guys with the exact same gimmick.
Mark Briscoe, though, another guy I will never fault for taking Tony Khan's money. Never.
Kevin, I can't hear what you guys are saying. I'm in a Memorial Day fireworks display in the rain. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, Briscoe, I will never fault Briscoe for taking Tony Khan's money. That man deserves it.
Take it all.
Yeah. And he legitimately would never, especially as a singles guy, would never make it in WWE. So
yeah, no, take it all, Mark. Take it all. I'm happy for you, buddy. Take it all. Because man, the Briscoes in WWE would have ruled.
They would have.
They would have revitalized tag wrestling in WWE.
They would have made them the
Marv cracking open a Real American beer, brother. Now I can't find Real American beer.
I can get you some and send it to you if you want me to.
I don't want it that much. I've had PBR. I know what it tastes like. It's just they don't sell it anywhere.
No, they even announced that, like, we've rolled out into 8 states. I mean, it's a smaller thing.
I should have looked in Costco, because I feel like if anyone would have it, it'd be Costco.
That spot was kind of cool.
We joined Costco today because we're moving in a couple weeks.
Boom! Did you do that when you joined? Boom!
Oh, right, because the Costco guy. No. This may shock you, but throughout the entirety of our Costco journey today, I did not think about AEW once.
No. Wait. No. You don't have to think about AEW to think about Costco guys. It would be more the other way around. Costco guys are much bigger than AEW.
Kevin said, I heard the CEO took a tombstone and kicked out. No, Kev, she didn't kick out. She slightly moved her arm and did not even get her shoulder up, and the ref stopped counting. That's what happened.
By the way, the ref did not check Daniel Garcia's arms to see if he was incapacitated before ringing the bell and calling off the match.
Yeah, he did.
That was kind of. Did he?
Did. Yeah, he did.
He did the 1,
he
2,
dropped
3?
the arm
Okay.
once. He did a
Once.
one-arm drop. Yeah.
The one arm drop. Come on now.
That's what they do now, though. Since Kurt Angle, that's what they've always done. They don't do 3 anymore.
Well, they need to
Carney.
bring it back to 3. Well, guess what? Sometimes Carney equals drama, and drama
I agree.
equals cash. So.
I actually like the 3. I like the 3.
Yeah.
I like the bear hugs. You know, where they pull his arm up and then put it down.
Yeah.
All that stuff. I like it.
All right, the Paisan match is over while Mark Briscoe gets cleaning supplies from under the ring.
Yeah, there's definitely blood now. If you guys, I don't know. Okay, I thought there was, but no. So I put stupid weapon.
Windex.
Yeah, I was gonna say I put stupid weapon.
Oh, the Windex is definitely a stupid weapon.
Okay, I meant specifically stuff like the needle or stuff like that. I think Windex does count. As a stupid weapon,
I think
so.
shining somebody's head.
Yeah,
up.
really.
This is a dumb spot.
Windex serves no legitimate purpose in the professional wrestling industry.
And by the way, if we get a ninja pose, it'll probably.
By the way, Kevin Apollo for $2 says, "For fuck's sake," because I mentioned Daniel Garcia passing out in the.
You should have seen that. Kev would have gone nuts if he was watching.
Oh yeah, no, he would have had a meltdown. And, it's even worse because that FTR Bald probably called it because he wants to mark out for Brett.
Right. But that's also they did that spot.
Oh, hold on. Mark Briscoe's doing a Sabu. He just did the Sabu point. Oh, and he's about to do this. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's kind of effed up.
What?
He did the Sabu point and then went to do the thing where Sabu jumps off the chair and then springboards off the ropes. And then Twitter Ricky stopped him by throwing a chair at his head.
Oh, come on.
I was like, you're teasing a Sabu tribute spot and then it gets cut off. I guess it's heel heat, but still.
That's all Tony knows. How to build heel heat.
Well,
who's the
Ricochet? Ricochet's the ultimate heel because he gets heel heat with the AEW fans by hating WWE.
Yeah,
true. This I like this ref. Actually, I would say this might be the best AEW ref I can think of right now. I don't know who he is though. I don't know if I've ever seen him before.
That's Tony Atlas.
No, that's Kevin Apollo. Now we know where he's at.
No, that's too small to be Kevin Apollo.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kevin Apollo's 5'8" now all of a sudden.
Yeah, but not too small to be Tony Atlas. Apparently, I don't know what I'm talking about. When we were watching the Dark Side of the Ring about Bruiser, and my wife thought Tony Atlas was funny, and I was just like, yeah, there's a lot about Tony Atlas that I guess could be funny, or weird, or unsettling, but.
Oh, Kev said if they open the bottle and toss it in the face's face, it's okay because everyone knows Windex is toxic. Mark Briscoe used it. The face used the Windex. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he sprayed it on his bald ass head and then shined it.
I actually don't mind that spot. Because especially with
Ricochet's now we got blood.
Gimmick,
now we definitely got blood. Mark Briscoe's busted.
Especially since I don't understand why it's a bad thing that Ricochet's bald all of a sudden, but since that is his gimmick, waxing his head by Briscoe, I get it.
That has got Sal Sincere. I'm gonna leave if anyone calls me Pinky.
Yeah. Sal Sincere.
What?
It took me a second to get Sal Sincere. It took me a second.
I saw him on an indie show one time, and he made the ring announcer go, Sal Sincere, because nobody in the crowd knew who he was. He's like, Sal Sincere has made it known that he will leave if anyone calls him Pinky. So then, of course, the whole crowd starts yelling Pinky at him. It's a way to get heel heat, but
it's not bad. That's not bad for an indie show where that's all right. Yeah. I don't mind that.
Well, I mean, it was that, and then he was able to jaw jack with the crowd about the Pinky thing for 5 minutes to eat up 5 minutes of the match.
Was he the one?
People ain't here to watch us wrestle. They just want to hear the honky tonk song.
Was he the one that bought the Patriot gimmick and started acting like he was Del Wilkes?
I think Ricochet just won.
I hope not.
Yeah, he closed one door. Oh, you got to close both doors? Okay, so no.
So it's an ambulance match.
So it's a casket match, is what it is.
It's well, they're the same thing. No, an ambulance match.
You gotta close both doors, apparently, of the ambulance.
Yeah, that's an ambulance match. That's not a stretcher match. I don't care if you add a stretcher to it. But yeah, there's definitely blood if anyone has blood. But yeah, was Sal Sincere the one who played the Patriot after Del Wilkes?
Yes, he was.
He did another gimmick too, like he was a doink or something like that.
He did a million different things.
I know. That's why he's such a carny. I love it. Oh, we got Jordan Grace.
Stephanie Vaquer and Jordan Grace are about to start. So
here we go.
Thank goodness for that.
I'm turning off. I'm gonna turn this crap off. Let's watch some real wrestling.
Yeah, no, like I might actually like just not look at AEW for a little while if that match is coming on, because I actually do really want to see it. I think Jordan Grace is going to win this because I think Stephanie Vaquer is main roster bound any second now.
Oh, she's already there. They already called her up. She was in a Money in the Bank qualifier on Friday. So I
mean, like the official, like if she's they said she's called up on the main roster now.
They had Nick Aldis sign her to a contract 2 weeks ago on SmackDown. Yeah. So
what happens when I miss
Jordan Grace is winning.
Yeah, so also, Jordan Grace is definitely winning this match.
If you watch SmackDown like I do, a lot of times you miss the stuff coming in and out of commercials because you don't realize that it's, you're fast forwarding on the DVR and you don't realize that it's not still a commercial until wrestling starts. So I miss a lot of that stuff.
So is it true she's dating Joe Hendry or what?
Who? Stephanie Vaquer?
Stephanie Vaquer.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, apparently.
I had not heard that. Oh, good for you. Yeah, good for you, old lad.
Oh, that
Oba
was
Femi
Julia.
and Oba Femi and Stephanie Vaquer were doing some sort of interview, and Oba Femi made mention of like him beating Stephanie Vaquer's boyfriend this Sunday.
Yeah, my bad. It was Julia, not Stephanie Vaquer. I get those two confused all the time. That's my bad. I'm sorry, guys. Marv, it was Julia.
Wow.
I get them confused. What do you want me to do? I'm not perfect.
What do they all get? They all look alike to you?
What, Japanese white women? Sure. I get. Yeah. Is that offensive to anybody?
Women who aren't American.
Yes, women in general. Do they all look like? Kind of. I don't know. Maybe.
Man, Briscoe is really bleed. Now, if Moxley and these other idiots in this main event tonight bleed, it's going to be ridiculous. After this gusher by Briscoe.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all going to bleed. I'm sure there's going to be more blood in between that too.
Which means that no one else should have bled tonight. But
do you think any of the producers,
No.
I do. Yes.
Cross-reference with each other?
Well, no. Okay. I thought you were going to say, do they care? And some of them do. Yes. But they probably don't cross, or at least
they've given up on caring.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
I'm sure nobody gives Tony any notes anymore. Regina Sharp for $5 as Moxley goes, I don't contract the hep contracts me. Oh my goodness. John Williams for $5. If Tripp shows up with a Sean puppet, it'll just stare at Marv for 5 minutes straight before screaming, drugs! Yes, behold Sean jealous. Brings us to 541. BT23 for another $5, bringing us to 546. Says with Gabe Kidd, with Ryder Bucks, do we get returning Kingston with other team? Do we get AEW pay-per-view going past midnight? As far as do we get returning Kingston, I don't care. And whether or not it's going past midnight, God, I hope not. I really hope not, but it probably will. Especially because it started at 8. Blazing Bolts for $5. That brings us to 551. Says Freddy Krueger knows Kevin Apollo's nightmare, the Monet Mag. Have fun with that, my Monet makers. That is true. Liquid Fox for $5 Canadian. Bring us to 556. Says just realized my Acto 1 model isn't official. Should have realized sooner when it says only Ghost Bus on the box. Oh my goodness. Johnny 5 is official. At least that's funny. Ghost Bus. BT23 for another 5, bringing us to 561. It says, random question. If WWE ever let Logan Paul be World Heavyweight Champion and WWE Champ, do you think Tony Khan would pay someone like that to come to AEW to hold the AEW title? No, because they look down on that, despite the fact that Logan Paul is over and excellent in the ring.
They'd go the other way with it. They'd like bring Bryan Danielson back and have him win the title. You know, they'd be like, look how wrestling we are.
Looks like Ricochet just won.
Awesome.
Yeah,
with the golden scissors.
John Williams for $5, bringing us to $5.66. Says Stephanie versus Jordan is a match both Tripp and Booker are very interested in. That's very true. Regina Sharp for $5, which brings us to $5.71. Says heel disc strikes again. She totally signed, right?
I took the L.
You did take the L on that one. That's fine.
What is AEW's new catchphrase? They have a new catchphrase. It's like "We are wrestling" or "Where wrestling lives."
It's not where the best wrestle.
Oh, that's
anymore.
it. Where the best wrestle. That's it. Yeah, where the best wrestle.
That's not new. that's been their catchphrase for like 2 years.
It's like their 10th catchphrase. It's when they did it when they started the era. This new,
What's back the feeling?
Restore the feel. Restore the feeling.
Or whatever it was. Yeah.
My point about that. Okay, I heard from a post from I think Bull posted it that Tony came up with that himself after investing lots and lots of money with an advertiser firm to come up with an actual catchphrase, and he didn't like it, so he came back with "Where the best wrestle," which is something that I think
Mole just said, did anyone catch the shots fired at TNA? I wasn't listening to the I wasn't listening to the thing, but I'm sure there were, because AEW I think is getting really self-conscious about TNA.
He also said, I'll say he, I don't know what he is. Also said that there are 2 parking spots that have signs on them that say "Don't park here," which means 2 surprises tonight, probably.
And he just says movement in the parking lot. I'm going to check. He said movement in the parking lot. I'm going to check. So there you go. What else does he have? He says goes over time and didn't want any footage of Jamie for her moment, so runs straight up the aisle like she didn't just have a match, and people say I'm too hard on her. Wow.
Yeah. You didn't. I wanted to make mention of that.
You
That's
did.
So crazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
you did.
She hightailed it right out the ring and up to the trophy case.
I thought
didn't want any footage of Jamie for her moment.
See, I thought it might have been because Jamie got hurt and she was trying to get out of there. But if she wasn't hurt, then clearly that's why.
Jamie's a novice when it comes to understanding, getting glommed over in professional wrestling. That's the second time that,
Marv.
I'm not doing it.
Thank you, Marv.
If he paid you $2, you would.
5.
5. That's right. 5. Sorry. He's not as good as Liquid Box. He can't get there yet.
So AEW Mole says, I haven't been keeping up with NXT. I see they're doing that match that showed Dave Meltzer being a hypocrite. They did everything Ospreay and Ricochet did, and some of it better, but his bias was showing.
I'm guessing that's Soul versus.
All right, I'm gonna pause on this AEW and watch this Vaquer.
Don't pause.
Match.
Then it'll be up to 4:00 in the morning. If you pause AEW, just let it run. Is there anybody in AEW at this point that you actually feel sorry for, or is everyone there? They kind of belong there.
At this point, they all belong there. I think like there's nobody there where it's kind of like it used to be Dustin, but then it's very clear now that Dustin is there because he wants to be there.
Right. He's there.
Wow,
because
Sammy Guevara on pay-per-view. Why am I looking at Sammy Guevara right now?
Why? Because Mercedes Moné left the building.
She took her trophy and ran away with it.
There were rumors a couple weeks ago that Sammy was done with the company, so this might be them being like, no, look, he's here.
We have to show it.
Make good. Well, who's winning this match?
This is the biggest. Oh my gosh, who friggin' cares? Why is this match on a pay-per-view that already has too many matches on it?
I can.
Why am I looking at that masked idiot right now? Oh God. Whenever they cut to the table and we see that masked idiot, it is just like it's like, wow, this is just a clown show.
I'm thinking that they're building Dustin up because they have something big planned for him in Texas for All In. Since his whole gimmick now is Texas, his shirt says Texas, his tag team is Texas, everything is Texas. So
that would make sense. It's not going to happen.
I bet here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they do him and the Von Erichs as a trio in something, you know.
What
they're about to get destroyed by Lashley and Shelton.
Yeah.
With MJF who's not wrestling on this.
What should happen is they should get destroyed and then Sammy should go away because Sammy does not belong anywhere near this match. I don't know why he's there.
Sammy doesn't belong anywhere near this business, but I guess Bobby Lashley doesn't get pyro in AEW because he just did his arms folded point thing and no pyro. So
has anybody had pyro on this show?
Yeah, Sammy Guevara and Dusty Rhodes just got their pyro. I think that was the Hurt Business's
but
pyro.
None for the brothers.
I bet it was. I bet that was the Hurt Business pyro.
I'm telling you it was.
I bet it was. Because that makes no sense per se. And also it came late. Like they were already like going down the ramp. I bet you're right, Awful. I bet that was a mistake. I need to ask Mole.
If it is, I guarantee you Mole says it. So I'm looking.
Yeah, I will need to,
movement in the parking lot. He goes, was just making space for the ambulance.
Oh, okay.
Mole, that's someone said Mole, that's 2 throat slash signs. Nigel and Briscoe, is that shots fired at TNA? And he goes, on this night with them being in competition, very intentional.
Oh, okay.
Do you think they're actually in competition at this point? Because I mean, like TNA does nothing near the numbers that AEW does, as bad as AEW's numbers are.
Yes. Do you know, because TNA is actively hardcore looking for a TV deal, and they have the assistance that they need now to find a good one. So yes, I think AEW does look at TNA as their competition.
Oh, is TNA's deal up with the network that nobody has?
I mean, they've been there. It's owned by the company that owns them. It's all the same thing, so they can move off whenever they want, and they're actively, apparently, in like heated negotiations for a new TV contract. So that could hurt AEW because it could be a cheaper option for the network that houses them right now. You know.
Jordan and Steph is good. It's starting out slow. Not really doing much, but you know, it's solid.
Could you see that Awful?
I feel like this is Tripp's girl and Sean's girl.
Yeah. Awful. Could you imagine that? If they pulled a WWE to ECW by getting giving TNA a TV deal while AEW is still there.
Yeah, really. That would be awesome. Wednesday nights
on True TV. It's on True.
Oh, could you imagine if they put them on Tuesday nights or I'm sorry, Wednesday nights?
Oh, I think WWE is fighting a proxy war with TNA. I think they're using TNA to go after AEW.
Well, it's funny because they never put a WWE show directly up against AEW, but I feel like they're going out of their way now to put like Evolve and NXT against it because I think that's Tripp trying to make a point.
All In is the whole weekend is going against WWE shows. So
what does a shark do when they smell blood in the water? That's exactly what WWE's doing right now. Like they're like, you know what, F it, let's just go after it and let the chips fall where they may.
Well, look, while Dave Meltzer might claim that he speaks to WBD executives, you know who probably actually does? Nick Khan.
Yeah, really.
And
Nick Khan, Ari Emanuel, like these guys actually are connected in the industry. So they may have heard something from WB executives about them not being happy.
And we make jokes about how like, oh, Tony Khan, he has no idea what he's doing, and his ego's so big that he will never let anybody else take over, right? But if you're WWE, you got to say, hey, you know what? If I can take him out right now, let's do that before this guy comes to his senses and hire somebody who knows what they're doing to run this thing. You know?
And even though WWE does not understand that, it's all too late by now. Because even if Tony Khan were to stop tonight and give the reins to somebody else, excuse me, yeah, it's all too late.
I don't think it is. I mean, companies have come back from worse, dude. WCW in like 92, 93 was
TNA
so
still
far
exists.
down. TNA
Yeah,
still
TNA
exists.
still
WWE
exists.
came back after the new generation. Like, if you put out a good enough product for a long enough period of time, people will come back. And all it takes is Shad Khan walking in and saying, okay, no more. We're getting somebody who knows what they're doing for AEW to possibly turn around. So if you're going to take AEW out, do it now. Do it while it's weak. It's not a terrible move to do it.
WCW in 93, 94, they were still getting good ratings for things like the Saturday Night Show and Main Event.
Yeah, but once the new car smell wore off Hogan, they were they Nitro,
but they never fell off a cliff like AEW.
They never fell off a cliff. WWE did.
They certainly did, yeah.
Yeah. So, WWF did. They were almost out of business. And people that was absolutely 100%. They were almost out of business.
Right.
So,
but guess what they did? They did things like cost cutting. They had they took away the water coolers in the offices at Titan Towers. They saved every dollar that they could.
That's a good point.
So, when your back is against the wall, and Tony Khan's back will never be against the wall. It will be Dad's discretion on whether this company survives for the next 3 years.
Tony Khan will never run out of money. Tony Khan will just run out of TV deal.
Yeah.
Or like I said, I do think it is always possible that his dad comes in and says, I'm not wasting any more money on this. We're getting somebody who knows what they're doing, and you're going to turn this into a profit.
But keep in mind, gentlemen, this is an inheritance.
But it's still part of his company.
I don't think Shad cares.
It's part, but it's under their LLC. If it does bad, it affects them. It doesn't just affect Tony, So
I think Shad likes the fact that it keeps his idiot son occupied.
Right.
Here's the thing: if the legitimate businesses that Tony is in charge of, that being the football team, that's a soccer
Tony's not
team,
in charge of the
football team. That's a football team. He's not.
Tony is not in charge of any of them. No. He's like the.
Why does everyone
director.
claim that he's in charge of it then?
Because they're AEW marks, and they do it. He was like the technical director for the Jaguars, and he has.
He's like data analyst or whatever.
Yeah, he's not in charge of them.
Okay, well, then never. I was going to make the point that if those things start to falter, then Shad might be like enough of this. But
well, no, I just think I don't know Shad personally, right? And I don't know how busy he is. I don't know whatever. No, I don't. So I can't speak to say that Shad isn't the kind of person who will eventually step in and say enough is enough. I don't know.
I mean, self-made billionaires don't typically like to lose money.
No,
and you'd think that the fact that he's a self-made billionaire, he'd want his son to not be as frivolous as he's being,
right.
So,
but we talked about this, a self-made billionaire like Shad looks at things much differently than a born with the platinum spoon Tony Khan.
Right.
They see money as different. Tony has never had to worry about money ever in his life. So
I was distracted by Big Mama Pump over
yes,
NXT.
That's a peak on top of a peak.
She's good, man.
Man. She's great.
She's got everything too. She's got personality. She can talk. She's got a look. She can wrestle.
Definitely.
She's gonna be unstoppable.
Hey.
That's funny. Dustin can still out wrestle most of the roster here. Though I will say he's moving a little rough.
Yeah, I was gonna say he I think he's right where he should be wrestling guys like Shelton and Lashley. I don't know what Sammy Guevara's doing in there. I have no idea what his business is, but this is this type of stuff Dustin should be doing.
Oh my goodness, that superplex that Jordan Grace just gave was huge, and she rolled through it. That was awesome. I'm gonna show a replay of it here. Hold on. Oh my God, I've never seen someone roll through a superplex and then she hit a jackhammer out of that.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
Hey, if you guys aren't watching NXT, you should turn on Peacock. That's all I'm going to say. This is pretty good.
It's really, really good.
I'm really enjoying this.
The Jam Flow Man making a good point. It took Dixie's family 10 years to cut her off, and Shad has a lot more money than Daddy Carter.
But there is a cutoff.
But there is a cutoff.
You know what I mean?
And also, Tony's going through money a lot faster than Dixie was.
Mm-hmm.
Dixie's company was also doing a lot better than NXT.
That's true.
Than AEW. Actually, better than
didn't
NXT also.
Didn't her dad own the channel that they were operating from?
No, he didn't own Spike.
Not okay.
No,
like when they went to like the TV Guide channel.
No, he paid for their spot, but he didn't own it. No, that's I think you're getting confused with now. They own the channel they're on now.
Nope, Jordan Grace got her in a tombstone. Now that was awesome.
Is there something to be said with the idea that these women, these newer women, are being trained more like they train men? Because I'm noticing that the wrestling, there's less of a difference between the female style and the male style these days.
Yeah, they're being trained to be professional wrestlers, not to be like, like they're not all being taught the fabulous Moolah hair throw.
Right.
Or like back in the day, they used to learn the hair throw. You step on the hair and then you pull up the arms while they're on the mat. Like, they did the girl spots. Now they're actually learning the work.
And they've been doing it long enough now that we're actually starting to see a difference in the wrestling and in the actual in-ring product.
But it would be cool to see some of those moves done and executed nowadays. Just as a butterfly callback.
The butterfly Bellas era is all over. That's and I hate when people try to give the Bellas credit for the women's revolution. I'm like, no, the Bellas are the things that the women's revolution was revolting against.
Well, my AJ Lee thing, that was from Awful. Weren't you talking about it earlier this week, Awful, about how AJ Lee was overrated?
Yeah, I've said that AJ Lee is.
But she at least wanted the women's revolution. She was an actual worker that wanted to do this kind of stuff. I don't think the Bellas ever wanted to do anything but be famous.
No. 100%. And now they are. Are they? They act like they're famous. People talk about them like they're famous, but they never do anything. So I don't know if they're actually famous or not.
Stephanie Vaquer looks like what Kristen Stewart would look like if she were attractive. Like, my word, she is just a striking woman.
A little less forehead, a little more curves. I'm talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you.
Little life in the eyes.
And Jordan Grace is what China would look like if she was a woman.
Yeah, if China had estrogen in her body, she'd be a woman. She'd be Jordan Grace.
You guys
I will say, does Jordan Grace look a little? Does Jordan Grace look a little like? Does like her muscles like look a little smaller since she's been in NXT?
There's a reason for that. Actually, I heard her on Busted Open talking about it.
What is it?
Towards the end of TNA, she was training for a bodybuilding competition and she won.
Okay.
And but since she got to WWE, she's not doing bodybuilding. So
she's not eating boiled chicken every day anymore.
She said she might go back to it in a few years, but
on Thursdays I'm on the HCast with Mr. H Reviews, Nate, and he has actually done bodybuilding competitions, and he was telling me like what you have to eat, and I was like, oh, this is like you were like had to eat like 6,000 calories a day like The Rock. He goes, nah, mate, you have to eat like nothing. Like you're trying to get 0% body fat.
Mm-hmm.
And like he was saying it was like the most miserable experience ever.
I can imagine.
Okay, MJF trying
why
to get Bobby
why is MJF?
He's in the hurt. He's in the hurt business.
Oh, it's so dumb.
Or the Hurt Syndicate, or what are they now? Hurt Syndicate, right? That's what they are now.
Hurt
MJF,
Syndicate.
another guy who they had lightning in a bottle with, and then just didn't know how to capitalize on it.
They still don't. They think by hooking them up with these two Negroes, it's going to work for them.
It's you know what? It's the best thing that's going on in AEW right now, and it's getting.
Oh, Vacker's won. Vaquer won.
Oh wow! I mean, you
want to see a replay to finish because I didn't. Oh, what the hell? Sammy Guevara. I don't know what the hell just happened. He just ran at the ropes and just fell through them.
He has. Did you see him coming? Did you see him try to do the diamond cutter? They were trying to do this spot where he did a diamond cutter, like a rebound diamond cutter, and he just stood up right in front of Bobby Lashley and didn't even. He like put his arm up in the air. There was no. he's very bad tonight.
I have to go
Like,
back and
usually
look
he
at this
can be
spot
fluid.
again because it's terrible. Hold on, I'm so watching
Vaquer
it.
won.
So, okay, he looks like he's going to dive, and clearly Shelton is supposed to stop him, but Shelton didn't stop him. So he literally just tripped over the middle rope and fell on his face. That's not on him. That's on Shelton, by the way.
Yeah.
But that was really funny.
Well, and I think a lot of this also is Shelton and Lashley saying, you're not pulling that stuff with us. We are not doing those spots. If you try to do those spots with us, we're not going to react to them.
I just think Shelton messed up.
I don't know, dude. I've told you a couple things about people, what they're saying about what's going on with them and AEW. They don't talk to Tony. Like,
They don't?
MVP is the only one of them that talks to Tony. The rest of them, like, they basically tell him exactly what they're going to do every night. Like, MVP goes up to him and goes, all right, this is what we're going to do. When do we go on? How much time we have to fill? All right, we'll do it. And that's it. That's like the most communication they have. So I honestly think that when they get in these matches, because that's not the first time it's happened, and Lashley does it too. It just seems like when they get in with these smaller guys, they're making a point to say, we are not doing this.
That's interesting.
Well, Sammy Guevara took the loss. Hurt Business gets over, wins the match.
So keeping up with Mole says, I know after I posted on yours and certain other accounts that Ricochet was 0-7 on pay-per-view that Tony would give him a random match win and on the next pay-per-view. And he goes, who knows? Maybe the boss man read a tweet and changed the result during the match.
Oh yeah.
That's
he does that.
Let's see. You may ask why they'd have an ambulance match on a pay-per-view that has an Anarchy in the arena match. Yes. Because everyone just does what they want, and it's up to you to outdo the other guy. No cohesion. Also said, not sure if it'll be the last image of the pay-per-view, but talk about an odd couple with a dance. And somebody said, I actually fell asleep before the pay-per-view started and just saw the finish. I hope Jamie won't be beaten up off screen now. And then it's a picture of Naomi.
Marv, you get to see Speedball Mike Bailey. Are you excited?
No.
So on the other side, you have
remember what I told you about the. Then Mole said, remember what I told you about the diamond ring? They think it needs more foreshadowing, even though he's won everyone and had it with him the entire time. They know what it means to him. Oh, God. Now I'm looking at Ricky Starks on my TV. I wonder what's on AEW right now. Let me look.
Okada versus
Moles
somebody.
Okada and Omega?
No, Bailey. Speedball Mike Bailey.
Mike, that's right. Yeah.
Mole says, just keep it in mind. Yes, they constantly miss certain shots, but it's 50% of them and 50% outside factors. Yeah, well, the problem is you have an idiot producing the show. Like I was wondering, like, do you think these tech guys all roll their eyes while Tony Khan screams into the microphone at them all night?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely he does. It's the same thing I told you earlier about him hiring a advertising company to come up with a slogan and then using the one that he used for his E-Fed when he was 17 years old. You know,
we're the best wrestle. Such a dumb thing.
The most basic bland, you know, he has a very specific way that he thinks wrestling is done. And it doesn't matter that it isn't done that way anymore. And it doesn't matter that he's not good at doing it that way. That's just what he has to do every time. And so that's why you have things like Speedball Mike Bailey dressed like the generic character from every NES game. You know, I mean, that's
right.
I don't even get Speedball Mike Bailey. I don't understand him. I don't understand what his gimmick is. I don't.
Karate Kid.
I guess. But like, then he did a whole interview about like trans, like I don't understand what he's doing.
He's the avatar for every AEW fan that has played a sport.
Maybe.
For one season in 9th grade.
Regina Sharp for $10 says, okay, I'm going to register my displeasure with money. The fragging trading of pins really, really needs to come later in the match. We might think there could be a pin. It's so silly at the beginning. I agree with that because it's just like, you know, you don't know. Yeah, I get that. Regina Sharp for $5 also says, Sean, I smell burying in the water. And then Regina MJG for 5, bringing our total to 591. Says 6.5K viewing / purchased on YouTube. Most used video app in all of streaming. Numbers don't lie.
Wow.
It's 6.5K viewing. Wait, the AEW pay-per-view is on YouTube?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's always been on YouTube. You can always buy it on YouTube.
I don't think it's the most. I don't think it's the most for AEW people watching. I don't know
where,
but it is
okay.
It is the most. It is the biggest video app on all of streaming. So MJG might have a point there. Regina Sharp for another $5, bringing our total to $5.96. Says the Hurt indemnified corporate insurance product. Oh my goodness.
I don't want to watch either of these things.
Yeah,
Ricky Stark's looking like Colin White out here.
I'm at a point where I normally start looking at the stuff that I have on my walls, but I took all the stuff off my walls yesterday because we're packing.
Okay, I do have a spot that says, or no, did I take it out? Oh yeah, no, I have a spot. AEW is better than NXT. I think if we're ever gonna say that, it could be now. I don't know. No, you set it for the tag match, didn't you?
What?
There was at a point in the show when AEW is better than NXT. I have on the bingo card.
Oh, well,
so I'm asking
but someone's gonna say something.
No. That we think that NXT is, or that AEW is currently better. The product on the pay-per-view is better than what's on NXT at that exact time.
Well, there was that moment that Ava Rain came out.
Okay, so
so yeah, I'm gonna go with it for there. It's not right now because you're showing me Ricky Starks, but at the same moment you're also showing me Speedball Mike Bailey and Okada.
There was somebody in the crowd that had a sign and it just said bitch because that's all Okada is in AEW.
That's
is the guy who says
bitch. Thank God he didn't go to WWE where they might have just saddled him with a stupid catchphrase.
Maybe one that'll sell shirts though. That's the only difference.
Right. Well, that's the AEW's t-shirts are all things you can't wear out in public.
Right. But then their fans claim they love them and then don't buy them. You know,
I have the only AEW shirt I have ever seen in the wild has just been the standard AEW shirt.
Yep.
I've never seen anyone walking around with the Britt Baker mugshot. I've never seen anyone walking around with the what was it, Big Black and Beautiful or the Scissor Me Daddy.
Big Black and
Jacked. Yeah, I've never seen that. I've never seen the Scissor Me Daddy ass. I'm sorry.
Never seen Nick Wayne's mom. Nick Wayne's mom shirt.
No,
her on a Lamborghini or whatever. I think it says a lot about the company. You go back to ECW, and I know people actually complained. Wrestlers complained a lot because people would come to the arena and they'd want the ECW shirt, not the Raven shirt or not the Tommy Dreamer shirt. You know, right. And I think that says a lot about your company. Actually, you know, when you're this big, you should not like the name AEW shouldn't be what people are getting behind. I know
is Mike Bailey about to do the crane kick?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. He did the crane kick. So no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Disney, and you're right. I never see anyone walking around in a shirt that just says WWE on it.
Right. Because
even though I think WWE is the draw at this point, and WWE has proven now that like WrestleMania will draw just based on it being WrestleMania. Same with SummerSlam, same with the Rumble. It's people aren't wearing just shirts that just say WWE on it.
Well, it's because you don't. There's no cause. Like there's no. You don't feel like you're part of something because you're a WWE fan. It's not a cause. They've made AEW a cause, right? But it overshadows everything else about it. You know?
They didn't make AEW a cause. Tony made AEW a cause.
Well, Tony used. I meant AEW.
Yeah, Tony used the same tactics that every major politician and every dictator of the last 1,000 years has used. This thing you love is broken, and only I can fix it. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's why people follow him the way they follow him.
Yeah, Paul Heyman used cult tactics and admitted it, and Tony used politics. That's what they did.
Yeah. Regina Sharp for $5 says, I saw Bitch Kata in theaters. Good start, but the finish was kind of blah. I don't know. Bitch Kata, okay. We're at $601, by the way, for the night.
$3.99, and we have 4 hours
We have
left
to
on
sit
the
through a tone. Yeah. Well, let's see how many actual matches are on this show tonight. I'm going to check that out real quick.
I
think
have
there
the card.
You...
I have the card loaded up.
Oh, you do have the card loaded up. I didn't even notice. Let's see. What is happening right now? Okay. Let's see. The Hurt Syndicate versus the Sons of Texas. Oh God, I'm sure Texas really loves that Sammy Guevara is representing them right now. We've done that one. We've done the Ricochet match. We're doing the Speedball Mike Bailey Okada match now. We've done Jamie Hayter and Monet. We still have to go with Tony Storm and Shira Akawa. We've done the FTR match. Oh God, we have the Paragon versus the Don Callis family still to go. We still have a Will Ospreay versus Hangman Adam Page to go, and we have the Anarchy in the Arena match, which will probably be an hour-long match.
And Ospreay versus Hangman is probably going to be a good 40 minutes.
Yeah. No, it won't be a good 40 minutes. It'll be a terrible 40 minutes.
Yeah,
but
you know what I
got you. I'm making a joke. I occasionally do that.
I laughed. I know.
They're already interviewing. I think Battleground might be done, or almost done, because we've got Borne and Femi, we've got Trick Williams and Joe Hendry, we've got I think 2 more matches left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
tight 3 hours.
So 2 more matches on this one, and one. Technically 2 because we're still on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 more on this one. 2 of which are going to be incredibly long.
And we just started this match. Like we're in the baby stages of this match still. So
hold on. Myles Borne and Oba Femi is going on now.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Trick Williams versus Joe Hendry is for the TNA title.
Yeah, but isn't this one for the NXT title?
Yeah, but that's the bigger feud. Joe Hendry versus Trick Williams is the bigger feud.
All right, so we're giving the TNA title the main event. Yeah, tell me more, Dave Meltzer, about how they're burying TNA.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what you do when you're working with them.
Maybe if Trick Williams beats Joe Hendry, but I don't think he will.
Remember when AEW let a TNA wrestler come to their show and it was Rich Swann? Remember that? And he wrestled the second match.
Remember when Kenny Omega won the TNA title and then ran roughshod over their roster until he dropped it to Christian on an AEW show?
Oh, good times. But WWE is very
while Tony Khan cut cringy heel promos at TNA with no response offered or given.
They weren't allowed to.
Yep. We learned that from Ann Evans, that he was saying, hey, we got to hit back on this guy. And Scott D'Amore was like, we are literally not allowed to say anything negative about him.
You know, I heard something interesting that might have been Scott D'Amore saying that we are not allowed to. Because
that's exactly what he said.
No, but that might have been, I'm saying that might have been a Scott D'Amore thing. Scott D'Amore
because he understood who he. I believe that because he understood who he was dealing with.
Yeah, I'm saying I think it's misconstrued a lot that we're saying that it is a directive from Tony Khan saying you can't make fun of me, and I'm saying that I think that it was more of a Scott D'Amore knowing what he.
Yeah, I think Ant kind of elaborated on that because I remember asking the question: was that a directive from Tony Khan? Mm-hmm. And he said it was a make nice from Scott D'Amore.
Yeah. Scott D'Amore. Now we get it. Now you see him what he's doing now, and you kind of get it.
You get what?
You know, he's a Tony Khan guy. He likes Tony Khan. They're working together.
Does he?
They're all. Yeah, I mean, they're.
Oh, I didn't know they were working together.
Yeah, the Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling has an agreement like TNA does with WWE.
That's weird because I thought Scott D'Amore was going to work with WWE from what I had heard.
No, apparently they're buddies, and Josh Alexander works both shows and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I think he's defending a Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling title on an AEW show at some point.
That's interesting. I like Oba Femi, by the way. I think that guy's got box office written all over him.
I like that he has a gimmick. You know what I mean? Like, he's not just a dude. I appreciate that. He has character.
Now, so I'm not very familiar with
Kyle Fletcher.
Who kind of does look like him. So what is his disability here, Dis?
He's partially deaf, legally
is he
deaf.
Because like I heard him talking, and I'm like, is he deaf or like
he's
or like special? But like like Eugene special, but like
No.
no he's okay. So he's deaf. All right,
he's deaf, and
Must
he's a
be-
big Randy Orton fan. I'm sure you can tell
Must
he's
be-
a big Randy Orton fan.
it must make calling in the ring with him a bitch and a half.
Oh yeah.
Well, like Steve Austin. Steve Austin has to call every match that he's in because he can't hear.
Oh really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, Austin said it on his podcast. He said in later years, his hearing has gotten so bad over the years that he had to call everything in the matches because he couldn't hear anything. So Okada's chest is chopped up. I've
Mike
seen
Bailey
nothing in
is-
this match that I care about.
He's athletic. I'll give him that. He can move his feet real fast.
Mm-hmm.
What would Jim Ross say about him? What would he always say? Educated feet. He's got
Educated feet.
Bailey is a guy that I do think there's something there, and I think
Nope.
given the right,
Thank you, Marv.
Given the right
good
guy-
grief.
stop.
He's an
Let
idiot.
me finish my sentence. given the right guidance, and given the-
This wants us to give him to give him a service that he's not given anyone else tonight.
Yeah, really.
I'm kidding. Dis, we love you. Oh my goodness! What they're wearing the same colors on NXT, and that's weirding me out a little bit. They look like a tag team.
They do a feuding tag team.
All right, Dis, you think Mike Bailey has something, right?
If Mike Bailey would have gone to NXT instead of going to AEW, if he would have gone to the PC, if he would have gotten character, there's something there. He has a look. He has an interesting look to him. He can move. There's something there. But if put in an environment where he has no guidance and he's left to his own devices, there's never going to be anything. He's just going to be a guy who can do cool kicks.
The only thing that Speedball Mike Bailey has is an individualized education program.
Do you think Speedball Mike Bailey was looked over by the NXT coaches or anything like that?
No.
You really believe that
I think they might have looked at
Mike Bailey was not looked over?
I don't think they
anybody?
care. I don't think they care. I'm not saying that they should have
So
signed
that
him.
means-
Awful
means-
is saying, have they just never seen him before, or have they
Right.
seen him in past?
Oh no, I think they saw him in past. Absolutely.
And guess what? They saw nothing, and that's why he's in AEW. He's got to get some more groundwork.
Okay, dude. They pull people out of college and turn them into superstars.
Yeah,
They could
college.
do something with him if they had the time.
He looks like a child.
Yeah, they could do something. I didn't say he could be world champion, Marv. I said they could do something. They did something with Nathan Frazier. Okay, if they could, that guy looks. He's 5'4". They have Tyler Bate on TV. You're telling me they couldn't make something out of him?
Yeah, but this guy's just like, you could just tell he's an idiot.
Yeah, because both of those guys you mentioned are lighting the world on fire.
No, I didn't say he would be either. Why do you think that? It's like you're just like the entire internet, awful. Every time you say somebody could do something, you're like, he should be. Are you saying he should be world champion? Or are you saying no? I said he could be something that could be, an opening match.
All right, we
main
get it.
event.
We get it. This you love Speedball Mike Bailey.
Yeah,
You're the
really.
president of
Like
his fan club.
he's got the it factor.
You draw pictures of him on your notebooks. We get it. How much merchandise of his do you have?
You guys, you always make me defend stuff that I'm not even saying.
Yeah, because you say something like Speedball Mike Bailey has got something.
He's got
Yeah,
something.
something.
Yeah. Yeah, no Riz. That's what he's got. No aura.
I'm just saying. Okay,
He's got something. It's called
here's the
herpes.
thing. I look at Daniel Garcia. And I look at him and I go, there's nothing there. He doesn't have an interesting look. He doesn't have an interesting style. There's nothing. With Mike Bailey, at least he can move. At least he's interesting looking. There's something that they can work with.
All right.
That's
his legs work. We're good.
Yeah. That's
really
better than I can say about Daniel. You can't tell me that's not an interesting look. You're telling me that's not interesting.
No, it's
dude,
not.
It's not.
Really?
Yes.
It's dumb. Fine. That's a look. It's better than generic. My hair is cut. Nothing. There's a reason that he.
Look, if you were like,
I can't believe
if you were like Marv for your wrestling federation, you got to take either Daniel Garcia or Speedball Mike Bailey. I would probably take Speedball Mike Bailey.
Yes,
I'll give you that. I'll give you that much.
I guess I also tend to think that
he can sleep easy tonight.
in the right circumstances, I don't know, dude. I think WWE can get a lot of different people over. I think I don't know, man. Whatever. If you don't agree, that's fine. But I could see him being a early card attraction if given the right gimmick. You know
what they should do? They should put him in the Wyatt 6.
Hate you so much.
Make it the Wyatt 7.
Make the Wyatt 7, yeah. Then just
I set up a sleepover to be here with you guys. I just want to point that.
Rick Knox actually went for the count on that one. 1, 2. That was weird. All right, I kind of liked that. That was like a weird cradle that he just did to Okada. Meanwhile, Oba Femi is putting on a clinic on NXT.
Oba Femi's didn't he have a problem? Isn't he the one who had the college thing where he ended up being like 3 years older or something than they thought he was when they signed him?
What?
Yeah, like he's older. They do that thing sometimes to get scholarships and stuff. They'll lie about their age and say they're older than they are, younger than they are.
I am 17.
Oh, okay.
People from people from foreign countries do that quite a bit.
Oh yeah,
like Ishbu from all that. How you from a foreign land?
No, it's like the old
Okada won, by the way. I'm sorry, your buddy didn't do it tonight.
It's the old joke about you have the 16-year-old kid in Little League, the 6 foot tall kid in Little League, and he's like, yeah, I'm 12,
with a beard.
what? Yeah, exactly.
They've got a Teen Wolf on their team. That was a How I Met Your Mother reference.
Right. I like Teen Wolf. Did you ever see Teen Wolf 2 with Jason Bateman?
I didn't know there was. I didn't know there was a Teen Wolf 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty. I thought they told all the story that they needed to tell in Teen Wolf 1. Does he play basketball again?
No.
Teen Wolf 2?
No. Michael J. Fox isn't in it. They went to another teenage heartthrob from the 80s, Jason Bateman, and he was a boxer. He was his cousin, so he also had the gene, and it was about boxing. They did car surf, I believe, though. Was that Surf Ninjas?
Goodness. All right, I do love Surf Ninjas. That's a great movie.
It is a good movie.
All right, now it's Tony Storm time, guys. There once was a man from Nantucket. I'm cursing because I have no talent and have to be outrageous.
Oh, by the way, we got a ninja pose in that last one from Speedball because that's what he does.
That's all he does.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Him and Ricochet.
He's got something. It's a ninja pose.
This squash match on NXT right now is something.
Yeah, it has kind of been a squash match, hasn't it?
I mean, they're giving a couple hope spots, but although to be fair, every time Oba Femi wrestles, it kind of is a squash match. He reminds me so much of Brock Lesnar. He reminds me of Brock Lesnar.
Are you saying he's Black Lesnar?
That's not what I said. You said that.
All right.
I said he reminds me of Brock Lesnar. Racist.
Nina Shirakawa versus Tony Storm to determine who is going to job to Mercedes Moné at All In.
Do you think they think that they think it's a money match, Mercedes and Tony Storm.
They 100% think it's a money match.
Because I was wondering, do you think it could be the main event?
No, Moxley won't let it be the main event.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at that point, whose creative control is stronger, Moxley or Monet? Like, do they go?
I think Moxley has her on that one because Moxley has like the original. Moxley and Jericho have the original creative control.
Well,
Moxley's creative control beat Punk's creative control.
Moxley got his wife fired, but Monet got an entire writing team overhauled for her. So I don't know, dude.
It's true.
It's close. Who wins in a political war? That'd be crazy.
Somebody says to Mole, pay-per-view hasn't been awful. Way too many false finishes. It wasn't bad in the opener, but yes, too many. FTR match was good. Finish was weak. Mole says it's sad, but the false finish has become a new sort of currency backstage. A mixture of thinking it makes a good match and showing how much you can survive. Booker and talent. Then he said, here comes the Stooges, and it's a phone and a police officer.
For the what?
And then he goes, he says, do a sweep, and they do a sweep. Sometimes I can't decipher the Mole Vinci code.
Because a lot of it will be things that after the show will be like, oh yeah, he did get that. Like, they don't.
It makes sense after the show.
Right.
I'm 100% sure that he's legit.
Oh, 100. Yeah, totally. I'm
100%.
I've got it pretty narrowed down that he couldn't possibly.
I hate this woman. Tony Storm. Like, I cannot stand her. I think she is like, I might rather see Monet.
I don't hate Tony Storm. I hate timeless Tony Storm. I could absolutely. When she went back to being regular Tony Storm, it was okay when she went back to being regular Tony Storm for a little bit.
She's not doing the gimmick. What 40s movie star is doing? There once was a man from Nantucket limericks,
right? Yeah, or what, the boxing thing. Like, it's all silly. It's become skits. It's become SNL, right? It's no longer a Gold Dust thing or something. Now it's just like, let's see what funny thing we can have her do this week. And
but this is the exact same as the Mercedes match. It's woman that I hate and despise watching versus woman who I think is talented and good.
Yeah. I think Tony Storm's talented and good. I think this character, like I said, when she went back, that little glimpse we got at the old Tony Storm, I liked, but I can't do timeless anymore.
Matthew Hostetter in the chat just called her Dimeless Tony Storm as she doesn't draw any money. I love that. That's great. That sounds like a Cornette thing.
She doesn't draw ratings anymore. I can tell you that much.
Did she ever?
There was a time when like she would get the highest quarter on the show. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
When her and Mariah were like, when their stuff was really going hot, that it was doing good, but none of the women draw in AEW. Sometimes a women's match will draw, and it'll always be like Willow versus Chris or something like that. It's never one of these, it's never one of the big ones.
Right. CWJ 128 for $2 says, why didn't AEW start at 6 p.m? Makes too much sense. I think that Tony, what is she dancing around for? I think Tony doesn't sleep, so he doesn't care if you sleep. It's, I'm up all night anyway, because,
well, and also it would then have to start at 4 p.m. because he has to do a 2-hour pre-show before it, too.
Mm-hmm. Regina Sharp for $10 says, I screwed up. It was supposed to be Bitch Kata to make a joke about how that's all Okada is, and to F the movie Jim Kata, and accidentally spelled it with the T from the movie. Oops, it's all right. It happens.
We get it.
Yeah. Regina Sharp again for $5, bringing us to 618. Says, how is Booker T on commentary and in the ring at the same time? That's true. He's a talent, that one. It's a shame I had to bury him. David Carradine's Closet for $5 Canadian. But that brings us to 623. So Speedball could be Nia Jax's footstool.
There you go. That's a good gimmick.
or appetizer.
Yeah,
Liquid Fox for $2. Yeah, Liquid Fox for $2, bringing us to 625. Says Evil Dis doesn't defend clowns. I rather Evil Dis.
I don't like clowns, so we're on. We're good.
Yeah. And Liquid Fox for $2 says Tony is a try hard that people ignore is a try hard. Yeah. It brings us to 627. I'm starting to feel better about my prospects for tonight, about not having to watch Tony Khan do things.
No more IOUs. We don't give those out anymore.
Yeah, no, I am not when IOUs when something like it's something like we're gonna see a t-shirt design, not when it comes to sitting through hours of Tony Khan talking.
Yeah, Marv wanted to show those clips. Marv doesn't want to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm done with Tony. I don't get why. I mean, I do get why, but they need to kill the gimmick. They need to kill that.
Well,
gimmick
don't worry, Mercedes is going to next month.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna bury her too. And then she's gonna have so she won a nice trophy, right? And she has a title.
Yeah, but she lost one of the belts without getting pinned.
Yeah, but it was in Japan, so it's not, it's none of these. So she has she has one AEW title already. She has a trophy. She's gonna win this. I guarantee you, she's winning the ROH title. I know Awful didn't think that she was, but I think she's gonna be the one that beats Athena.
I know that we've just been focused on Tony Storms, but this Myles and Oba Femi match has been really good.
It's picked up. Yeah,
like really good.
They gave Myles that hope spot, and since then it's been cooking. It's just not much. That's one thing I will say about like WWE is that when there's good, there's not really a lot to talk about. It's just like it's what, and it's because it's what you expect from wrestling, but sometimes that's what you want. You don't need to always be, shocked.
But I like that it was a squash match in the beginning because Oba Femi was squashing him in the beginning, and then all of a sudden that's telling a great story. That's got Sean written all over it.
That's how you make a star. That's how you get people over, is by,
No,
you have to show the transformation.
You got to just kick out a lot.
You show the transformation that's taken place already over weeks in a really short, match, right? You have to condense it all and to tell that story in the match. And that's why it works.
Is he the first deaf wrestler that we're told is deaf? Because I know there have been other deaf wrestlers.
I'm sure. I'm 100% sure there was at least 2 or 3 deaf wrestlers running around the indies with their gimmicks being that they were deaf in the 2000s.
Were they actually deaf though, or were they just pretending to be deaf?
I would bet I would bet they were, because it was, everyone at that point, it was when like we had multiple one-legged wrestlers, or we had wrestlers with one arm. It's like people with disabilities were making it their gimmick, and I'm sure that there were a few deaf guys that were doing it. I tried to do that too. I was a hemophiliac wrestler. It didn't work out the way I wanted it to.
Right.
Though.
Right. First blood match is a career-ending match.
Right. I bumped one time and I had to go to the hospital. They had to infuse me after, like, they had to stop the match to infuse me midway through the match because I twisted my ankle.
How do they stop? How do they, like, if you are bleeding, how do they stop it from like killing you?
Actually, it's a fun joke, but external bleeding isn't. There are 2 different types of hemophilia. There's hemophilia A and hemophilia B. Hemophilia A is more about the external bleeding, and hemophilia B is more about internal bleeding. And I have yours. B. Yeah, so I'm more about, like, if I get
how do they stop internal bleeding?
I have to get the part of my blood that makes it clot put into my body, because my body does not produce that. Yeah.
Platelets.
So
they put platelets in you?
Graph. What's that?
That's I should have just asked you this off the air, because
it's fine. I have no problem talking about it. If you, it's not platelets.
Oba won, but Oba Femi just won, and it was a damn good match.
Yeah, it's not platelets. It's people can look it up.
Oba's doing the thing where he looks back at him and gives him the nod. Okay, cool. I see you working, Sean. Sorry, go ahead, Dis.
No, that's it. You got it. I just said it's not platelets, but it is. It makes it gathers the blood, basically. It makes it all. You know how when you get a bruise, when something gets hurt, and then after a while a bruise starts forming? I don't get the bruise, right? Mine just keeps swelling until
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So No, the NXT match was it's a good story. A total good story. I think Myles is definitely moving up a few levels after tonight. On the other hand,
meanwhile on AEW, we just got the obligatory Luther bump.
Yeah, it's the same match you've seen. I'm sure at some point something very violent is going to happen. I bet, and Tony Storm will bleed. What do you think?
Not tonight.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think tonight. No, I don't know. For some reason, I'm not.
Intergender.
What?
I did put intergender violence on the.
Oh, you did? Yep, that's there. So you got that on your bingo card. Intergender violence. All right, so we still have technical difficulties. Darby returns, Jericho returns, shot at NXT WWE, Mox don't sell. We get scrummed, empty section or tarp on the arena, run in, sting, somebody gets injured or injured, wait for it, dive, turn, fire, member berries, sting. Why is Sting on here twice?
Yeah, remember I was asking if I could explain my jokes earlier. The one with the multiple exclamation points is for Tony Schiavone yelling Sting at the top of his lungs. The other one is for Sting actually being there. So yeah, but that was
right. And then there's title change and no sell. We haven't had any of that.
Yeah, we haven't seen a no sell yet, actually, which is surprising.
Not like a straight up no sell, not like I got hit and then shot right back up.
Right. More like I took a Canadian destroyer and then I bounced up and
I haven't had that yet either.
No, that's a free spot. It was just a joke, so they can still use it. I think they stopped doing it now because
explain your jokes.
Well, no, with the Tooney Talk thing, it's a setup for jokes. I usually have the segment at the beginning just go through it. So that's
Here
how that
comes the
joke
Rock
works.
spawn again. People are being animated, and the Rock spawn is trying to look animated. Ugh.
What were we talking about a second ago before Awful came in and decided to break up what we were saying? What was I talking about?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. My brain is numb.
Platelets.
I'm watching
platelets. Who is she arguing with?
Who? Rock spawn?
Vaquer. No, yeah,
I don't know. A bunch of NXT girls. I like I said, I'm busy on Tuesday nights. I don't know who a lot of these people are.
Put them in the chat. Let's everyone who's in there in the chat, if somebody could.
Oh, Corey Graves is here. I didn't know he was commenting.
Yeah, he does NXT. Yeah, he always does NXT.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he does NXT when Pat McAfee doesn't leave to go do ESPN stuff.
Right. And that's fine. I think, especially after he threw the hissy fit. I'm sorry. I might have I was feeling bad for him when they put him down in NXT for a little bit, and then he threw the hissy fit. I immediately stopped feeling bad for him.
Yeah.
Anytime someone does that,
he threw it straight up. Especially because I like Pat McAfee so much. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like it's an upgrade.
I don't know. Anytime, if you're a wrestler and you want my respect for some reason, don't throw a hissy fit about that kind of stuff because it immediately
take it with grace and professionalism and like a stoic toughness, and you'll earn my respect. Bitch and moan about it, and I'm not going to care what happens to you.
Yeah, save that for after you've made it and people pay you to do shoot interviews. Then you can do all the complaining.
Video shoot tape. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. RF video. I feel bad. I don't feel bad for RF video. I want to say that real clear. But
wait, hold on. Are they doing like a TNA World Title retrospective on NXT right now?
Yeah, AJ Styles is narrating it.
Narrated by AJ Styles. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not saying I feel bad for RF video. Let's make that very clear. But like kayfabe commentaries and those guys, they probably have a hard time making money now with podcasts being a thing, because podcast basically became what you used to pay $20 for a videotape to get.
Mm-hmm.
You get it every week from Bruce Pritchard or JBL or.
Yeah, it's very tough to parlay.
Yeah, but
parlay that into something else.
RF video, they got that rub from Chris Hansen,
right?
They got put on Dateline that one time.
Kayfabe commentaries did it better anyway. So, I loved their like timeline series and all that kind of stuff. Booking they had like Jim Cornette rebook WWE in 1997, that kind of thing. I love that stuff.
And they are really putting the TNA title over, and now they're focused on Hendry. I like this.
Well, they put it as a main event, so.
Did anybody notice that Mina Shirakawa is wearing NXT Asuka outfit right now?
Oh yeah, huh?
Oh yeah, it kind of does look like it, huh?
Maybe
somebody in chat for it, gentlemen.
Maybe somebody in chat will tell us they were a tag team, and then it'll all make sense or something.
Yeah.
Throw in the
is Asuka still hurt?
Tidbit.
Yes, Asuka. She had a really bad injury. Her knee was messed up, I think. Some leg thing. But I'm waiting for her.
She got creeped out by fans wanting to marry her or something.
Did you see the thing where Saraya said that somebody at a meet and greet tried to kiss her on the mouth? Like just lean over the table and kiss her?
I guess he's figured he's already seen it all. But yeah, that's not an open invitation, gentlemen. Just because you've seen someone's leaked photos.
Who are these people? And
I don't know. I can't imagine the level of just mental depravity that you have in your life where you think that that's acceptable to just try to kiss a woman on the mouth like without her consent. Like I don't understand that.
You remember that? I sent you guys that one time. Somebody they didn't follow me. I've never seen them before. I haven't seen them since. But I got a DM one time from somebody, and it was a picture of him and Karen Jarrett, and underneath it, and they were just like, it was just a meet and greet, nothing weird. And underneath it, it said, she got mad at me because I was looking at her boobs. That's all the DM was. I never saw the guy again. I have no idea why he decided to send it to me.
I got a question, gentlemen. What is preventing them pulling the trigger on Trick Williams going up to the main roster? Like he almost had his peak almost like 6-7 months ago.
Yeah. I think the heel run. They usually like to get
Carlos Silva in the crowd. Yeah. Yeah.
Before they bring them up, they did it with Mello. They did it with Braun. They like to get a good heel. Well, with Braun, they did a face run actually, but they like to get him on both sides before they bring him up. So make sure he can carry himself like that, you know. I was having that conversation with Chris a couple days ago too about Chris Connell from Last Call. He was wow, they brought Carla. Yeah. I'm sorry, my NXT just caught up and I realized who Carlos Silva was. But we were talking because he was complaining about how the NXT guys don't like immediately. Nobody's broken out from NXT besides Braun Breaker and Tiffany Stratton. And I'm like, isn't that enough? Right? Like, do you really want everybody they bring up from NXT to immediately become superstars, or do you want guys to be like Mello and be kind of a slow burn? You know, I personally prefer having both. And if
Tony Storm wins,
shocking. If every single person they called up immediately got a big push, then it'd be like it used to be, where 90% of them would completely fizzle out and fail. Right? So, I think it's a patience thing, but I don't know. Personally, that's why I like the fact that they give them time in NXT. They have them do both. They bring them up. They don't immediately shoot them to the moon. You know, do that. Give them time. These are young kids. They have plenty of time ahead of them, so we don't need to get them in the main event by the time they're 25. You know, but just me. Trick does have a better look than most of the people they've brought up, though. He does look more like a superstar, I'd say.
You know what I think it is? I think it's because he looks young. Like he's like, you put him up against even somebody like Seth Rollins, and he's gonna look like a kid next to him.
Is Tony Storm about to make out with this woman?
Probably, man.
They are literally making out right now.
That would explain a mole post from earlier. So, okay, well, Joe Hendry.
What mole post?
And now she's kissing her knee. Oh my God! Meanwhile, Joe Hendry's coming out on NXT, so my attention is diverted over there.
Marv show. It's just. I mean, how could you not watch? I'm sorry. It's
This will
there.
be my first time watching
It's
Joe Hendry work.
GLA, gross lesbian action.
Don't you remember how all the 40 starlets were kissing women in public? Don't you remember that, Marv?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it went over really well back then.
There's a famous picture of Marilyn Monroe making out with some woman she saw on the street.
Yep. Why did they just make out? I don't get it.
Because Tony doesn't know how to write good television for Tony Storm.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Anarchy in the arena now? And they're closing with Will Ospreay after this? Yep.
That makes sense. Because there's no title. The title's not on the line, so
who cares? This is going to be a match that's going to be impossible to follow because it's going to be nonsense.
That's why I said it makes sense. It's AEW.
Oh my god, I hate it so much. Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian, bringing us to $6.29. Says, I don't know, I like Ava. Said no one ever. And BT23 for $5, bringing us to $6.34. Says, you think TK could have Monet drop the TBS title like a Dynamite before facing Tony for the AEW title like WWE did with Triple H? No. She will not drop a single one of those belts because she wants to have all of them. This is, like what Kurt Angle did when he came to TNA with Creative Control. All right, Regina Sharp for $5, bringing us to $6.39. Says, these people's obsessions are weird. I only tried to make out with Sean once after I saw his Playgirl pictures. What? Oh, God, I remember that.
Marv, real quick, do you think that Mox bladed for that promo?
No, that was after the match.
Was it after? Are we sure? Are we
Yeah,
sure it wasn't just made to look like it was after the match?
I would have had to have watched the promo to know, but
okay. I'm just saying there could be. I don't put it past him to blade for a promo.
No, I mean I don't put it past him to do anything that's stupid.
He had flesh hanging over his eyelid. That was disgusting.
Oh man, the NXT crowd is like on fire right now for this match.
Let me turn it up.
Trick and Joe Hendry are both crazy over. So,
do you think that Joe Hendry has got like a WWE contract already, where it's like once your TNA deal is up, you're coming, like you're guaranteed to come right away?
I don't know the legalities behind it, but I think there's no chance he'll go anywhere else. I will say that.
No, Joe Hendry sees a long and illustrious career ahead of him, I think.
They've made this match feel like a big deal. Like just think about this right now. We are watching on one side of the screen right now. I have the TNA champion and the former NXT
where Strickland is dressed as a
other.
predator.
Okay. But yeah, I have the TNA champion and former NXT champion on one side. On the other side of the ring, on the other side, we have supposedly one of the greatest tag teams of all time. We have a former WWE, former AEW champion. All of these guys on the other side. And why does Joe Hendry versus Trick Williams feel 100 times more important than what's going on the other side of the TV? What is it?
Brighter lights.
Is it?
He's literally dressed as a predator. And no, I don't mean he's dressed as like Rob Feinstein. He's dressed like as a predator from the movie Predator.
This is gonna be stupid.
This is gonna be really stupid.
This is gonna be so stupid.
It's like not even a good Predator costume either. No. It's a bad Predator costume. It's like a cosplay like you see at a Comic-Con and you're like, oh, they tried.
Guys, Swerve has his own shoes. They're Reeboks.
I'm sure there's gonna be a line. There's gonna be a line outside the Reebok store. Just like for Jordans. They're gonna be lined up down the block.
I'm so excited about this. I'm so excited. I don't know why. It's gonna be so bad.
Wait, Willow? Why is Willow coming out?
She's a part of the crew.
Yeah, she's in the ops.
Why is she getting an entrance in a match that she's not in?
She's in the match, my friend.
She's in the match,
Marina
Marv.
Shafir.
No.
Yeah. Yes. Her and Marina are both in the match.
All right, so we're definitely getting some intergender violence here, even though we had it already.
Yeah, that was initially why I put it down, because the implication was like, oh, they're going to fight each other, but they could fight someone. You know, that's the initial reason I put it on the card.
This is going to be so bad. And then after this, we have a Will Ospreay match.
Yeah, Will Ospreay versus
that outfit is
Hangman.
hideous on Swerve Strickland.
Awful is a big Hangman fan.
You finally saw the Predator outfit, Awful?
Yeah, it looks hideous. It looks like it was done with airbrush and cheap ink.
It looks like it was made by
it's not like they're doing it because they have some kind of deal with like the new Predator movie. It's literally just he wanted to come out dressed as a Predator.
Also, and the whole gimmick
No synergy
Anarchy,
whatsoever.
with Anarchy in the Arena is that everyone dresses like hobos too. That's the other part of the same person who made the hologram mask made the Joe Hendry. I mean, not Joe. I'm sorry. Got Joe Hendry on my mind. Made the Swerve Strickland costume. This Trick Williams Joe Hendry match is fun. You see Trick do the Joe Hendry thing and they did the camera zoom on it?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he did. He flipped around and did the look, and they did the zoom.
Hey, there's that big Black and Jack T-shirt you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Powerhouse Hobbs, probably the best part of this match. Oh no, Joe's in it. Joe's in it. Yeah, Joe's in it. I forgot Joe was in it. There you go, Marv. We get Samoa Joe.
I don't want to see Samoa Joe I don't want to see Samoa Joe subjected to this.
You get your two favorite Joes.
Why are they
Joe
dressed
Hendry.
like this is a Texas death match?
That's Anarchy.
I've got no problem with it, but
it's come as you are. It's the whole. It's like wear street clothes type thing. Yeah, they've always done it that way. I don't understand why Swerve dressed as Predator when.
Oh God, Kenny Omega's got a garbage can with the Captain America thing painted on it.
Of course.
God, they're losers. They suck.
This is backyard wrestling stuff.
It really is. Like, come on, man.
I'm telling you right now, I know I've had to have seen somebody come out, not with a trash can, but with a trash can lid like that had Captain America on it and hold it up. I guarantee I've seen that.
Of course they've done it. Yeah, like, what are the Young Bucks going to come out dressed as?
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God.
They'll just have their stupid headbands on, but they'll be wearing jeans and their shoes. And
if they're wearing white, they're bleeding.
I think they're going to. If Kenny and Swerve are doing cosplay, the Bucks are doing cosplay.
Yeah.
This is atrocious.
Oh, God.
It just feels like make-believe.
As Jim Cornette calls them, the Boar Horsemen are making their way to the ring now.
Oh, Trick's doing Booker T now. Uh-oh.
Is he?
Yeah, he did the Spinaroonie.
Oh, that's cool. Did Booker respond to it?
Booker gave him a nod.
Yeah, no, Joe Hendry almost pinned him right afterwards. So
he gave him the black guy nod.
Yeah.
There's a whole episode of the show Blackish about that, because like he sees like some other black kid like give his son the nod and his son doesn't return it, and he's just like, what? Like, you gotta return the nod.
It's like what white guys do on the New York subway whenever things go south.
Run?
They give each other the nod. Yeah.
Oh. Run and hide?
You know how in every Hanna-Barbera cartoon, when they needed to make like a dumb guy, they would make him like a stoner and his hair would be covering his face and you wouldn't really see him very well. Remember back in the 70s and the 60s? That's what Wheeler Yuta looks like. He looks like that cartoon.
Oh my God, he does.
Yeah. Or one of the Beatles.
Totally does.
The Beatles cartoons. Yeah.
Ringo.
Anyhow, they all look the same in the cartoon. Do you ever watch the cartoon? The Beatles cartoon?
I never
What
watched.
did
the Beatles
I?
Cartoon. So I mean, I think I understand the Beatles are like everyone's favorite band. I think they're fine.
Yeah,
I've never understood what the big deal is. Like I don't.
They've got
dislike
some
them
real
at
out
all,
there
but I'm
music
like,
which is kind of catchy. They're
everyone's
okay.
everyone's like, oh man, like you always remember the first time you ever heard the Beatles. I'm like, I don't.
Yeah. The first time I heard the Beatles, it was probably like "She Loves You," yeah, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
that's all right, sure. But then you get into it. I get the Beatles. I don't have those feelings for the Beatles. But I get it, especially if you like marijuana, you know.
Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian says Alien Predator or AEW Predator? No, an Alien Predator, not Jericho. Let's see, $2.641. That was a joke. Chris Jericho is not a predator, nor has he ever been accused of or convicted of anything. I'm doing my Sonny Hostin style legal notice here. Bruce Sharp for $5 says there's a Reebok outlet store in the same arena as the show. I wonder if his shoe is there. I don't think we'll never know because no one's gonna go check. Regina Sharp for another $5, bringing our total up to $671 for the evening. The true secret of AEW booking, it's not Tony. He's actually controlled by the South Park Family Guy manatees. I would actually believe that. Not a glowy for $5 is just fine. The Beatles just fine. Yeah, man, that's my opinion. I'm sorry if it upsets you, but I just, they're good. I don't know. I didn't have a religious experience listening to their music.
The most insecure tag team of
They're
all time
still-
is about to come. Yeah, really. Do you
still
see
doing
this,
these
Marv?
entrances.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm behind or ahead, but there's a big
What is
gigantic
happening right
collage
now?
of the
There's-
Young Bucks
Yeah.
right now.
This is weird thing is awful. We are significantly behind, and Marv is still seeing this. Okay, so
They're dressed like George Washington or something,
oh great, love it.
and they're waving flags with their faces on them.
This entrance is so long they have to cut to like the people in the ring.
Oh, because
and they
they're the
look
founding
completely
fathers,
confused.
guys.
Confused.
They're the founding
for crying
fathers
out.
of AEW. Never mind the fact that Omega and Cody also were the founding, and I guess they're throwing out money that has their faces on it too. How much did Tony spend on that? They're literally wearing colonial revolutionary gear.
No, that's their new NFT, Marv. You can get.
Ugh. It's an investment. They
took
appreciate
forever.
value.
Right, they appreciate Tony coin. You can. How have they not done that yet? How has there not been an AEW cryptocurrency scam at some point?
I don't know. It's coming. I'm sure it's coming eventually. No, there'll be Woo coins, and AEW will be in on it.
Oh my God, the founding fathers.
Ric Flair's fake money. It's Ric Flair's fake money. You give me real money, and I'll give you fake money.
Okay, we won't hire Ric Flair, but we'll buy 1,000,000 Woo coin.
Apparently, Flair still works there.
I know. Remember, I love that story that Mold where he goes, they made a big deal. Remember how Tony was so smart because he got Woo Energy to hire to pay for Ric Flair to work there.
Yeah.
Well, Ric Flair's still there, and Woo Energy has been out of business for over a year now. So maybe that's not as smart as they thought it was.
Mole just sent a picture of Jesse Ventura from Predator. Then Mole says, the fans haven't chanted for Mariah, have they?
I don't know.
Marina?
I don't know either.
Or Mariah.
No, Mariah.
Oh my God.
Gotcha.
So there's matches going on in 4 different locations, and we've got 4 different camera shots right now. So now technically I'm supposed to be watching 5 different camera shots because of this plus NXT.
Welcome.
I think I'm just gonna
Anarchy.
keep watching. I think I'm just gonna keep watching Joe Hendry
Yeah,
because this match has actually been good.
yeah, and that'll end at some point. Well
Kenny
before
Omega. I don't understand how a guy with muscles that big still just looks like such a pussy.
I hate this.
Yeah.
Okay,
we were
Joe.
gonna have fun watching this.
They are
there,
literally just standing around. They're literally just standing around right now.
Oh, no, I'm still having fun, awful. Just because I hate something doesn't mean I can have fun watching it when I'm with you guys. But Joe, there's the guy I kind of feel sorry for. We were trying to find the guy, like one person we might feel sorry for in AEW, and Joe, Samoa Joe.
Joe didn't get a entrance. He just jumped Claudio in the crowd.
Yeah.
So Joe and Claudio are brawling right now in the merchandise stand. Oh, Hendry and Trick just went through the announce table.
I mean, I guess there's other people though too, because like Brody King started working at AEW because of Punk, and then he got stuck there.
Oh my god, Omega's got a mic. Hold on.
What is Omega?
They're playing music.
Who's coming out? Are they just gonna dance?
They're just playing music.
They're gonna dance, aren't they?
Omega's cutting a promo. He's telling them what music to play.
Okay, this makes sense.
And he literally just said, if you know the words, sing along.
Let me show you something.
And just said, turn that shit.
Look in the private.
I can't even hear what they're playing.
Look at the private chat here in about a minute here. Hang on.
Okay, well, now they're playing Let the Bodies Hit the Floor now.
Oh my god. This is where the money was spent.
Apparently. Well, I'm looking at the private chat. I see nothing.
I said give me a second. I said look at about a minute here. But I got this message earlier. I got this message earlier from somebody. There you go.
Hold on.
So now that was a bingo suggestion. I was like, I don't even know how to write that, but it makes sense now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it does. They're literally just playing this drowning pool over the loudspeaker right now. And Kenny Omega is leading the audience in a sing-along with the microphone.
And
this is so lazy.
Yep. And that's what they meant by...
They're not even showing action. They're just cutting to crowd shots.
We can count Mox no-sell, by the way, because he
Why? What did he no-sell?
He no-sold the entire spot with the music. Everyone else stopped fighting. And Mox just continued to beat everyone up in the ring. Or in the arena, in his
Trick Williams just won the NXT, or excuse me, the TNA championship.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, he did.
Sure did.
Because when I was told to put that on the list, I think that's why. Does that, you know what I mean, Marv? So
yes, that makes sense. Wait, did he?
What?
I'm looking at the replays on stuff for NXT right now.
I mean,
his music is still this song is still playing.
They played Moxley's theme through the entire thing that one time too. Remember?
Oh yeah, Trick Williams I think just won. Yeah, you're right. Well, that's interesting. So now an NXT guy is TNA champion. So they'll have a rematch on This makes sense. Yeah. They'll have a rematch on a TNA pay-per-view for Hendry to win it back.
Smart. So smart.
Yeah.
Love that. It's like the Ric Flair stuff back in the day.
But Meltzer is going to go, oh, they buried the TNA champion again.
Nope. Yep. They have the hometown kid win. Although you can't really say that about Trick Williams because the crowd was behind Hendry. So,
oh my God.
All right.
Powerhouse Hobbs is now going to get bladed.
NXT is over now. So now we have no. What is Powerhouse Hobbs doing?
He's
getting bladed by John Moxley. It looks like Moxley is trying to slice his throat.
Well, and so now Wheeler Useless and Omega are brawling on like above like a drop off, and all the indie guys in security shirts are waiting to catch them.
Oh, that's wait and dive thing, right?
Is it? Is it?
Wait for it, dive, because they're waiting for him to dive. So
yep, and all the indie guys just caught Wheeler Yuta.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that on here? I don't see that. I'll wait for it.
This is wait for
Somebody's
it dive.
Wearing a Hot Rod shirt. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. If we get Sting, then I win. Oh, they're playing the song again.
Did they stop?
Same song.
Yeah, they're gonna play it the entire. I told you, they did it with Wild Thing.
Omega. Hold on. Omega just backflipped off the balcony, but not onto any of his opponents, just onto the security guys, because Moxley was either Moxley or Castagnoli was standing behind them.
The only good thing about them
Moxley.
playing this,
I'm pretty sure Moxley purposely stood back and away, so you have to take it.
I'm watching it right now. Yeah, there's nobody there.
Joe and Claudio are just off on their own. Like, I don't want to have to deal with this, so let's just do our own thing. We're the only two workers in this match.
They should. I wish they would go back to the four screen thing, so I could just zoom in on that and not watch anything else.
The Young Bucks look like they're in Hamilton. Like they seriously look like Lin-Manuel Miranda.
I can't believe they're making Hobbs
see how
do
the
this.
crowd is responding to all this nonsense.
I can't believe that. No, it's going to be crazy. Actually, the smart thing is they're playing the music, so you get to hear the music.
Okay. They might have turned it off. I didn't hear anything.
So they're just playing the same song over and over again. This is what they did last year.
They did it. They did it with Moxley. I don't know if it was last year, but they did it where they actually had a live band playing his theme song, and the guy came out and people said he was in blackface and he sang "Wild Thing" for the entire match.
Well, I don't think anyone's in blackface.
That's good, but they are. This is just as damaging to Powerhouse Hobbs as that would be. Why? And now you're having John Moxley stab a black man in the middle of the ring.
Yeah.
A guy who based his character on a neo-Nazi.
Hobbs just put Moxley through a table. Hobbs is bleeding.
Why?
What?
I can't. It's baffling to me that this is.
Joe and Claudio are still on the opposite end of the arena, just doing their own thing.
It's not
They're
even
drinking coffee.
I'm not even saying like, oh, I can't believe John Moxley, or oh, I'm so offended. I can't believe they're doing this to Hobbs. I can't like that. Why would you kill that man this way?
Yeah, like I don't give a crap about I don't think the racial stuff is a thing. But
no.
You're saying, I know you were just making a joke, but right. Hobbs just. I mean, look, they've ruined Hobbs completely already. So.
I was kind of making a joke, but at the same time, it's terrible optics for anyone who isn't familiar with AEW too.
Yep.
Could you imagine Hobbs and Oba Femi as a tag team?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Hobbs
is
my
too
goodness.
good to be. Yeah. There you go. I feel bad for Hobbs. That's the guy. Because he came in when they were hot, He probably promised him the world.
You didn't.
All right, so now the Marina and Willow are outside. They're probably playing the third or fourth loop of Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. I can't believe there's another match after this.
Yeah. Yeah,
the Young Bucks don't know how to even construct their own match. I mean, do they have any consideration for the main event? Like, hey, let's just throw everything at the wall right before the main event.
Probably. I mean,
let's be as completely outlandish as possible.
Don't you wonder why Paige, excuse me, why Paige has been completely separated from them in every way? Like, maybe I don't know. That's weird to me. Why would Paige keep his distance that much if there wasn't something,
Let the ratings hit the floor, James Wilson says, and I think that's clever.
The Bucks
themselves. There was a WWE pay-per-view. It might have been a SummerSlam years ago where they used "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor" as their theme song, and I remember between every match when they would cut to
it was ECW.
Or it was easy. When they would cut to the match graphic, you just hear the "Let the bodies hit the floor," and it was annoying then. It's more annoying now.
Yeah, it was the theme song for their ECW revival.
Yeah.
So yeah, it didn't last that long, did it? Didn't they change it pretty quickly? I don't know.
I don't know. But the barbed wire has made an appearance.
The ECW revival was better than this. Okay.
I'd rather watch the zombie.
Yep.
I'd rather watch the zombie and all of his weird indie matches where he took himself entirely too seriously.
I saw a last man standing match with the zombie and the boogeyman. We can
What the
pull that
hell?
up sometime if you want.
What the hell are Willie Nightingale and Marina Shafir doing outside the arena? This is called Anarchy in the arena.
Yeah, well, it's ironic. It's subverting your expectations, Ryan Johnson style.
I'm going to call her Willie from now on. I liked that.
Oh,
Nightingale's got something. I said that ever since we saw that match with her and Statlander back in the day. This
is literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Not yet, Marv. Not
yet.
Yeah,
you're not that dude. You're not.
It's already the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. It can only get worse.
Okay, no, this isn't the worst because imagine this, Marv, with Jericho.
The Our Bud Wire video comes pretty damn close.
Was it last year's where they did the thing where they put the fireworks on their shoes and they? Why are they doing Fortnite dances? But anyway, was it last year Anarchy in the arena where they put fireworks on their shoes and then did a double super kick and they both
that
blew
was
up?
it.
Yeah. We haven't gotten that spot yet.
What are they doing? What were they just doing?
They were doing Fortnite dances.
Oh my god! Oh no! I think they were doing Swerve's dance.
Oh, okay. No, yeah. Okay. Still a Fortnite dance too. You know, people don't understand that Whose House is not a Swerve original. That's a reference. People think that that's like just Swerve.
I think a lot of people know that.
Wasn't it Soraya for a while?
What?
The Whose House that she goes, "This is my house."
Oh, right. No, we're talking about Run DMC. Swerve is a direct reference to Reverend Run, Whose House, Run's house. You probably know it from Dogma, Marv. Actually, you would probably know it from when Matt Damon did it.
I don't know. I haven't seen Dogma in 20 years.
By the way, a Canadian destroyer.
Hold on.
Oh, we did. That's a free spot, but yeah.
Oh wow! And Swerve no sold it. Incredible.
Of course he did.
Video game.
Of course he did. It's the new hip toss.
So we got the no sell.
But he'll sell a European forearm.
Well, that's because he has no choice because Claudio Castagnoli almost knocks
him out.
What
were the boxes? What are those boxes?
What's that?
The boxes that Hobbs threw, that speared Claudio through. They were just like, they blew up. They were filled with dirt. Like, what are those boxes for?
Oh,
at least
really.
And now Marina is bleeding. At least they're not playing Let the Bodies Hit the Floor anymore.
Yes.
Cardboard cargo boxes.
They just blow up.
Yeah.
They just stacked up a bunch of cardboard boxes that said AEW and were filled with dirt for no reason.
They were HP printer boxes.
What are you talking about? This is what happens to Tony everywhere Tony Khan goes. People just send him big boxes of dirt.
That say AEW on it.
Yeah. Well, what else would the boxes of dirt say?
I just can't even imagine what it was.
It's AEW brand dirt. It's real dirt.
Who thought of that spot? Who's like, okay, here's what we need. We need 3 cardboard boxes. Fill them with dirt.
You know what would be cool? That's exactly how it all started.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. They have a lock through the gauge on Willow's ear, and they've chained her to the ring post.
Oh, did they do that to Jeff Hardy one time?
I don't know.
Did they did that to Jeff Hardy? I could have sworn they did. Oh no, CM Punk just dragged him around the ring by him. That's all.
Marina Shafir is busted open.
Oh, that's why Mole said something about women bleeding earlier. That's why I thought it was going to be Tony, but it was
every
Marina.
30 days, apparently.
Ew.
You don't trust
Like they've got the lock like through her ear. It's really weird.
Bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die. I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Wheeler Yuta looks like he smells bad. Just saying.
Oh, did you see the big controversy a couple weeks ago where the Bucks were stealing indie guys' moves?
Were they?
Yeah. The spot where they did a spot like this. It was this spot, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it was this spot. They stole that from an indie guy.
I'm sure they
got called out for it.
I'm sure they didn't care. I'm sure nobody cared, and I'm sure the indie guy got death threats.
Yeah, it blew up online because everyone was like, "Oh, isn't it so cool?" And then some dude's like, "Hey, we've been doing that already for a while," and that's one of those spots too that they stole. There's no way they came up with that. There's not a coincidence in the world that's gonna.
Regina Sharp for $5 says the dumb fucks, the drooling morons of AEW. Without them, there would be no lazy booking. Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian says, brings us to 683, says knockoff Ecto 1 completed. Honestly, it looks good. Oh, I'm glad. The ghost bus. Regina Sharp for $5 says NXT is over. No, a palate cleanser. Brings us to 688. Dead X-Man 616 for $2 and brings us to 690. Says, sounds like you guys are Elvis fans. I do like Elvis, actually.
I do like Elvis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Siren the Cat for $2.79 Canadian says, this is the dumbest clusterfuck I've ever seen. Indeed. And Andre Adams for $4.99 says, Wheeler Yuta built like he took money to sniff used bike seats. That brings us to $6.97.
Yeah, I prefer my cultural appropriation with a little wiggle in it. So I like Elvis better.
Yeah.
I hate when the Young Bucks, whenever they perform some big choreographed move, they always look at the crowd and go, ta-da!
Yeah.
Yep. They always hold for
always.
Applause. You know what? Zach K has a good point here. How does one win Anarchy in the arena?
I don't remember. I think it's a pin, actually.
Okay, yes, because there are multiple referees. By the way, Joe and Claudio are still on the other side of. Oh no, they're not anymore. I think Joe and Claudio have arrived at the main fight now.
I think Joe left.
But they spent.
Can they stop get a beer somewhere?
He fucking rolled.
They're at the bar.
The Bucks are now cornholing Hobbs apparently or whatever. They're just off with him on the side. Oh, but now Moxley's here. So now it might actually happen.
What does this flag say?
What?
The Bucks just did a swanton dive.
Yeah, I think it just has the Young Bucks faces on
Nick
it.
Jackson.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Or on Powerhouse Hobbs.
Hobbs trying to throw Moxley off the stage. No, we don't say that. We don't want anyone to get hurt here, guys, because that's wish of harm, and that would be a terrible, terrible thing to say. Awful. So
he meant his feelings. He meant his feelings
on Minecraft.
There you go.
How about that? This is bedlam. This is mayhem, and this is not even enjoyable to watch.
Swerve is on a forklift now.
Oh,
Prince
a forklift. Is that on the bingo card, by the way? A forklift?
I don't know. A random arena guy is driving the forklift. I don't know if they paid him off or whatever, but Nana is dancing on the back of the forklift.
This is dumb. Well, I want more boxes. Do something stupid like that. That was fun. Now we're just watching people get stabbed. I don't want to watch this. Poor Hobbs.
You know what? Excalibur just said something that I agree with. He goes, you see something like this, and you know it's AEW. I'm like, yes, you do.
It can be nothing else.
I just got to the forklift spot. What is good?
I can't even tell you what he did off the forklift.
I'm watching it. I bet he does. I bet it's a dive. I bet he does a good one. And yep, Oh no, it was
At
a
least they're
stomp. It was a stomp.
At least they're not playing the stupid song anymore. Hobbs is just spine bustering everyone. I don't know how Willow got free of the lock, but she did.
She rip her ear off.
Marina Shafir just tried to hit Hobbs with the chair and he didn't sell it. Now Claudio did it, and again, he didn't sell it, which I'm fine with that. Hobbs is a big dude.
If anybody's not going to sell, it should be Hobbs, not
Yes.
John Moxley.
Yes. Not the guy that gets tapped out by soccer coaches.
Right. Max is singing the Shane McMahon theme upstairs. That's
Willow is wearing the big black and jacked shirt.
Oh, she is. I guess she is too.
Joe just got back involved in the match, and it's a sleeper on one of the Bucks.
This is
Willow is now just full on fighting the dudes.
So what can happen in the next match to
Oh, 7 stars is what's going to happen.
yeah, what could they do? Where is this even? Do you know where the show is tonight? Here.
No.
I think
Hell.
it's on the thing. Hell.
my personal hell.
Oh, it's not listed. I'm sure somebody in the chat will know. I don't know who can keep that energy after this. I mean, I don't know who can keep the energy for an entire AEW show, period. But wait, there's a trios match still? Oh, it's in Phoenix. Okay. Zach K is claiming there's still a trios match as well. I thought that was on the pre-show. But thank you. I appreciate BT23 and you and the person above you and Cumia who scrolled off my screen.
The Bucks are now stapling Powerhouse Hobbs. They have a staple gun and they're putting staples into him because the chair didn't hurt him, but that will.
What do you think about this? Okay. I wish Kev was here. They don't use staples, right? Like you don't actually when they wrestle, they don't actually use staples. They just act like they just do the gun noise, right?
No, they do because you get the close-ups of the staples.
But why? Well, you don't have to. You can just do the noise and then make
Moxley
the person go, ow!
Moxley just got staple gunned in the carotid artery. So, okay, I'm going to assume there are no actual staples in there.
Okay. So I was going to say, I mean, maybe 1 or 2, right? But like, other than that, you don't have to do it. You just make the noise and do the jump and make it look good. And
Swerve is now stapling everybody.
The reason I was saying that is because if they made Powerhouse Hobbs take a staple, I was going to be really angry.
Well, then he took one to the head right after that.
Yeah. He did take a staple. Because his was real. Oh, yeah, they did it in his hair, though. The head was in his hair. But they did one on his back.
This is shit.
I hate this. I hate this with every fiber of my being.
Yeah, staple. Like I said, I just think staples are stupid because they're so easy to fake. Why make them
all right, Marina Shafir is now overpowering Swerve and stapled him in the tongue. Literally, she sat there with him on his knees, holding his tongue as he didn't try to get away, and then stapled his tongue.
Did they do the close-up?
Willow just double speared the Bucks.
I bet they're gonna go full intergender within the year.
They're doing it right now.
No, I meant like a one-on-one man versus woman.
Yeah, Moxley just hit the diamond cutter on Willow. Now Kenny Omega is dragon suplexing everybody. Marina Shafir is in the ring with Kenny. Kenny catches her by the leg.
What does the crowd sound like right now?
She spits in his face. I don't know, man. They sound like losers. Just spit in his face. She's bleeding. Kenny's mad. Kenny's gonna dragon suplex her. He's pausing. Kenny hooked her for the dragon suplex and then paused. Like, can you believe I'm about to do this to a lady? After the ladies have already taken like 8 spots from the guys in this match.
This is so
double super kick by the Bucks. Double super kick by the Bucks to Hobbs. Double super kick by the Bucks to Shibata. Double super kick by the Bucks to Joe. Double super kick by the Bucks to Nana.
I bet
Double super kick by the Bucks to referee Mike Knox.
I bet we haven't even gotten like the
Rick Knox.
The big moment yet either.
Double super kick by the Bucks to Willow.
5 stars.
But Willow didn't. By the way, Willow didn't bump. Willow is the only person. Joe bumped. Powerhouse Hobbs bumped. Willow didn't bump. No, she had to stay up because they have to hit the Meltzer driver on her. Oh, now she's got one of the Bucks hooked for the Meltzer driver. And Swerve, who just got stapled in the tongue, is coming off the top rope to do it with her. And they did it. Yeah, it was Rick Knox was the ref, by the way, guys. Don't get excited. It was not Mike Knox.
Oh, that would be good. No, it's the Bucks referee, of course.
Claudio is hooking Swerve for something while checking to make sure Wheeler Yuta is in position for the next spot. Wheeler Yuta jumps off, and they hit a double team move on Swerve. Joe is back in the ring. Joe is working with Claudio because he's the only guy that Joe will apparently work with in this match.
I saw
Joe
somebody
is bumping everybody.
So there were AEW fans were complaining, saying that like John Cena stole Mox's gimmick of he ruining wrestling. And my favorite response was that the Bucks had that gimmick 3 years ago. They've been doing it.
Claudio is in the ring now with a chair. Joe's waiting for him. Moxley's down in the ring. Somebody in an orange hoodie just pulled down Claudio and hit him with something.
Hook.
It's Darby, I think. Oh, it's Darby or Hook. It's Hook.
Yeah, they wouldn't waste that on Darby. So that's a return. So you got that. Wait,
yeah,
I didn't have Hook at that though. I didn't have Hook.
Is that a return or is that a return? Because it's definitely outside a run-in.
It is a return, but I didn't have him listed. It does count as a run-in though, so you can do that.
Yeah, that's a return. If you remember, the last time we saw him on television, he vomited in the ring, and nobody made any mention of his concussion or any sort of thing that happened.
Yeah, we don't have a return. Yeah, we don't have a return on.
Right. That's why I said you can use it. It does work as a run-in as well. So either way, I mean, he's not in the match.
All right, Joe's got. Is it Moxley or Claudio that's hooked in the?
Claudio.
Gabe Kidd just ran in. No, it was Moxley.
Oh, it was Moxley.
Gabe Kidd is now hitting everybody with the briefcase.
Is Hook coming back wearing a Kenny South Park hoodie? Is that what he's wearing?
Yes. That's what it looks like to me.
God bless him. Bless his heart. I'm going to come down and hit Claudio and then leave. That's all I came to. It's like, you know what these are? These are cameos. They're doing cameos in this match.
Yeah.
Because they're not even full run-ins, right? Like,
there's thumbtacks in Kenny Omega's mouth. He could just spit them out. And he didn't because the Young Bucks kicked him. So they put thumbtacks in Kenny's mouth, and then he sat there shocked that there were thumbtacks in his mouth instead of spitting them out while the Young Bucks posed and then double kicked him in the face.
AEW is so good. Yeah. It's great.
Dude,
it's
a fucking cartoon.
It's real graps.
It's real graps. You don't get it, okay? You don't get it.
They get hurt, but they're not really hurt.
Hey, it's way better than that cartoon crap you get on Mondays, right? I mean, seriously.
This is legitimately the worst thing I've ever seen. And I'm not just talking about wrestling.
We say this on every AEW pay-per-view, man.
This is a new level. This is a new level of nonsense. All I can think right now is, man, the only entertaining thing to come of this will be when Jim Cornette rips it apart.
You get to... I'm watching it and I'm like, they didn't do the needle or something like that. It's not that bad. And then it's like,
give him time.
That's what I'm saying. You never know. It's coming.
Have you gotten to the thumbtacks in the mouth yet?
Yeah.
Well, Kenny Omega clearly had time to spit it out. Now they're using the ambulance from the ambulance match, which is still there for some reason. And what the hell?
They stole that.
Mark Briscoe just came running out and dove off the stage.
Are you kidding? Mark Briscoe was still in the ambulance.
No, he wasn't in the ambulance.
Oh, he
was
drove it.
No, he came from the back. The ambulance was where it was during the match.
See, that would be a reference, right? Like if Mark Briscoe was still in the ambulance and he ended up coming out, like that's
like if they opened the back of the ambulance and Mark Briscoe jumped out at them.
Yeah, that's something, right? I mean, that's like at least you can go like, oh, it's cute, you know. Can't even get that part right.
All right, so now they're using the ambulance, which was a part of a different match. Everybody is piling into the ambulance. Literally, all of them are just climbing into the ambulance like they're getting on a school bus.
Okay, the idea was that he came from the ambulance. That was the idea. They went to the ambulance. Where's Mark Briscoe? Because I guess they assumed he'd be there for some reason. And then
he jumped off the stage.
Then he jumped off the stage. So he escaped from the ambulance that never left its parking spot behind.
So
the
now
stage.
now the Boar Horsemen are all trapped in the ambulance now, and the Young Bucks are in the ring with Omega and Swerve.
This is so dumb. Okay, this is only fun because I'm here with you guys. If I was just watching this by myself, I'd have turned it off 10 minutes ago, you know.
Beard said this is like the Peter Griffin chicken fight that never ends. No, that's entertaining.
Yeah, Peter Stold. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, now they've all packed into the ambulance.
The chicken fight, Peter Griffin fighting a giant chicken would never do something as stupid as pour thumbtacks into somebody's mouth and have them wait for 10 seconds and not spit them out.
The ops are acting like they won.
Nana is in the ring now with the Swerve sneakers, and they've got spikes on the bottom of them. The Boar Horsemen are still trapped in the ambulance. The Bucks are getting up in the ring. Swerve is looking at the shoes.
Start scene.
Swerve is now taking off his shoe instead of, just hitting him with the spiked shoe. He has to put the shoe on. I guess put both of them on. Because it would look ridiculous if he was only wearing one of the spiked shoes. Meanwhile, one of the Bucks is literally just selling in the center of the ring. Kenny's got the other one on the stage.
Awful needed a little performance enhancer to get through this. I heard the lighter.
Yeah.
Omega just muscle busted one of the Bucks off the stage through a table, and the table exploded. Swerve just stomped with the other one off the top rope with the spiked shoes. I swear to God, if they kick out of that.
Marv, I guarantee your commentary is better than Excalibur.
That's not saying much. I could fart into the microphone and it'd be better than listening to Excalibur.
Oh my gosh, it's so dumb. Hey,
now Swerve is purposely sticking his tongue out so we can all see that there's a staple in his tongue.
Go support the Felonious Friends podcast. I just saw the sign in the crowd.
I feel dumber now. I feel like parts of my brain just died and shut down.
Does the explosion
to be a wrestling fan watching?
Does the explosion?
I don't think I am
fire?
a wrestling fan anymore.
Does the explosion count as fire?
Sure.
Okay, fire. We had it.
I don't know if they mentioned the fact that there was C4 on that table, but there was C4 on that table because it blew up.
I think we can clear the someone gets quote unquote injured thing.
While Tony
mercifully this is over.
While Tony Schiavone's going, this is the greatest night in the history of our sport.
I'd like to see them do that over in developmental.
Mm-hmm. I would not like to see anyone do that anywhere ever again. I can't believe they involved poor Mark Briscoe in this.
They think they did something, Marv. They think they accomplished something, you know.
I'm sure Tony Khan is standing up on his chair right now. I bet you he just threw his hands up so hard that his dinosaur mac and cheese bowl went flying across the backstage area as he cheered and clapped his hands for his friends that he pays.
And Joe doesn't get a close up celebrating. He ran to the corner and got and
Joe
saw the back of his head like a goof.
Joe did everything but be in this match.
Yeah.
Joe and Claudio were clearly like, we're not doing this.
They're the kids that are supposed to run a mile and just ride their bikes to the other end and hang out over there.
I take it back. Jon Moxley is the smartest man in modern professional wrestling.
Because he tricked Tony Khan into giving him $3 million a year.
$3 million a year in unfettered creative control.
He's silently beaten everybody.
Yeah.
And simultaneously made you forget about it at the same time. Like, he just beat Samoa Joe last week in that steel cage match, yet and still this entire motley crew of wrestlers beat Moxley's motley crew of wrestlers, and you forget about the fact that... Go ahead.
No, I just said we just cut to Will Ospreay getting ready for his match.
No,
go ahead, Awful. Continue your thought.
No, you're...
No, that's all I've got. I mean,
you're right, because he's beaten all of them.
Yeah,
except for Willow. He's beaten. Wait, did he beat Kenny? He might not have beaten Kenny.
He might have beaten Kenny.
Not recently, though, at least. But every other one he's beaten recently. So,
yep. And this is their get back.
Now they're superstars.
CWJ 128 for $5, bringing our total for the night up to 702. Says, didn't last year Jack Perry get set on fire and his team still won the match? Yes, that is correct. Regina Sharp for 10, bringing us to 712, saying, God, I now want a highlight reel of the Bucks where every time they stop for applause, that old 60s to 70s TV applause sign just starts flashing until the end when it melts down. Oh,
thank you, Regina. You just gave me an idea.
Coming soon to the awful wrestling YouTube channel. Andre Adams for 199 says the Bucks ring gear are Pedro Pascal exclusives. Looked like it. Liquid Fox for 5, bring us to 719, says we still got Brokeback versus Marble Mouth. Gonna be like watching two sickos trying to breed. Does it go in the ear? Bunch of effing goofs. I said goofs. Regina Sharp for 5. Technically, they are in Glendale, Arizona, but the Coyotes do play at the stadium they're at. So Phoenix adjacent. That brings us to 724.
Robert. Congratulations.
Blazing Bolts for $2, bring us to 726. Says, I bet Mercedes forces TK to smell her farts. No, probably. Yeah, he'd probably like that. Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian, bringing us to 728. Says Mox and Monet must be working for WWE secretly. I wouldn't be shocked. Hey, Bobbert Reviews for $100, bringing us to 828. Thank you very much, Bobbert Reviews. I don't believe I've ever seen you super chat before, so thank you very much. He goes, hope Moxley didn't demand Tony Khan for a 3-year title reign like his buddy Roman. Oh my gosh, he might have. Guys, he might have demanded that.
I'm rocking on that train right now. I believe it. Thank you, Bobbert. That makes so much sense.
It really does. It really does. And no matter what, Bobbert, thank you so much. We're gonna have to play a little clip for that.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind. Everybody hands go up, and they stay there,
Thank you very much. Very, very generous. So that brings us to $828 for the night so far.
Oh my God, it's Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly versus Josh Alexander and Kyle Fletcher next.
No!
Oh my God.
There's more than one match left. Oh my God. I guys, Vamp, I need to go for a walk. Vamp for like 3 minutes.
Okay.
I need to go look in my fridge to see if there's anything in there that's no, this already walked away. For God's sake. I cannot believe this is happening. You and Cumia for $100. Bringing us to $9.28 for the evening. Thank you very much, you and Cumia. I'm losing my enthusiasm for the big super chats because I am like at my wit's end. Thank you very much. 928 for the night now, you and Cumia. Thank you very much. It goes, Moxley makes Barry Horowitz look good. I would kill for Barry Horowitz right now, or even
Peter, the pumpkin eater.
Oh my goodness. The only thing I got to say about this show,
It stinks.
my goodness.
What are we not getting? Let's talk about this. What are we not getting that an AEW fan sees and like really thinks that they're watching WrestleMania or something akin to it?
I can't believe there's 2 more matches. I was literally like, okay, what? Just one more Osprey match, and then like I can get, like the show will be over, and then it's like, no, there's a pointless tag match still to come. A pointless tag match full of people you don't care about.
And what they fail to realize, Marv, is that they are buried right now. The crowd is absolutely drained of excitement from that last match. If that last match had any excitement.
Adam Cole right now is holding up his toothpick arms. He literally looks like a skeleton. When Disc comes back, I need to go to my fridge and see if they.
J.R. Williams has the answer. He says we're not mainlining whatever they're taking.
For real. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian, bringing us to $930 for the night. Says, I don't think we got a knock. We did, but for you, Liquid Fox, I'll give you another one. And Blazing Bolts for $5. Says, glad I'm playing WWF No Mercy on my N64 than watching that terrible promotion of AEW. That sounds like a much better time.
God bless it. Let me tell you something. If we get to $999, I want you to do like Ed Harris did in Truman Show and cut transmission. Yeah. Cut transmission.
Well, sorry to tell you, Awful, but Lisa B for $20.
I know.
Here is my contribution toward Marvin's misery. Love you all. It's not just mine. It's me and Mike Glass for $100, putting us over the mark with $1,050. Just says bam.
I'm gonna need $10 of this, my man, to endure.
Yeah. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea how disheartening it is to go into the bathroom thinking you have one match left and to come back and not only be looking at Adam Cole's stupid face, but also see that we got over the goal?
Yep. Oh, Last Call podcast for $50. Love you, Marv, but it might be time to have a come to Jesus moment. It's time to root for AEW to die so you can keep your sanity. Tony would rather be dipped in honey and fed to the bears rather than give up the book. But hey, let's watch the post show together. God damn you all. I have never been this unhappy to make $1,000 in my life.
You know, they didn't say we had to watch it with sound on. Okay. If you want sound, it's another $500.
No, stop it. You know what? I love you guys, and we have a clip because we just hit a major milestone, but I'm also really pissed off.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay! I look and see it's not just.
Yeah, guys, we're gonna watch the scrum. You're gonna watch the best of Chris Jericho and Samantha Irving on a loop.
Yep,
for the next 2
I'm
hours.
just gonna loop it.
We'll tell you what happened
yeah.
on Tuesday.
Liquid Fox for $2 says you can still pull the IOU card. No, I can't because we're at $1,100. So even if I took away your $100, we're still over the limit. So it's okay. It's okay. It's, you know, we're men of honor, and you know, we're gonna make it happen. Don't worry.
Oh, let's bring Kevin. I'm tagging out.
No,
Nolan.
you're not going.
What's Nolan up to? Hey, yeah, awful. We don't have to be.
No, you do, Dis.
I don't.
Leaves, I
Sweet.
can't. If Awful leaves, I can't stop him, but he'd be a dick. But you have to stay. Your office on this podcast, so you have to stay.
Man, that'd be funny.
I gotta rework my contract somehow.
Yeah, we should. Man, I shouldn't have said that. Would have been a good
Wait a
bit,
second,
though,
do I have a
right?
contract?
Like,
You did it before.
but I had to that time. I wouldn't have to.
You
This,
left.
I had to. I wouldn't have to this time. This time it'd be doing it to be funny.
I can't believe there is a this stupid tag match. I cannot believe this is on TV right now.
Man of honor. I stole a little girl's shirt, man. I'm not. I don't-
Lisa B, you got that right.
Yeah, Lisa wanting my misery. Hey, Lisa. Guess what? Guess what, Lisa? Guess what, Lisa? One more time. That dog died.
Hey, Marv, you've never seen the Roddy Piper video. Should we pull that up? Where the song?
No.
Yeah, please stop the torture. You can catch me on x.com at
Oh,
Wrestling,
shut your mouth.
AEW
No. If you're
Wrestling.
leaving,
And you can also see me on youtube.com.
Look and see, it's not just me.
A wild slapnuts appears. Double J.
Jeff Jarrett.
that one was just because I like it.
youtube.com / awful red.
For a second, because you were ahead of me, I thought maybe Jeff Jarrett actually did come out because it is possible.
That's a 30-second clip that I cut short.
I know. That's why I hate Family Guy. They always stretch out the jokes.
I think it's actually a perfect bit. I think it's a perfect bit.
I thought the knee bit was funny the first time, but
Yeah, they went back to it way too many times.
yeah.
XYZ Noon for $2 says Cole's vegan heroin size arms are distracting. By heroin you mean he's like the heroine of a story, right? Like a princess, because they're princess arms. Liquid Fox for $5 Canadian says, it's bad when watching animal abuse is better than Jericho's singing. That is true. Hey Jen, Mr. Jamie Jam for $4.99 says, hey, Jen's just got back from a fighting game, Tekken 8 tournament, and got 4th place. What did I miss? Oh, good for you, man. Good for you.
Nice.
Way to go. That's awesome. Tekken tournament.
You missed a pretty good NXT pay-per-view. That's about it.
You're missing an awesome AEW pay-per-view right now.
The tag match is still going on. Like I cannot fathom the logic behind not making that mess the main event.
Road Warriors versus Midnight Express has got nothing on this match right now.
This is the cool down match, Marv. They're gonna be roaring to go by the time Hangman comes out. Don't you worry. Is the crowd awake? Are they doing anything? Because no one looks like they're doing anything.
Well, I'll put it to you this way, Dis. My TV is all the way up.
Okay.
The crowd must be completely exhausted. Like, does the crowd have anything left?
Some guy in the crowd thinks this is the most exciting media scrum he's ever seen. Because there's no way they'd put anything on after that match.
I think I want to start working on my video. This is torturous.
It's not like there's nothing objectionable about it either. It's just it doesn't need to exist. It doesn't feel like I should be here.
I am going to my kitchen real quick, vamp for a minute. I'm gonna find whatever I have alcohol wise to get through this.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Where's my grinder?
I can't do anything. I have to be responsible for children. I hate you guys.
What do you mean you have to be responsible for children? What's going on over there?
I got Max here, and he has a buddy sleeping
that's
over.
right.
So
That's right.
yeah, I can't.
You can't what? You can't torture them either.
I can't find a way to enjoy this pay-per-view.
Jeez.
Oh, hey guys, Lance Archer. Remember him? He's here too. Here you go.
With cornrows.
You get what I'm saying? This, like I said, there's nothing objectionable about it. It's just, it shouldn't be here. It doesn't feel like I should be watching wrestling right now. Like, oh, I'm done. I'm finished. There's nothing else that I need to watch.
Can somebody in the chat tell us how much wrestling, how many hours of wrestling there has been since Friday? Because
We're not watching wrestling, by the way.
Remember, like when you go, do you ever go to a WWE house show or a WWF house show back in the day where Hulk Hogan was the main event before intermission? And then half the people left. And then if you stuck around, it was like, I mean, this is cool, but like I don't need to see the Bushwhackers, but sure, I'll stick. This is what that feels like right now, right? Like that's.
And again, nothing on the line. I think the next match of the main event, Hangman Page versus.
It's the Owen Hart tournament final.
Oh, big fucking deal.
The winner fights Moxley at some point, you know.
Yeah,
I think it is. I might be wrong. I might be wrong about that.
I settled on cognac. I settled on cognac, by the way. Proshnost.
Okay.
All right, ladies,
not
man.
Bad. That was the entire bottle, by the way.
Yeah.
It was a double shot.
Oh my God! Listen,
I'm surprised
no real man coughs after a shot, or a double shot, or even a triple shot.
It was like a triple shot. I don't drink very often.
Okay, we'll get it together.
I'll cough if it's spicy or bubbly, but that's more of a reaction to the spice or the bubbles than it is to the alcohol.
It's cheap cognac too.
Oh.
Tyler Golinsky, thank you, my man. 11 hours since Friday of wrestling.
So far,
I bought it for something I was cooking. I don't even remember what.
I make my shepherd's pie with wine.
Ooh,
yeah.
Really? What do you put in the meat or the potato?
The meat.
You put it. You put it in with the meat. You make it like a part of the gravy.
Interesting. It's been decades since I've had shepherd's pie.
Ooh, if you make it shepherd's pie, there's a big spectrum, right? Like it's like Slumgullion. You ever have some Gullion?
What like the fuck is that? Excuse you?
What?
What'd you call me?
Some Gullion. It was
some Gullion. That
sounds
like something you have to like. That sounds like something you have to travel down the depths of a fantasy mind to get to bring back for a quest.
It's the meal that you make when you don't really have a main ingredient, so you just kind of take all your leftovers and figure something out. Like that's some Gullion.
I thought they just called that boy dinner.
I never heard that. I always heard, yeah, that's what we called it. Some
My wife always references girl dinner. Whenever like I'm not around, she doesn't have to cook. She's just like, I'm gonna just have girl dinner tonight, which is just like whatever I have around the house, mixed with a salad.
One of you guys need to mail me the book of White Lexicon. Slumgolian.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, thank you for that.
I've never heard of Slumgolian.
I do when I clear my throat.
Thank you for that book last year, Awful. It's really served me well this past year on the podcast.
Yes, I knew it would.
No, Tiny Ears just won the match.
There you go. That didn't take long.
Quick, huh?
That took entirely too long. God help Tony Khan if he does not start this friggin' press conference quickly.
It's not. It's gonna be like 45 minutes.
Can I make a prediction? It's going to be RJ Reynolds. It's going to be Renee Paquette, and it's going to be Jeff Jarrett. The same people who did the pre-show are going to do the post-show.
Wait, I don't think you mean RJ Reynolds. I think you mean RJ City.
I was about to say, is
City,
RJ
okay.
Reynolds involved in AEW now? I could see Tony Khan doing that.
Yeah. Shout out Wrestle Crap, but yeah, no.
Yeah, be like, I liked Wrestle
I
Crap
meant to say
back in the
RJ
day.
City.
They actually did go pretty pro AEW there. So
Wrestle Crap, I'm sure they did.
Because Tony Khan gave him tickets. So that's what happened.
That's what happens, man. That's what I'm telling you. None of them are being paid. They're all being paid in access, in perks.
Tony, if you want to turn me, I can become AEW's green shirt guy. I'll be right up front with a pillow.
You won't wear green. No way. No way Awful wears green.
No.
See? I knew it. Look in the chat. Some Gullion. There. Someone made a recipe for it because they're stupid. That's not how you make it. But
fast
what's
and
going on
slow
here?
cooking.
And now, why does this match need an afterbirth? Why are we doing storyline now? Why are we doing shtick? It's 11:36.
Because Brody King scared Tony Khan and made him put him on the show.
Who's this coming out? The Hounds of Hell? Oh, God.
It's Black's group after he left.
Ugh. I hate this. I hate it.
Oh, look who else is looking. Somebody new. Tanaka. Yay, that's something.
Who cares?
Look, they're so eager to get in the ring. Look at them just mosey on out. There's a brawl going on.
Really.
In the middle of the ring. He's like,
Just got off the Delta Airlines plane.
Hang on. Hey, guys. I know there's a big fight going on, but.
Right. I'm just getting off the plane.
Give me a minute.
Oh, my gosh.
I got to stretch. Ooh. Boy, are my arms tired.
Yeah.
My gosh. Like Excalibur saying, and we still have one more match. I'm like, is he rubbing it in? Like he sounds like that. That sounds like someone who's like trying to hurt me.
It's so crazy how AEW pay-per-views go into the very next day.
It's insane. It starts in one day and ends in another.
Right.
Oh.
I do like how
I can already tell this is going to be the worst press scrum they've ever done.
Yep.
I've been quietly continuing to take shots of cognac. So I am like pretty blitzed right now. Fuck.
I get it, chat. I get it. Like,
oh, he's an angry
this show
drunk.
must be a lot of fun to listen to right now. This must be a good. I get why you'd want to pay for more of this. I understand. Getting us crazy, getting us to the point where we just lost it. I'm sure it's very entertaining.
All right, now that I'm good and drugged, let's talk about the Middle East. No, I'm kidding.
How about those Palestinians? Let me tell you.
I'm not that drunk.
Did you hear women can vote? Did anybody hear about that?
The nerve.
Let me tell you when this country started going down the wrong path. It's right around the time that Martin Luther King got all uppity.
All those marks walking around the streets.
Oh, it's funny if you keep up with Tooney Town Wrestling.
Man. Ooh, Canadian.
Oh my gosh, they're actually showing a hype video for this match. It's the first hype video I think I've seen all night.
I'm just gonna
all right, hold on. Do we have more super chats to get through?
Oh no.
Let's
just read through all the old ones.
Let's just read through all 99 super chats that we have so far. Let's see. LK for $5 says Adam Cole looks as thin as my dad. The difference is my dad is 82 and recovering from cancer surgery.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Congratulations, by the way.
Yes, good for your dad.
Oh, guys.
Virginia Sharp for $5 says the crowd is electrified tonight. Cuts to crowd. It's a shot of New Orleans Cemetery. Mr. Jamie Jam. What?
We got scrummed. Is your spot on your bingo board, guy? I forgot.
Thank you for interrupting me doing the super chats to
welcome.
You know, let us know. Jesus Christ. Mr. Jamie Jam 88 for $1.99 says, did AEW fill out the whole building? I sincerely doubt it.
Marv is
hammered. Andre Adams for $4.99 says Kyle Fletcher is built like the male of whatever the F species Cynthia Erivo is. Oh my gosh, that one was funny. That one made me laugh. Oh, Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian. Daniel Garcia coughs after a sip of light beer. John Williams for $4.99 says Tooney doesn't want to share his magic snow with you, Awful. That's all right. Awful's on Grinder. That's what he said, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said there, Marv.
Yeah, no, I heard you say, where's my Grinder? I'm like, probably on your phone. For you to solicit all your gay sex.
Yes.
Regina Sharp for $5 says, you all know that's international on Tony's part. The way he can say he has multiple 2-day pay-per-views just like WWE.
Let me get my alcohol so we can be on the
what is
same
happening?
playing field.
What is going on with Page's video, Marv?
What is happening right now?
It's like Desperado.
Why are they treating this like it's Triple H at WrestleMania?
And it was ridiculous when it was Triple H at WrestleMania, so it's even more ridiculous.
I have never been more sure that a healthy dose of sperm has been trapped in a mustache than I am with this man.
Oh my God. I can't do it.
You can't do what? Be sober during this? Because I can't.
Yeah. Well, that, but the Hangman Desperado video got me. Like that was my line, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not out of the realm of being cool, right? Like there's a world that could be done in and be really cool in that exact style. But you can't for Hangman Adam Page, you know.
It'd be amazing right now if if Will Ospreay gets a whole like video to Witch A Woman. It's a Seinfeld reference because Desperado. Yeah. But oh my goodness.
you get like a Burt Reynolds type, and you make that video. You're like, yeah, all right, But Hangman Page he's like if you're, it's like when the guy, it's like when Bill Gates would dress up like Magnum PI in 1984 at Halloween parties. That's
he's like when a guy likes to have sex with other guys.
Mars working blue. By
the way, did you seriously in our private chat put up a link to Slumgullion as if we thought you made it up? No, like it was too stupid for you to have made it up.
No, I was Awful said that he wanted a guide to our words, so I sent him a link to an explanation of what it was. He didn't.
What is happening right now? What is happening right now with this Will Ospreay entrance?
Is it a video game?
No, it's like stained glass, like we're at church.
Are you sure it's not a video game?
I'm so far behind on this.
Oh, is it Expedition? I remember they were saying something about Will Ospreay and Expedition 30, whatever. But I don't know if that actually happened. I'm not there yet, so I haven't seen it.
Dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Take me to church. Is that playing? Oh yeah, God. There you go. Wrestling church. Tyler in the chat told us it's wrestling church. We're going to wrestling church for Will Ospreay.
Oh, perfect. Well, in that case, blood of Christ.
You see the
salute you, salute you, crazy motherfuckers.
That'd be funny. Wouldn't that be funny if Will Ospreay was the Pope?
White smoke, guys. White smoke. It'd be like that movie Conclave where they find out the Pope is a hermaphrodite.
Yeah.
I hated that fucking movie. My dad was like, "You got to watch this movie. It's so good." I'm like, "All right, cool." And I watch this movie and I'm like all into it because it's all about like the politics of picking a pope and the conclave. And I'm like, "Oh, this is like really fascinating." And then at the end, they're like, "The Pope has ovaries," and I'm like, "Oh, fuck you!" Like it came out of nowhere, and it was just hacky nonsense. Like I know rage bait when I see it.
Ugh. It's like Red State, where in the last like 10 minutes of the movie, you found out that all the crazy people were right, and Jesus was coming, and he was gonna kill everybody.
Well, no, that was what Red State was supposed to be, not what Red State was. The end of Red State was like, it's literally somebody was like playing like a trumpet or something like that. And and they thought it was the rapture, and then they ended up getting like destroyed because of it. In the original script, the rapture actually happens, and like John Goodman was the only one that got saved.
Right. I forgot that wasn't the actual ending because I only watched the director's cut, and I'm pretty sure they added that. So
did they add that in? Did they add that in the director's cut?
I've definitely seen that. I have 100% seen that ending, and that's the ending that I remember in my head. So I did see. I also saw Red State years after it came out.
It says there's no confirmed director's cut of the 2011 movie Red State available.
It must be one of those things where.
However, Kevin Smith did have an alternate, more apocalyptic ending plan that was ultimately cut due to budget constraints. The alternate ending was animated by Entertainment Weekly and released online.
That's probably where because I picture it in my head. So,
Mm-hmm. Kevin Smith.
I hate that guy.
People. I loved that guy.
I did too.
I loved him. He was like my role model. Like you have no idea. I idolized that man, and my God, how he turned on people.
Yeah. Then he was fantastic, and then he smoked pot, and for some reason, it ruined him.
Yet another thing that I love that Seth Rogen ruined.
Yep, Seth Rogen ruined.
He ruined the Green Hornet. He ruined the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he ruined Kevin Smith. And tried to ruin Christmas, but thankfully nobody watched that Christmas special that him and Sarah Silverman made.
Oh, yeah. Oh gosh, that was so bad. I watched it. It was terrible.
I was like, what the hell is this? Like two kids that never had Christmas that are just angry at Christmas, writing a cringy, angry Christmas special.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. 100%. No, it was also a lot of like, hey, you know what's funny? When it's Sarah Silverman's whole bit, right? It's bad words coming out of the mouths of something that don't look like they should be saying bad words.
Sarah Silverman has dropped hard R's.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to forget that.
Well, like I said, her entire bit was, hey, isn't it funny that I'm pretty and I talk like this? And it's kind of the same thing. It's, hey, isn't it funny? It's cute, but it's dirty. You know, it's
my whole thing with her used to be, isn't it funny that you think you're pretty?
Yeah. By the way, nothing has happened in this match so far. No, there's
it literally just started. They rolled around a bit, did some basic chain, and
I don't want people thinking that we're just ignoring it. It's just the bell rang.
Sarah Silverman was in a movie or in a TV show where she was naked. She was shaped like a box.
Yeah, I remember
that. My goodness. Liquid Fox of $2 Canadian says, what will the goal be for the much longer All In? That might be $1,500. I don't know. I'm gonna have to really think about it when I'm sober. Regina Sharp for $5 says, if this is wrestling church, then I'm an apostate. Oh, Regina Sharp, that was a good one. That made me laugh. So you know what? Even though you didn't say it, you still get it.
Glom gold, glom gold, glom gold, glom gold.
And then Dead X Man 616 for $2 says, fortunately, Kirk Cameron saved Christmas. I don't know if he saved it. He made it a little more boring.
Ernest saved Christmas, and we all know that.
By the way, like, what if they rebooted the Ernest series, but with John Cena?
Yeah, I think we talked about that before on.
No, like John Cena looks like Jim Varney, like to an extreme degree.
So
right?
do like Liam Neeson in The Naked Gun, basically the same concept, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that they'd have to put a lot of faith in Ernest at that point, but I'm down if you want to do that.
I'm sorry, Adam Page is looking at Will Ospreay right now like he wants to fuck him.
That's how he always looks at.
And then he immediately grabbed him by the back of the head and threw him to the ground. So like it's like he wants to violently fuck him.
I can't take any cowboy seriously when they have an 80s mom haircut, you know.
They both have 80s moms haircuts.
But like, remember when like wrestling cowboys were like Bill Watts or even like Wildcat Chris Harris or something like that? Like Beer Money
Adam Page
Inc.
looks like their girlfriend.
No, seriously.
Wild Bill Irwin.
Dutch Mantel.
With Adam Page hanging on his arm. I could see it.
This guy's got rhinestone butterflies on his pants.
Yeah, way to go, Adam Page, for also telegraphing like an idiot the you being the winner of this match by also wearing pink. Jesus, these guys are
if
so
you think
ridiculous.
Adam Page is winning, Will Ospreay is definitely
yeah,
winning
because
this
you're
match.
not going. No, he's not, because you're not going to want to see Will Ospreay versus goddamn John Moxley at All In. You're going to want to see Hangman Adam Page versus John Moxley at All In.
Who would want
Texas.
that?
So they think.
Yeah.
No, you think that people that actually live in Texas
watch this, Marv,
like the cowboy with the rhinestone butterflies on his pants.
Marv, he was saying AEW.
That's what Tony Khan thinks.
Yeah, Tony Khan thinks that.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, like I'm sorry, I associated like Tony Khan and reality in the same thought, and that clearly was a mistake.
And awful to correct you from earlier. Will Ospreay does not have an 80s mom haircut. He has the kid in 1993 who's really good at soccer haircut. Okay.
Oh my God, he does. Gotcha. Like his name should be Justin.
Brad. Hey, just
Brad. Yeah. He wears friggin' Adidas, and he's every recess just wants to play soccer and embarrass you.
Oh. He's got the big.
That was some Marv childhood projection right there. Fuck you. By the way, fuck you, Justin.
He's the kid. He
He's
runs.
yeah, he's the one that gave $100 tonight.
Yeah,
No. Seriously, I went to like grade school with a kid named Justin, who was literally that soccer douchebag. Like, and he was just the worst piece of shit on the planet.
The kid who plays when you play kickball, he runs like 6 feet in front of the base before he kicks the ball, and then he just kind of skips over to first row. Yeah. I know that kid.
No, so you went to school with him too.
Yeah.
Elementary school was torture for you guys.
Kyle. My guy's name was Kyle.
Dude, like you have no idea. Like elementary school, everything like kindergarten to high school, Marv was the quietest kid known to man because everything he said got mocked incessantly, and so now he can actually say shit. Like all the anger that you guys see come out of me is literally that.
Yeah, I just got lucky because everything that made me a dork when I was in 7th grade made me cool when I was in 10th grade. So it just kind of worked out.
Yeah, no, you hit the jackpot right there, my friend.
So do you never develop a quick wit or an acid tongue during the high school years?
No, I did. That's how I developed self-deprecating. That's how I developed self-deprecating humor. Was when I realized when I stopped trying to be funny. That's when I got funny.
I had to do it younger. I got picked on a lot of grade school because I was always hurt. I always have like a cast on my knee or something like that. And if you stand out, you get picked on. So,
back then, today, it's not as bad for them.
No, today it's awesome. If you go to school and you have a cast on your leg, you're the cool one. Everyone wants to hang out. But if you come to back then, it was,
because now they can virtue signal.
Right. Yeah, exactly. They can sit next to the teacher. And get
By the way, I'm sorry. Putting Will Ospreay in this main event is the dumbest thing ever because literally no one cares. This crowd is exhausted.
There's still one more match, Marv.
No, there isn't. There's a
scrum. It's called the goddamn media scrum.
Yeah.
Wrestle with that.
Tony Khan wrestling with logic.
Me wrestling with sleep is what's going to be during the media scrum. That's the bad part is that it's boring. Okay. That's the worst part. If Tony Khan was out there saying stupid crap, that'd be great. Okay. But it's not. Here's every media scrum. Hey, Tony, I think you're awesome. How did you get so awesome? And then they hold the mic up to Tony's mouth, and he talks about 15 minutes about how he got to be so awesome.
Are you drinking?
No, I'm not. I wish I was.
Are you just high on life right now?
I'm grumpy. I'm at this point. Also, I'm giggly. I'm tired. I'm very tired, Marv. If you want to know the truth.
Yeah.
So I was at the drive-in last night, and we didn't get home until 11, and then I had to make sure both those kids got showers and stuff because we had to go to church the next morning. So I got like 4 hours of sleep.
I'm proud of you going to church.
Yeah, I took the Max's friend to church too. We all went. So
aside from the church, I love the fact how this is living my life from 20 years ago.
Awful. Are you drinking right now, or are you inhaling your sorrow?
I'm neither right now. It doesn't take much for me.
All right. Well, 1, 2, 3. Proshnost.
Cheers.
It's Russian. Not that I have a drop of Russian blood in me, but
yeah, I have to go to church, Mark, because of all the terrible things I've done throughout my life. I have to.
I can believe that shit.
Say like when you sit down to the confessional, the priest is like, "Oh man, it's gonna be a good day today."
I'm not Catholic. I don't have to do that. I just have to say sorry once.
Is that just Catholics? Dude, I was amazed. Like as I grew up,
this was born on strike too.
No, dude, like I was amazed because like growing up Catholic, like I was amazed when I was like, oh, like church doesn't suck for everyone. Like, because I mean, I still go.
You go there,
like, I still go, but it's like, oh my god, the choreography always bums me out. Where it's like, stand now, sit now, kneel now, stand. I'm just like, come on, man, can we just like listen to you talk? Like, why does there have to be choreography? Oh my god! And then there's the part of every Catholic mass where it's called like Peace Be With You, where like you're supposed to like shake hands with like everyone around you. Let me tell you something. You guys know about me and how much I dislike touching other people. So like literally since I've been a kid, every single Sunday at mass, I'm literally looking around and I'm like, all right, like these are the people that I'm going to aggressively avoid trying to make eye contact with during peace because they look like they're dirty.
I didn't know.
Marv is what happens if Mark Summers and Howie Mandel jizzed in a sock.
I didn't go to church when I was a kid.
Not like a total germaphobe, but just don't want to touch other people.
I didn't go to church like in St. Louis, but when I moved out to the country church is fun. You go to church and there's like 10 old ladies standing up front and they're all clapping and singing. And
either one of you guys ever been to a black church?
You know, and I'm,
dude, I wish I had gone to I had gone to a black church. Those look like so much fun.
The officiant at my wedding was a black woman, was a black reverend, a woman. So yeah, it was fantastic. I love black churches.
Dude, no, like seriously, like I've like ever since I've seen like videos of like black churches, even like on TV and stuff like that, where I know it's probably fictionalized. I'm just like, that looks like a blast. Like I can't imagine.
No, the song and dance really does happen, and the sermons are fiery all the time.
I can't imagine at a black church. I can't imagine at a Catholic church, like somebody literally in the middle of the sermon just going hallelujah.
You want to see, dude? I've been to Episcopalian church. Okay, you want to talk about weird? Okay, like people really getting into it. You got to see that. Okay,
going to a black church is like going to Planet Fitness.
What do they have? Pizza?
Not Episcopalian. Episcopalians are the fish ones, right? Which one's are the religion and which one's the fish one?
I had to ask Kevin today because like where I'm like the house that I'm moving to, there's like a Planet Fitness right there, but there's also a Crunch Fitness. And I was like, which one is the better one? He's like, oh, please God, go to Crunch Fitness. Like, don't go to Planet.
He wants you in there working out with Scott Steiner likes.
Black pain, make your body grow. This
pescatarian.
I am looking at this crowd right now, by the way, and like literally they're just sitting there. Nobody cares. I cannot believe the Tony Khan put that stupid match on 2 matches ago.
They look like COVID audience cardboard cutouts.
It's literally the Thunderdome right now.
Yeah.
Man, if I had started Tooney Town TV during the Thunderdome era, I would have totally had the puppet try to be on there.
Oh, you could have done it.
Remember the Thunderdome was messed up, dude. Like, remember in the Thunderdome when like the first week there was like Chris Benoit was like in the front row?
Yeah.
And Ryback would show up every once in a while.
Oh yeah, totally. But it's probably actually Ryback. Feed me more attention.
Every once in a while, you get some boobies on there.
Did that really happen?
A couple times.
Yeah.
Good for
flashers.
You, Thunderdome. Good for you, Thunderdome. I'm sure Vince loved it.
There was some really weird stuff too, like political stuff and weird.
Of course, because everyone has to inject politics into literally everything. Because God forbid, guys, God for fucking bid, there's 2 seconds of your day where you're not thinking about politics.
Got to get on the wrestling show and do it.
Yeah, we got to ruin Monday Night Raw with politics
for 50% of the country, no matter which side you go.
Yep. God forbid anyone has a single moment of their day where modern day nonsense doesn't inject itself into their life. J.R. Williams saying one episode there were 3 Chris Benoits.
You accidentally threw the you and Kumio out there for a second.
Yeah, I know.
There was the Rabid Wolverine. There was the Crippler. And then there was the mass murdering.
That's the faces of fear.
Let's see. Black Slabs for $5 is the Desperado video. Terry Funk hasn't been this disrespected since 1989. Regina Sharp says, "Wait, you mean this isn't the cool kids table? Son of a no, you are definitely not at the cool kids table, Regina Sharp.
That's Phil.
You were at the table. Well,
Yeah.
you're at the table with the rejects and their one cool black friend.
Yeah. PWT is down the corner. You can go over there.
Yeah.
The cool
I don't know
kids.
how you guys lived your childhood at schools, but every school that I ever went to, the bully always won. Like,
Yeah.
how can that be?
won.
Like,
No.
Always one. No,
where's
like
the ass
Edge?
kicker?
No, Edge showed us that the villain ultimately wins in life.
Oh, do you mean fights? You
Yeah,
just mean
fights.
fights. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I thought you meant
Oh.
like in the end. But yeah,
Oh,
fights.
let me
okay.
let me tell you something, guys. In 6th grade, I fought my childhood bully. I kicked his ass.
Yeah, there he is.
Like, no, you have no, like, I was literally making him say shit while bashing his face into the ground.
Christmas Story.
Mm.
Scott Farkas.
It was like, I could, like, it was like during the fight, I literally couldn't believe how easy it was to kick his ass. I was like,
It's
why
usually
didn't
how
I
it
do this
goes.
3 years ago? Like, so let me,
Yeah.
so, okay, so I'm in 6th grade at this point, right? So the next day after the fight, my 6th grade teacher pulls me out into the hallway and she goes, "Marvin, sweetie, I heard about what happened and I just want to make sure that you're okay." And I said, yeah, no, I'm okay. And she goes, "Good." And then she leans in close and she whispers in my ear, "Did you kick his ass?" And I said, "Yes, I did." And she said, "Good boy."
Wow.
My mom bought me a Tamagotchi.
I don't. I don't. I was not lucky enough to have that kind of retribution. When I was about 15 years old, my bully saw me at the
What is that? A
mall
set of
and
steak
came up
knives?
and hugged me for some reason. I don't know why. And said like, "Oh man, it's good to see you." And I thought it was weird. And then 2 months later, he got decapitated in a car accident. So I don't know.
Sounds like you win.
Yeah, I guess he was a jerk. He was the one though that like you know when there'd be a bully in school and every time like he'd almost get in trouble, the teacher would be like, "You don't understand what's going on at home." You know that one that was him.
Yeah.
So, which I get now, but back
Like
when I
at
was
the end of the day,
10,
I don't
it's like,
care. I don't care
yeah.
what's going on at home. I care what's going on at school.
Exactly.
I care what's happening when you're making my life a living hell. I don't care if your father beats you and your mother doesn't care about you. At the end of the day, if you continue on that cycle of nonsense, then you deserve what you're getting at home.
Yeah, you know whose fault it isn't? Is my kid.
Mine.
That's whose fault it isn't. Okay, so
Yeah. No. Like it was funny when I kicked his ass. When I kicked his ass, like the entire school board was like on my side.
no. And by the way, yeah, I'm not saying like this isn't me going off about bullies and stuff like that. Whatever. I think they do kind of serve a purpose in school, but I also think at some point they should get beat up and get their retribution at the end. You know,
100%.
yeah,
100%.
like,
Yeah,
there's
of
a place
course.
for them. Don't worry. It's just they can't continue being that bully throughout their entire life, or else, you know.
No,
usually
it
don't
was
end
like
up in that
so
situation.
I remember the way this fight went, like 100%. It was like literally like he got in my face and he spit at me. And instead of just taking it like I normally will, it was like he spit at me and it was literally like a 1-2 punch. It was like right against his jaw and then against his chin. And then as he stumbled, it was a headlock takedown. And then it was just punch in the face, punch in the face, punch in the face, grab him by the sides of the hair, and then bash his face into the ground and make him say things.
Yeah. the only fight I ever got in school was in 2nd grade, and it was because a 3rd grader said that I liked Kim and I didn't like Kim, and I tried to
fuck
give him a
Kim,
Hulk
that
Hogan
whore.
leg drop. That's how it went down.
I DDT'd someone in a fight one time.
Oh my God.
It worked very well, actually.
And then from that point forward, I knew how to get out of fights. That's how.
No, so like I saw one of my brother's friends was in the park, right? And so I see this kid in my grade who like is picking on him. And like, I literally got in his face and I'm like, hey man, leave the kid alone. Like, not cool. And he was like, and he like shoved me. So the second he shoved me, that was it. Like, he shoved me. It was punch in the throat, wrap the head, DDT. That was it. We were done.
Yeah.
And
God.
so after that, his father, the kid's dad, who I'm pretty sure was connected, if you know what I mean. Like, I lived in central New Jersey. Connected. I'm making air quotes right now as I say it. He literally, the kid's dad literally said to my dad, anything your son ever needs, just let me know. IT tech, yeah.
We had the story. The one of my family was my brother. He was a ginger, right, curly red hair, and he would always get picked on. And my mom told him one time that next time the kid comes and picks on you, go out and just hit him with your book. And he did it, and he broke the kid's nose and got suspended for a week. And my mother would not, every morning that he was suspended, she would drop him off at school and leave and say, you are not suspending my son for defending himself.
Wow.
And he
so
would
what happened? Would they then like make him sit in the office or something?
Yeah, he had to sit in the office the whole time. And she's like, if he the whole thing was like, he is not suspended to me. He is going to school. That is what I consider to be happening, because you are not punishing him. And they just let him sit in the office because they didn't know what to do. So,
by the way, like, guys, the fact that we're talking about this right now should show you how good this match has been.
It's exactly what you'd expect it to be. I don't know.
The fans are literally sitting in the crowd right now on their hands, probably talking about beating up the childhood bully.
It's the main event. It's like 20 minutes in. This isn't exciting at all at this point. Awful loves it. That's why he's not talking. He's engrossed in it.
Yep. Blazing Bolts for $5 says, I can't stand Chelsea Green trying to shove down our throats her woke mindset 90 hours. You know, Chelsea Green's a bitch. Like, I can't stand her. I literally can't stand her. Regina Sharp for $2 says, is it a bad time to say I was the bully? Yes, it's a bad time to say that, Regina Sharp. But it's okay. You're cool now. We like you now. John Williams for $1.99 says, bully thanked you because you absorbed his evil diss.
That's what happened. I became the bully.
Exactly.
He was good. It's actually a tragedy when the story I told you.
Exactly.
I'm telling you from the evil point of view.
Oh my gosh. Like, I'm literally watching these people just literally sitting there, not even clapping their hands in the crowd. Right?
Yeah.
I've been
say what you
watching mind-numbingly at this match.
Say what you want about us going up on.
Awful. What did you get in a lot of fights as a kid?
I got in a lot of fights, but I never got bullied, and I wasn't a bully. But a lot of my fights happened, with like neighborhood kids, and
what was the reason for one of your fights?
Good Lord, it would be stuff like you can't play with my ball type of nonsense, like just stupid, dumb,
like nonsense. Yeah, like absolute things that are not worth punching someone in the face over.
Right. Yeah. You're on my turf. Anyway. You're wearing my colors, that kind of stuff.
In my
whoa, did to a gang place.
That is nowhere near as bad as like 4 things that you said tonight, Marv. That was just insinuating a gang.
Awful. What was your win-loss ratio though? Because like you were like you knew what you were doing. Like because I know enough about like your athletic background to know that like you were a tough kid.
Yeah, and that's I got when you get into sports, you kind of like all the fighting and all that nonsense just seems to go away. So, but before it was just like a lot of fights with my brother, a lot of fights with kids in the neighborhood.
Older brother or younger brother?
Older. He was a wiry. He's tall, lanky.
Okay.
And,
did you win?
Yeah, he used to give me some. No, are you kidding me? I mean, that's how I got so tough.
Of course
not.
I was the older brother too. I get it. Yeah. No, I get it. I always won. Both of my brothers could now probably kick my ass, but like I still kind of hold it over them that like when we were kids, I was the ass kicker. Yeah, because I know they're not going to fight me now.
Right.
My brother was an all-state football player, and I was a hemophiliac. So I can
older or
see
younger
how that
brother?
way. Older, 11 years older than me.
Oh man,
Wow.
no, you had it bad enough, man. Nobody should have messed with you. They should just you're gonna have enough problems.
I have a brother and a sister. My brother is 11 years older than me. My sister is 10 years older than me. So that's I was a surprise is what we'll say.
So you're the youngest of three.
Yeah, by
as
10
am
years.
I.
Yeah. So
Man, so I remember one time that like with my brother, like I did something that was probably like really like so I saw it in Looney Tunes, right? We were in the pool. My brother had goggles on, and I was like, I wonder what would happen if I literally like stretched his goggles out and then let go. And so I did it, and then my brother cried, and then I got my ass handed to me, not by my brother, I will point out, but I got my ass handed to me that night.
Oh, yeah. No, here's what happened to me. My brother, I took my brother's tape recorder and I played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Coming Out of Our Shell tour cassette tape on it about 4 times. And eventually he grabbed it out of my hands and he threw it out of the window and it broke on the side of the thing. And I'm like, that was your boom box. And so he grabbed me by the hair and pulled me across the carpet.
Okay, so literally, guys, like I have always had the gift of gab, right? Like I've always been able to like give somebody the comeback that they deserved. The greatest comeback of my life was against my father, right? So Marvin the Movie Monster Senior, right? So he says to me, like, I said something to him, and he goes, "You little son of a bitch," and I said, "You just insulted your wife." It was the greatest comeback I've ever given in my life. And the one I paid the most for. I'll tell you that. You just insulted your wife. I still remember it. And I remember feeling so great about myself as I saw the back of his hand rocketing at my face.
Yeah. Everyone, when I was growing up,
I just want to say before you go, Dis, my father didn't like beat us. My father gave the amount of physical retribution that was normal for the time.
Right. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. When I was growing up, I was able to tell kids like I wasn't able to, but I tell kids and they'd be like, "Oh man, my dad doesn't spank me," right? And they were all like, "Oh, you got it lucky." No, my dad didn't spank me because I was hemophiliac, so he had to
because he might have killed you.
No, he had to find interesting ways
pop like a balloon.
Do it. Like, yeah, he would pull my hair because I can't get a bleed if you pull my hair. He would do stuff like that.
Your father was.
Let me write that down.
Your father thought about this.
Yes, he did. So he would also. The big threat would be, I would be totally fine. Like nothing be wrong with me. I wouldn't be hurt. And my dad would walk in and go, "Nancy, put out the medicine," because that meant that I did something bad enough that he was going to spank me and he wanted me to have my factor in me before he did.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Blood hardener.
Yeah, that was my life.
By the way, this match blows. This match legitimately blows.
Yeah, me and my wife were just talking about this earlier today about I didn't really get
this match.
We didn't not yet. we didn't really get beatings. What would happen is my mom would usually call my uncles, and they would put us through the ringer like by talking to us and breaking us down like a police interrogation.
You got scared straight?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah. It was it was effective, I will say that.
I'm sorry if anybody is here to hear about the pay-per-view, I apologize. We have to do this for another hour and a half. I don't think any of us have the strength in us.
I think gearing up for the scrum.
Yeah, this is the scrum pre-show at this point.
What in this match? There's just nothing going on.
There's nothing to talk about.
They made the biggest mistake they could have possibly made by making that nonsense match the third to last match.
Something's up with their lighting in this match as well. It's almost like a couple of the lights blew out or something.
I would say
it looks kind of old NWA.
Honestly, dude, people are probably walking out and they're trying to turn off the the arena lights that you don't see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would say that the listeners here could learn a lesson from this show and not do the biggest thing early by giving us the money to show two with the 2 matches left. But you're getting this, and I'm sure our regular listeners are very pleased by this outcome.
Oh no, yeah, no. I found that like the parasocial relationship that the viewers tend to have with shows like this is, people, they want to hear the shit like this.
Right.
So, Dead X Man, by the way, for $10 says, I was the biggest kid in class, but never wanted to fight. The one fight I was in involved 3 other kids. I won and was left alone ever after. That's the thing. Like back then, like if you won the fight, you were pretty much left alone. There was like a code of honor almost. Like if you defeated your bully left you alone. Like, I don't know if it's still like that today. I don't think people actually fight anymore.
Okay, there's something going on.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Either Osprey's hurt or they're pretending Osprey's hurt.
They're pretending Osprey's hurt.
I just
I'm at the point. I'm at the point where
just watch. Oh no, the table broke, dude. The table broke before it was supposed to.
I'm at the point where Heath Ledger is throwing Osprey back in the ring, so I think they're
okay,
all right.
got it. Okay.
Hey, you guys ever have that guy in school, like who is like the biggest guy, but he's just the nicest fellow?
Yeah,
like he could take the entire teacher and staff, but he's just like, oh, I'm happy to be alive.
Yep.
Shout out to my boy Ed, who was just like that. Like this guy was like 6'2", 240, 16 years old, just so genuine, so nice. Then there was another guy. I want to say their last names just as a shout, but shout out to Tim. He was like 7 foot tall, but he was like a gentle giant.
Oh yeah, Greg.
Yeah,
I had Greg in my high school, big old guy, and I mean not old obviously, but he was like 6'7" when he was 13 years old.
Had a full beard at 13.
Yep. One of those guys who's so big that like he can't really be athletic with it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's like, but he really, really, everyone loved him. Like you can't not like those people.
Yeah, he's fine. They just did a buckshot lariat and he backflip sold it.
So something interesting almost happened, by the way. That's what we're getting at. Did you hear how excited I was at the possibility of something interesting happening?
That's something, yeah. Not that him being hurt would have been interesting.
No, that they were going to tell a story with it. That
they were like faking, that they were like storyline working something. Yeah.
Right. That was going to be more than just, oh, my neck hurts, but I'm going to take another one, So dumb. By the way, before the buckshot lariat, they stared at each other for 2 minutes and pulled off their elbow pads.
Yes, I'm watching that right now.
And Will Ospreay gave him the finger.
Because he's a badass. And it's 1998.
What did he expect to happen? What was Will Ospreay attempting when he just ran at him head first? Well, Page on the outside of the ring and took off his elbow pad.
I think Ospreay just won. Okay. No, he did not. Nope, he did not.
I figured that. Remember when
he did not. The soy boy cowboy just kicked out.
Awful, you just got the replay.
Pink.
Awful, you just got the replay of the buckshot. What was Ospreay going for, if anything?
He looked like he was running like the little dog in Tom and Jerry.
He was running the only thing he could have been doing is getting a buckshot lariat from Hangman Adam Page. There's nothing else he could have been doing at that point in time.
None of their sequences make any sense.
So, by the way, here's another story. First time I was ever like really, really drunk. So, I was at 2 of my cousins got married the year that I turned 21. So I had 2 open bar events that summer, and I called in a manner of being buzzed. I called my one cousin. I said, "Hey, come have a drink with me," and he was like, "No, I gotta drive home or something." Like he was married with kids at the time. I was 21, and I called him a pussy. So at my next cousin's wedding, all of my cousins decided that they were going to get me so drunk that I was never going to want to drink again. And
that didn't work.
Yeah, no, it didn't work. It was like literally like my cousin pulled out a brown paper bag with a bottle in it, and he was like, "This is Irish moonshine." I don't remember anything else from the night until I got back to the hotel room. My family was all staying in the same room, and I'm laying in the cot, and I'm like, oh my God, the room is spinning. And my mom goes, "Put your hand on the wall." I put my hand on the wall, and the room came to a screeching halt. And that was the moment I realized my mom was cool. Like my mom knew how to handle that situation. And that was when I was like, wait, my mom wasn't always terrible.
I thought this story had a different ending.
No. Yeah, but you know what? Like the funny thing about me is I've never been hungover in my life. Like, I have drank in excess. I just don't get hungover. And yeah. So the next morning, my cousins were all smug, and they were like, "Hey, how you feeling?" And I was like, "What are we doing tonight?"
Did the old Captain America? I could do this all day.
Yep, I could do this all day. But no, I was like every other dude. Like I drank excessively in my 20s or whatever. Now I'm older. I'm like, man, I don't drink at all. I rarely drink at all anymore.
Right.
So
I rarely drink.
Osprey's doing his twirly move again. Hangman with the clothesline. He's gonna go for the stupid buckshot lariat again, which he doesn't do as good as Logan Paul. And Hangman Adam Page wins the match, Hovel.
Hey, what'd I tell you? These guys don't know how to do anything. Why in the world would you show up to the arena wearing pink?
Dude, are you telling me that next month we've got to sit through Hangnail Adam Page versus Dick the Boozer? I know I'm ripping off Cornette there, but they're perfect nicknames. We got to watch the Soy Boy Cowboy versus John Moxley.
Yeah. Last match of the night.
Johnny Walker Moxley.
Now, what's selling more tickets to that event? Because there's nothing that really grabs.
Nothing is selling tickets to that event. That's the point of that event.
Yeah. And now they've got a full card, essentially. I always love how we're at the 40-minute mark of this match, and these guys go 200 miles an hour. Okay.
I think we read this one already. Dead X Man 616 for $10. Biggest kid in class, never wanted to fight. Yeah, we read that one. Liquid Fox for $5 Canadian. My mom always grabbed the nearest thing to spank us with. I once called my bro the C word while mom was holding an extension cord. I learned that day. Oh man, that's
a child of the 80s right there, Liquid Fox.
Yes, my friend. Juan Alicon for $10 says, I knew one kid in high school who in 1 week got his nose broken in a fight, broke his leg falling off a fence trying to ditch school, and his girlfriend broke up with him. Holy crap. That guy probably ended up making puppet videos on YouTube about wrestling. Regina Shot for $2 says, my record is 13 shots of vodka in one go. You beat me, my friend. I used to do the Ric Flair kamikaze shots all the time. But
what's your
wait,
drink,
why does Hangman Adam Page get confetti, but Mercedes Moné didn't?
Because she ran off, remember?
Oh, right.
She had a plane to catch.
I about flipped my lid, saw an ant. I was blowing my top. Yeah, I saw an ant. We sprayed in the crawl space and the bathroom because we had ants under there. And I just went to use the restroom, and I saw an ant, and I started looking at I had to look under everything and look in the shower and look under the bathtub because I thought we might be getting them back, but I think it was a lone ant, so I think I'm good.
This old house with
with AEW disciplinary committee.
Charming.
Will Ospreay is literally covered in confetti right now.
I
God,
don't have to
can't believe
find. I have to go to YouTube now. Oh, YouTube doesn't work, guys. I'm sorry. Gotta go. YouTube's down. Data center fire.
Let's see. AEW Double or Nothing press scrums we gotta look for, right?
Uh-huh.
And you know we gotta wait 25, 30 goddamn minutes for that to even start.
Uh-huh.
Like, what takes so long? Triple H is always like ready to go after the pay-per-view ends.
Yeah, and they only last an hour, and they're interesting, and they put across storylines, and they mean something.
So there are somebody is literally just writing JD is a clown over and over again in the live chat for the media scrum.
They always do that. I just want to point something out too, by the way.
Somebody literally just wrote this pay-per-view smoked WrestleMania. What the fuck?
I haven't reached my keyboard yet, right? I just decided to go to YouTube, and on the top there's a little tag that says professional wrestling because Max watches wrestling stuff on here. So I thought I'd go to that and find the AEW thing. And I am like 5 full page scrolls down without seeing anything about the AEW press scrum right now.
Jason C just wrote Marv is awesome in the AEW press scrum chat. I'm closing the chat right now, guys. So don't write anything else about me because I'm not going to see it. Because I can only take so much of these people.
Seriously, I'm still scrolling, and it hasn't shown up yet. How is this a thing?
Wait, walk me through what's going on with you one more time.
Okay, so my keyboard is not near me, so I was just gonna go to YouTube, and there's a little tab that says professional wrestling because Max watches wrestling videos sometimes.
Yeah.
So I just clicked on the tab that says professional wrestling, and I get our live stream. Ours isn't right there, but like Denise Salcedo is right up there. The WCW stream from earlier today is up there. Title match wrestling, so it's not like my algorithm chose this. And we are not anywhere near anything about a press scrum for AEW.
This isn't on the AEW channel.
I'm sure it is. If I got my keyboard, I can find it. Yeah.
It is on the AEW channel.
It shows you how low of a priority video it is for YouTube. They should be serving this up to me on a platter. It should be my front page.
My buddy was just like, hey, how'd it go? And I was like, it just ended. And I said, we made like $1,200, so now I have to sit through Tony Khan. He goes, congrats, and I'm sorry.
I'm sorry this happened to you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, It's Still Real to Us podcast. I have to grab my keyboard. Darn it. Okay.
Dead X Man 616 for $10 is another school story. My friends and I were messing around. I got knocked into a plain glass window. By the end of the day, the story was I was thrown out of the second floor and walked it off. Dude, I really hope you embraced that tale because that's awesome.
Okay. I found it. That's nuts.
Ever do any senior pranks?
No, but I do know a friend of mine did one once. Not one that I went to high school with, but somebody told me I was a senior prank they did, and it's the greatest prank I've ever heard of in my life. So they released chickens into the school, and on one of the chickens they attached the number 1, and on the other one they did number 2, and on the last one they did the number 4.
Wow. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's an amazing prank because for the whole rest of the day they're looking for chicken number 3 that doesn't exist.
I was tangentially involved in bringing a cow 3 stories upstairs to the top floor of our school and leaving them there overnight. So because
you guys both beat.
Well, because a cow can't walk downstairs. A cow can only walk upstairs. So they'd actually have to they had to like get the cow on the elevator and stuff to get the cow out of the building.
Way got awful.
We filled our science teacher's room with about 2,000 crickets. We also put a golf in the main lobby of the school, which was
You
carpeted.
put a what?
Golf cart
Oh, okay.
in the main lobby, and we also put the old head, like they used to have these, I guess brass or excuse me, copper bust of all the old headmasters of the school. So we took the bust off the mantle, and we put the bust at the very edge of every swimming pool plank. So that when they
Amazing.
tried to go for it, like it would start to wobble and would run the risk of falling into the bottom of the pool. Yeah, we got suspended for that, but yeah. Well, we got suspended actually because one of the students took a dump on the headmaster's table, headmaster's desk. Yeah, of course.
New Year's Eve 2000, like go Y2K, buddy. That was my first year with a car, and we spent all New Year's.
You're a lot older than me.
We spent all New Year's driving around. I'm 42. I'll tell you how old I am. We spent all New Year's driving around, and we would hop from party to party to party to party because everyone else had to stay because they didn't have cars, but we had a car, so we could drive all around to the other parties. And we got we went to one party, and the person's mom gave us a plate of egg rolls, and then we went to the next party, and the person's mom gave us some dessert, and it was really bad. So we thought we were funny, and we threw egg rolls all over her lawn because we were egg rolling them, right? Not egging them, we were egg rolling them. And then
God, you guys are the worst.
And then
just the worst.
The girls, it was a girl too, by the way. It was a girl. And she called me and she goes, "Did you guys throw egg rolls at my house?" And she goes, I go, "Yeah, I get it. Egg rolled your house." And she goes, "Yeah, tell that to my mom." And she handed the phone to her mom.
Did you tell her mom?
And she goes, "So explain the joke. What's the joke? Why is this funny?" And I was like, "Because it's egg rolls instead of eggs." And she goes, "Okay, you have to turn around."
Dis, you're my friend and I love you, but that girl won. That girl won, and she was right, and you deserved everything that you got.
I agree, 100%, and I knew it immediately too. I was just like, "Yep." We turned around and we went back and cleaned up every egg roll off that yard.
I had a buddy who used to just torment me with like pranks when I was in like my 20s. And every time I would freak out, he would be like, "Marv, this is all part of your therapy. This is all part of your therapy to not be such a stick in the mud." And I think it's how I found my like comedian's voice. So I actually owe him for that. Like if you hadn't like cut me off on the side of the road and had someone pop out of, your trunk and throw eggs at my car, maybe I wouldn't have this YouTube channel today. So thanks, Dave.
She got me back by putting she won, yeah, because she got me back by putting liver in my mailbox, and then she didn't admit to it and think it was funny and make a joke about it. That's how she won.
She won. Virginia Sharp for $5. Is it just me, or does the scrum music sound like a racing game menu screen? It seriously does. I really hope I don't have to listen.
Gran Turismo.
I gotta take another fucking drink. Ugh.
Yes, Regina Sharp gets it because egging and rolling, because TP.
We
so
get it,
like
man. We get it.
Yeah.
No, we all get it, Dis. We all just think you're lame.
Imagine me when I was 16.
Jesus Christ.
Mother of God.
Right
1, 2, 3, drink.
Riding around in my 1983 Crown Vic, listening to Hulk rules.
Swearing he was the fucking man out there too. Like, I got it all together, man.
In my Jinko jeans.
It's all uphill from here.
My bleach tips, man. You should have seen me.
Oh, I can imagine.
His duster pants.
I was never allowed to color my hair in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, I was. because my sister broke that seal long before I came around. So
Can't believe it. So we've been streaming for 5 hours now, guys, and we're waiting for Tony Khan to do whatever fat line is sitting on his desk right now and get over here and start this scrum.
$1 says Tony Khan does not show up at this media scrum.
If that happens, I will laugh at you all, and you will get nothing. Just to let you know. Like last time, I was like, "Oh, I feel bad. Like I'm gonna totally like do like a play along of AEW Fight Forever," and that's not happening this time. I will laugh at you all.
no, because also you've gotten your money's worth. This was a great show since we so once we got the money and we were like, okay, we're gonna have to watch
professional wrestling carnies, ladies and gentlemen.
I was like,
right
we got the money. We're like, we're gonna have to watch this scrum. I don't know how we can possibly enjoy the rest of this show, like get anything out of it. So
let's talk about old high school stories.
you guys didn't. I'm assuming you guys didn't hear it because you don't listen to Tooneytown TV. But Kevin and I got in like a screaming fight 2 weeks ago on the show.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah,
over
right?
over the Superman trailer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you listen to the show? Look at you. It's really.
He
but like
doesn't
people were
listen
like
to the show. But go ahead.
people were like, "Oh my God, Marv! Like, are you and Kev okay?" I'm like, "Have you never had a best friend before?" Like, we didn't blink at that fight. Like, we were literally
I wanted to ask
screaming at
you.
each other. Go ahead.
What was the argument over?
Are you playing one of those rain tubes right now? Or something?
I'm not.
You heard that though, right?
Yeah, I did hear it came from awful. No,
Oh,
Yeah, well, I was
the
probably
argument
typing my
was-
mic.
It was
I
about
thought
the
it was-
Superman trailer. It was the fact that I was like, I didn't see anything that I hated, and he thought his opinions were facts. So, you know, we were screaming at each other, and I go to him, and I yell, like, you know, if you were, I was like, oh, so your opinions are facts. If you were an AEW fan, you'd be unstoppable. And he goes, I am unstoppable.
It's
I was like,
you don't-
that's about right.
You don't even have to be best friends. You just have to understand where the other, like, know where each other's coming from, right? Like we were in a group. I'm in a group chat with Russell Graffs, and we were going back and forth about some that we've argued about 100 times, and somebody else was like, "Hey," DM'd me on the side and was like, "Are you guys fine?" And I'm like, "Dude, we fought about this everywhere
Marv.
on Twitter."
Yeah.
Marv, these motherfuckers write dissertations to each other in the fucking private chat. It is the most.
Yes.
Shout out to MJ and this, but
We are
I'm
just-
like, oh my God, moving on.
No, we are totally. We're the two old nerds sitting around the table barking at each other. You know, that's exactly what we are.
So you
boring.
guys have a group chat without me. I understand.
Yeah, we have several.
I always suspected.
Well, you have to understand, Marv, we're more involved in the Twitter sphere than you are. So other people invite us to their group chats, and we
No,
end up
trust
there.
me. No, trust me. You guys did the right thing not inviting me.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be
The
in a
last
group
thing-
chat with these
the
people.
last
Yeah,
thing
dude,
I
you're not
want is
missing
more-
a fucking thing.
The last
want
thing
more
I
numbers?
want is more.
Learn about math.
The last thing I want is more Twitter wrestling discourse.
Yeah, you want to invite you the one that I'm in with Dose, Marv. You want that one?
I like those. Those is fine.
I know. I'm just saying these are things that you're distanced from now. The IWC.
No,
We don't wanna drag you back in.
I purposely distanced myself from the IWC
Yeah,
because
I
it's
know
taking
that.
up way too much of my time and attention, and now I don't have much
Yeah,
time
Marv.
left in my life. Like, not that like that doesn't mean like I'm dying or anything. It just means that I'm very busy every day. But I realized how that
The
sounded.
messages that they give to each other are enough to slow down your phone.
Oh my gosh.
You're not missing a
I mean,
thing.
we have our group chat, then we have our group chat with Travis, and then we have our like show group chat. So we have like 3.
Yeah.
I can only imagine how many you guys have. And then I have one with the Tooneytown TV people.
Yeah.
So
I have an all
We all
black
have-
one.
We all have. Yeah, I'm an
you
all
have
black one.
Is Kevin in it?
Oh,
Or does he not count?
Oh, you're not. I thought you were in there with me. Awful. They invited me to that 3 months ago.
Oh,
No, I was in one with Bob for a while. That was crazy.
Erica M says, I love our Discord, and Lisa B says our Discord is the best. TooneyDis.lol, by the way, guys. Not that I'm ever in there, but like, you know, I've heard it's fun.
Cool people. And
I go in there once in a while, like when I had to lay the smack down on a young boy who had overstepped his bounds.
Seriously, nobody causes trouble. Like I'm in there, you know, I keep an eye on it because I'm the mod over there, and I don't have to do anything. You guys are great. I'm not asking you to either. So, there's been Discord horror stories, you know, so it's nice to be in one that's.
I love our community. Like we had one like piece of shit AEW fan who was like trying to get on us tonight during the Mercedes Moné stuff. But Liquid Fox, by the way, for $2 Canadian says Kev was wrong all stream. Leo is the best. Lies. No, he was right about that. Leo is the best. You're wrong, Liquid Fox. Best turtle is what we were arguing about. Leo is the best turtle.
Hey, if you want to smash that like button for us.
Wait, are you disagreeing with me about Leo?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite turtle?
It's Raphael.
Oh, fuck you, Dis.
I mean, it's the answer.
No, it's not the answer.
That's the right answer, Marv.
No, oh my gosh. When they did that CGI movie that took place after Turtles 3 and they finally threw down, I remember sitting there in the theater and I literally out loud said, "Kick his fucking ass, Leo."
You're talking about the extended universe. I'm talking cartoon first 3 movies. That's it.
Cartoon first 3 movies, Leo is still the best.
Leo's supposed to be. Leo's Jason. Raphael's Tommy. Okay, that's the thing.
Jason is the best.
Okay, then you're wrong. You like Cyclops over Wolverine too, right?
I do like Cyclops over Wolverine.
Okay, thank you. I see. Look at this guy. This guy over here. Look at this guy. Awful.
I'm sorry if I admire responsibility and the need to do good over being an edgelord before that term existed.
All of us over here like, I liked Kimberly.
Hey, everybody liked Kimberly, right? She was Kimberly Hart was our generation's Marsha Brady. Awful's too old. He didn't watch Power Rangers.
So Tommy was Tommy was the heel to you, huh?
Tommy wasn't the heel to me. I lived in a world where I was like, hey, these guys can both exist and both be cool.
Yeah, but they didn't live in that world for a while, and you had to pick a side. So which side did you pick?
One of them was evil, and then like objectively beat the other one in a fight. Yeah,
got to cheer for the bad guy. I guess.
No,
I don't know. You're right.
That has never been
to me. It was
favorite Power Ranger, Jason. Favorite X-Men, Cyclops. Favorite Turtle, Leonardo. Favorite Muppet, Kermit. I am favorite Justice League member, Superman. Favorite Avenger, Captain America. I am 100% for the Boy Scout leaders.
That X-Men 616 is an acceptable answer though. Michelangelo
is
an acceptable answer because if you're there for
Mikey was the best. Yeah, and I like that you called him Mikey because that is his name.
Yeah. If you're there for the ha-has, then there's no problem with that. That's a perfectly acceptable.
Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian is just trying to hurt me by saying this is the best of Tooney Talk Wrestling.
No, he's actually, it's a joke because I'm the bad guy.
He's trying to hurt me. Yeah,
I'm the evil one. I'm not.
Lisa B says dude. let me tell you something. Scorpina was where it was at.
I am not the Tommy of Tooney Talk. I'm the Billy of Tooney Talk Wrestling. If anything,
I would say you're more the Trini.
The Asian girl. The Asian girl of Tooney Talk Wrestling.
We're not going to put it that way, but. Man. Look, I mentioned this on Tooney Talk TV before, and since we're still killing time before this press scrum starts, I'll say it. The Boom Studios Power Rangers comics are so friggin' good. Like so good.
Yeah, I'm Alpha 5.
I agree.
That's what I'm the Alpha 5 of Tooney Talk Wrestling.
Jesus Christ.
Look at Erica M trying to be the contrarian, saying Telly was my favorite Sesame Street Muppet. Telly was no one's favorite.
Okay, she's right about one thing though. U.S. Acres is better than Garfield.
Oh, infinitely better.
Okay. We can shake hands and we can be friends now. And
Wade and Roy and what was the pig's name? Winston, was it? Or
sure. I don't know. I haven't watched it in 20 years, but
the fuck was the pig's name?
Oh, Hamilton.
I remember Hamilton. The one the I remember the chick that was in
Dude, the
show's
gone into the Cartoon Network realm.
Hamilton.
We're doing Nickelodeon.
Wasn't it Hamilton?
No, it wasn't Hamilton.
It was something. Orville? It was a meat.
Orson.
It was Orson Welles. Yep. Okay.
Orson J. Pig. No, I remember.
Right, but I meant reference. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and then like you had the two chicks, and the one was still in the shell, and his name was Sheldon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that. Dead X Man 616 for $5 says, if we're counting Sesame Street, then Grover is the best Muppet. We're not counting Sesame Street. They're not Muppets. He held down multiple jobs and was a superhero. Well, I mean, I agree with you. Grover is the best on Sesame Street. I will give you that.
I mean, that guy got me to read a whole book thinking there was going to be a monster at the end. And let me tell you what, man, it was not. There was no monster at the end of that book. I mean, there was, but come on.
Like, yeah, it was him.
It was him.
Like when Fox for 2000 Canadian says no, because Raph is the best, not even a contest.
Thank you.
He's not. He is in no way, shape, or form the best.
Yeah, no, but yeah, seriously. Total
when I was a kid and you were playing Ninja Turtles, like being Raph was like the punishment. Like nobody wanted to be Raph.
What?
Nobody wanted to be Raph.
What? You had to fight to be Raph.
You had to fight. You had to fight to be Leo or Mikey.
Because you got to say the D
Donatello was the consolation prize.
If you were Raph, you got to say the D word, my friend, and that was cool.
You did get to say damn.
So eat it,
man. awful sitting there like I liked Howdy Doody when I was a kid.
I was a big Lone Ranger fan.
Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days.
Wait, that's our show. No, wait. Actually, the weird thing about Happy Days is that
Transformers, it was He-Man, it was
you guys talk about your Kimberly Hart, but for me it was Marsha Brady and I Dream of Jeannie.
Think about it.
You guys are talking like Rugrats and Sesame Goddamn Street.
Yeah.
Like,
the thing about Happy Days is that it was a show and it came on in the 70s, but it was about the 50s. So people in their minds associate it for the 50s, but that's very much an awful show. Like in terms of time, that's not that old. That's not much older than I am.
It was a show in the 70s about the 50s that had a resurgence in the 90s.
Well, check this out. There was a show there was a popular show about the 70s there's a popular show about the 60s, the 50s and the 70s. There was a popular show in the 80s about the 60s, which was 20 years before, and that was Wonder Years. In the 90s, we had that 70s show, which was about 20 years before, and it just keeps going. It seems like 20 years, there's always a very popular show.
We don't have a show now about 2005.
No, we did have we had to have Goldberg's though, which was about the 80s and the 2000s. Yeah. So
that's like way beyond that.
No, it came out in there. It came out in the aughts is when it started.
Why do they call it the aughts?
I don't know. Because nobody wants to say the O's, I guess.
I used to always just say the 2000s. And then I heard somebody call it the aughts.
It was some Brit that said that.
Just remember Birth of a Nation. Let me tell you something. I've had to watch Birth of the Nation like 4 times because I had to watch it in high school in 2 different film classes and then in college in like 3 different film classes.
Right. In our clubs, we had to watch it.
Yeah.
In the initiation when you get to be 18.
The
worst. Ku Klux Clubs.
No.
Yeah, seriously, what clubs were you a part of?
Marv, when they take when they're like, okay, you're 18 white male,
Marv,
you need to go.
Well, well done, awful. That was well done. That was well placed.
Our secret clubs, Marv. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I wasn't in the club. I apparently wasn't in the clubs that you were in. Much Birth of a Nation.
Okay, well, guess what? I've never seen that movie.
They go
Marv,
by
and
that
you've
one
seen it
drop
3
rule, Marv.
times, okay?
5 times.
5 times. So, you know, I'm making jokes about it.
Dude.
You're telling serious stories about you watching that movie 5 times.
Seriously, every film class you had to watch that, and you had to watch what's the one with the fucking sled? The Rosebud thing. Was that Citizen Kane?
Yeah, Citizen Kane.
Oh,
of course, yeah.
Every fucking film class I've ever taken, it's like, it's a sled. It's a fucking sled. Ugh.
There's that scene in Citizen Kane, which is awesome, where Orson Welles
Kane's
slaps
awesome,
the
dude.
taste out of that woman's mouth.
Yeah, Citizen Kane is an awesome movie. It's a fantastic movie.
That's a one take shot. He nails her.
There was only one movie that people were like, this is cinema, that I've been like, yeah, okay, that lived up to the hype, and that was The Godfather.
And meh.
Godfather is just chef's kiss perfect.
Godfather
and Godfather 2 are literally perfect movies. You can't say anything against them.
They're objectively fantastic. They also kind of put me to sleep every time I try to watch them again.
Oh, fuck you.
So
This
I'm
is
sorry,
even-
dude.
Really?
Yeah, and it's not like I can still get into a mob movie and stuff. I can watch. Sit me down with Goodfellas, I can watch it, but I can't watch Casino. I can watch a couple episodes of Sopranos, but I can't sit down for a whole season. You know, it's like I need them in chunks. I can't.
There has never been a bad mob movie.
Yeah, there has. That one Stallone did.
Which one? You are not fucking talking about Tulsa King right now, are you?
No, that's a number one.
Are you talking about Copland?
Number one, I'm talking about the one. Stop or my mom will shoot. Wasn't that a mob? Or no, Oscar. Oscar was the one. Oscar
one
was
that
the
I never.
mob
It's
movie.
one that I never saw.
Yeah, terrible.
Tulsa King. I
And
binged
Tulsa-
Tulsa King. I binged Tulsa King in 2 days.
Yeah,
like that.
John Travolta and Gotti was terrible.
Yeah,
I
Gotti
didn't
was
see that
terrible.
one.
You don't want
watch,
to see it.
they have a really good documentary series about Gotti on Netflix.
Yeah, like I love Tulsa King, but it's same deal. I can do like a couple episodes at a time, and then I gotta wait till the next day. I can't sit down and binge it. It's just something about it. I can't do that much in a row. My attention span, you know.
Mm-hmm. No, I
gotta be flashing lights and loud music by Def Rebel to get me interested.
What's a movie that you guys love that everybody hates? Like people
That's a
around
good question.
you. I've got one. It's still like one of my top 5 movies of all time. But everybody I show it to, they fucking hate it. It's Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood.
Oh, that's a fantastic movie. Who hates that movie?
Who fucking hates that movie?
Fantastic.
Oh, Marv.
You'd be surprised, my friend. They can't sit through it.
Black people.
Oh yeah, no. All right, so I can't think of a movie that's objectively terrible that I love.
I'm thinking of
but
Jews.
Oh, that's right.
I will tell you. I'll tell you guys one fun story that my grandfather told. My pop told me this story. So my pop tells me this story. He comes home from school one day, and he gets back to the house, and he sees this big fancy car parked in the driveway with 2 big huge dudes in suits like standing on either side of it. And so he walks inside the house, and they're living in Brooklyn at this time. My grandfather as a kid, he walks inside the house and he sees my great grandfather sitting at a table with Carlo Gambino, the head of the Gambino crime family.
Oh wow!
And literally they're just sitting at the table talking. And my grandfather goes, "Hey." And my great grandfather gets up on the table, grabs him by the back of the shirt, and takes him to the door. And he goes, "Isn't that?" And he goes, "You didn't see nothing." And he pushes him out the door. He closes the door. That's it. That's the most my grandfather ever learned about that meeting.
There are movies that are objectively terrible that I enjoy, like 3 Ninjas. Or something, something along those lines.
Three Ninjas is an objectively terrible movie. That's good.
Every Hulk Hogan movie, I can find something to just entertain myself with.
I can tell you right now that Richard Salea in the chat has got the #1 objectively worst movie ever made, and that's Gummo.
Gummo's terrible.
Atrocious.
I never saw that.
Don't.
Oh my
Just don't.
God.
Let's not even talk
Yeah.
about it. Let's not even. Nope. I'm fine.
Hideous.
With that. But mine.
So-
my
So anyway, my grandfather tells me that story about Carlo Gambino, right? And so then I go to my great grandma was still alive at the time, and so I go to my great grandma and I say, Grandma, Pop told me that your husband was in the mafia. And my great grandma goes, "Oh, that's silly. That's no, whatever." And then I left the room. I found out years later there's a second half to this story. So I say to my great grandma, "Pop told me your husband was in the mafia." And she goes, "Oh, that's silly. You just got." I left the room, and my great grandma apparently turned around and like swung at my grandfather. Like, what are you doing? That was, oh my gosh, God rest both their souls. But yeah, so you know, my great grandfather was a chef on a boat that came from Italy in World War I. And it docked in New York, and he just stayed. He just got off the boat and never got back on it.
Yeah.
So he was illegal, and then during World War II, they were checking on every Italian immigrant, and so my great grandfather then had to like go to Canada and then re-enter the country legally. So he basically avoided being deported in the middle of a massive global conflict by having to go to Canada and then do the paperwork and re-enter the country legally. So he was eventually a legal citizen.
Yeah, I have my one of my grandparents was a Kentucky tobacco farmer, and my other grandfather was a French orphan who appeared in New Orleans one day, and nobody knew who his parents were. So
I've heard that some of Awful's family members worked on a Kentucky farm.
Oh no! My family was not that kind. Trust me.
I'm kidding.
No. This isn't me saying like we're better than that. This is me saying that my family was.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, this is me saying my family was poor. Okay, my family was dirt poor. They could not have afforded to do anything like that. So, but yeah, and then my other grandpa, we don't know where his family was. He was French, and he was found in New Orleans, and he was my grandfather.
If you can't work them, don't date them.
By the way, this show has been off for 30 minutes, and the scrum has not started yet. Fuck you, Tony Khan.
I can't. What time is it?
I'm getting.
It's like 1 o'clock.
It's 1 a.m.
No joke.
It's literally 1 a.m.
I'm out. If this,
it's midnight. It's midnight for me, but wow. Okay, this is going on. Like if we were on the West Coast,
what does he have going on that he can't start the scrum right away? Is it because he has to run to Adam Page's fucking locker room and be like, "That was the greatest match I've ever seen"?
Maybe he's got to pay extra time to the arena to be there.
Oh, hold on. The music just stopped.
Oh, here we go.
He heard you.
Yep. Oh, Renee Paquette was like, "What a night. You guys feeling good?" No, Renee, I'm not. I'm not feeling great. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes.
Oh, wow. Well,
he's coming out with Hangman Adam Page. Oh, and he's got his little glasses on, guys.
100K. Remember the number 100K, guys.
why?
Hold on, I gotta turn up the volume.
It might have changed, but
he looks so pleased with himself after just putting on that terrible pay-per-view.
I forgot to get a belt.
On mine.
Did Mercedes get a belt?
Yeah, they both get belts.
This means so much to me. Oh, this means so much to me, y'all.
Is he crying?
Mm-hmm.
He is crying. He's literally crying.
Oh my God.
Cowboy.
He had 45
past 2 years have been
minutes
so
to cry.
difficult. I've been paid far beyond my means or my worth to do a job that I'm not qualified to do, and I'm just like so like emotional about it.
Okay, Marv, I know you said that men can cry 2 times in wrestling, when they retire or when they win their first world championship. Okay.
Yes.
But you've never had to consider the possibility of winning the 3rd annual Owen Hart Foundation Men's Cup winner.
Doesn't
belt.
count.
Okay.
Doesn't count. Doesn't
But
count.
this
He's
is
already
a
been a world
whole
champion.
New thing. No. But this is a whole new level. Okay, you can't call that a world title. That is the Owen
What
Hart.
are the odds, Dis? What are the odds that he finds a way to tie this into some kind of "fuck you" CM Punk statement?
100%. If not now, later.
Well, I know it's in front of me, so I don't know about relief.
God, stupid mustache.
Stupid face. Stupid hair.
You know, for 2 years I haven't won anything.
So he says, for 2 years I haven't won anything.
Somebody could clip that last thing where we just said like stupid face, stupid, and make it sound like we're the most bitter, hateful anti-AEW people. Just our whole stream is just watching them and being like stupid people, stupid face.
This was a light at the end of the tunnel for me.
This was a light at the end of the tunnel for him.
I didn't win this. I mean, I truly needed it. If I didn't get this, I didn't know what I was going to do.
He needed this because if he didn't win it, he didn't know what he was going to do.
I never ever thought I'd say this, but come
Tony
on,
had no plans for me.
I never imagined I'd say this, but come on, just let Tony Khan talk, please.
Yeah. Oh, we're opening up to questions.
Hey man, why are you so great?
Hey, it's Adrian Hernandez of Unlikely.
Adrian Hernandez from Unlikely.
We reminisce over Double or Nothing, the 6th year anniversary of AEW.
6th year anniversary.
Shot at the World Championship and the biggest AEW show in the States at All In. And fans have been along this ride the entire time, through the good and bad. Do you have a message to those fans?
Do you have a message for the fans?
I just want to say thank you. I mean, thank you for supporting.
Good question.
I just want to say thank you because you supported me.
Hey, did we catch that guy's website? I want to check it out later because he's so
for real
in depth. Such a good journalist.
In a way, like you think you don't know me, but I know you.
Do we have to credit him because we talked about him on our podcast? Do we have to?
No.
In the linear notes.
I'm so thankful, and I'm such a baby face. Never mind the fact that I burned down a man's house, like a couple months ago.
I should take the time from when, right when we got that last super chat, the one that put us over, up until the media scrum started, and I should put that on the audio feed.
Seriously.
Just be like bonus if you want it.
Yeah, probably don't, because I don't know what I've said. ProWrestling.net asking a question. You're a homegrown AEW guy. How does it feel to be a homegrown AEW guy in the main event? He just said AEW is successful. I'm from here. My story starts here.
Should I go to one of these?
What?
If I could go to one of these, should I go to one of these?
Yes. She's taking 2 more questions for him. Knockouts, 3 counts of bodyslam.net. Talk about Swerve. Burning his house down. What does it mean for you to come full circle?
I'm so incredibly proud.
I'm so incredibly proud. I'm sorry. Like, these fucking idiots are asking them questions in gimmick, and they do it in the WWE one too, and I hate it.
Well, the whole
these
WWE one is
stupid.
WWE one is now entirely a work. We had John Cena
Yeah.
and Archer, like it's a storyline, except for the numbers. It's a work. So they don't. There's no pretense of it.
You'd have to know your character is before you could cut a promo in character about these questions.
1, 2, 3, drink.
And the thing is, like, they actually made. Did you see the video they made about Paige about like showing like the story about how he why he doesn't hate Swerve, you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing, or why he was like, it told a good story, but it told a story of a character that this man is totally unable to play. And it even was evident in the video itself whenever it would actually show, you know what I mean? Like when they would show him on the cliff or something like that.
Right.
Like it's just like, this isn't that guy. The story you're telling is not this man, you know?
Mm-hmm.
This championship
Oh my God.
kick ass in 1978.
This is insufferable.
And this year,
And the pictures they used are weird because two of them are Owen and the last one is Owen. It kind of looks like Rick Rude. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
me of a year ago was wrong, and that I can still be the person that I used to be.
He's saying the me of a year ago was wrong because I was a heel then, but now I'm a babyface.
WWE should send a cease and desist about them using the Hart Foundation logo on their title.
Oh my God, seriously. Renee just told him to go home.
Would you? Okay, Marv. Seriously,
Tony just gave him one of his hugs, one of his classic hugs.
If
One of his
WWE
classic,
did that,
please don't leave me, daddy hugs.
if WWE did that, good move or bad move? What do you think, Marv?
Did what?
Send it cease and desist because they had the Hart Foundation logo on
Bad move.
the title. Bad move.
Bad move. Yeah, no. Why bother? Nobody saw it.
It'd be funny. It would be funny.
Oh God, here she comes.
Oh wow,
Please
she's
laugh.
doing one.
I am here to talk about my big win.
Do you like my belt? It's pink.
Oh my
I just
God,
made
it's
it.
like pink. What did you learn about Jamie Hayter? She asks. By the way, Renee is asking her this question, not the press.
Can I ask her a question?
Mercedes can't pick up the mic.
Mercedes, is it a coincidence that your belt is the same color as your jacket, or was that pre-planned?
Yeah. I am the greatest professional wrestler in this world. Oh my God, like she hit me like so many times and like I still won. Like, aren't I so tough?
She's redhead.
Eddie Guerrero.
Did you notice that she's redhead? You know, she's also, I think, Irish or something. She's from one of those countries over there, but
she's like Becky Lynch, who I don't like.
But I beat her up. But she's tougher than Becky Lynch, but I still beat her up.
Gosh.
Yeah, I can't believe she stuck around. Good call, LK. How do they go? How many extra zeros they have to give? They had to give her the all-in main event, is what they had to give her.
I just cannot wait
nap.
for all in because, like, I know I'm gonna win because I already told this numbnuts right next to me that I'm gonna win at all in.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Tony will win. She's so great. Come on.
Are we gonna? All right, the press is about to ask your questions. Kimmy Sokol from Fightful. Athena keeps calling you out. Unfinished business.
Oh
my God! Like, don't make me go to Ring of Honor.
They're not all gold. This one's pink and this one's black. Okay.
I'm not afraid of going to Ring of Honor. I just like don't really want to.
I'm afraid of the people that go to Ring of Honor.
Did she say she's one of the best women's I've ever been in the ring with?
Probably did.
She literally just said one of the best women's.
Hi. Oh my God. Hi.
Wrestle Joy.
Oh, it's my website. WrestleJoy. You don't want to know what's on it.
Oh, they're asking her about Tony Storm. Oh my God. How are you gonna prepare for Tony Storm? I'm gonna like train real hard and like give a lot of abundance.
She said, how do you prepare for someone as timeless as Tony Storm?
She might be timeless, but I'm legendary. I'm iconic. And this is in no way a line that I worked out with this person beforehand.
What's that thing? Babe Ruth said it one time. I saw it in a movie. Heroes might be timeless, but Mercedes was in Star Wars. Isn't that what it was? I can't remember.
Like, she's never been a potted plant in Star Wars, and I was. I'm a global champion for a reason, and that reason is ironclad creative control. Tony Khan's like, if I may. Like, no, you may not.
Look how he has his hands. He's like a human puppet.
He really is. Like what I have done with him as Tooney Khan is not far from the truth.
Give her credit. Okay, give her credit. Mercedes is living the gimmick best since she.
For fucking real, right? Okay. I'm ready to dethrone the timeless
Get the
one,
camera
and Jennifer
off
Pepperman
Tony
wrote
Khan.
that line for me.
Thank you.
Get the camera
saying the
on
same
Tony
thing.
Khan. Yeah, yeah, that was his Mercedes
off
impression.
him.
You heard
He makes me less cool.
You might be used to me in Marv's Mercedes impressions, but that was awful's Mercedes impression.
Yeah.
Oh, and Tony Khan, look at me, I'm zany. I'm like Kramer.
Liquid Fox says, except tuning is actually entertaining.
He claps like a steel.
I know some super chats have come in, so we will get to them, I promise. But everyone right don't have to listen to Tony Khan talk.
Who's that dude?
What the fuck? Who the fuck is that?
It's Bandito. Why is he out there?
Because John Moxley was supposed to come out there, but he decided he didn't want to, and he has creative control. So we just threw Bandito out there.
Yeah, he was on the pre-show. Hey, let's get hologram out here, guys.
Guys, like WWE like bought AAA about like we're going to Mexico.
Next up
is that Bandito or is that the Midnight Rider?
Guard. That's Bandito.
It looks like the Midnight Rider.
And next up is that tough black security guard you see on every show. He's going to take some questions from you.
With a hook for a hand.
No, I'm talking about the real guy. He has a beard. He looks real tough. I don't want to mess with him. He looks tougher than half the roster, actually, if you want to be.
Is it just me? Or does like Tony Khan, his facial expression at these scrums looks like a 2-year-old when you turn on Bluey?
Yeah. I love it.
Who are you looking to defend your title against in Mexico City is what was just asked.
Luchadors.
A lot of luchadors. Yes, luchadors is who he hopes to defend the title against.
In Mexico.
Fucking tastic.
And then Tony is back there.
Look, I want to just say something to our Tooney Town faithful right now. I love you guys. I truly do. You're like family to me, but you made me sit through this, and so I fucking hate you all. But I also love you. So I raise a glass to you all. Proshnost.
Make the scroll on the bottom just be like, go F yourself. Why does Tony Khan, this press scrum's not going to go more than 45 minutes. Why does he have 4 waters next to him?
Because he's got to be very hydrated.
He takes a lot of dehydration or takes a lot of water out of you.
Yeah, it's dry.
Yeah. I'll always watch and see my little TV.
There we go.
Itchy.
There we go. Check out the bottom of the screen now, guys. Tony is very excited about going to Mexico.
The bipolar Chiron at the bottom of the screen.
I'm going to Mexico. We're gonna bring Daniel Bryan's daughter.
I'm gonna ask him if she wants her father to be a vegetable.
I'm sorry, Bryan Danielson. I should use his government name.
You're true, not his slave name.
Right.
Why are we talking to Bandito right now? Like, why is my time
somebody
being wasted with
said
this?
no because somebody said no, and you know who it was? It was Bobby
Moxley.
Lashley. It was Bobby Lashley.
Like, literally, he's the ROH. He's one half of the ROH World Tag Team Champions, and he's out here right now.
Bobby Lashley. They go, hey, we have a segment for the press conference after the show. We need you to do it. And he goes, no. That was it. I did that last time. I'm not doing this again.
What he did was he took two big steps toward Tony, engulfed him in his shadow, and said, "Make me."
Yeah. And then MVP goes,
Body
yeah,
Slam
make
Net
him.
is asking a question. All I want to do is just go on YouTube right now and watch Tesla videos because I'm buying a Tesla in the next month.
Ooh, you're gonna get attacked.
Dude, I can't fucking wait. I can't fucking wait to have this car.
You know, it's really funny. I think it's the funniest thing when YouTubers do this. Put your Tesla referral link in your bio.
I fucking shouldn't I? I don't know.
It's so funny. I think it's so funny. It's not funny. It's not funny when like rich, famous YouTubers do it, but it's real funny when like the guys who like are like your level, right, do it. I think it's hilarious. Yeah, you took our money. Oh, never mind. I thought they were making like you took our money. Go buy a Tesla reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marv. See, every time you watch this, you can just go Tesla, and you know it's all worth it.
Yep.
I want a Tesla. Are you getting a Cybertruck or just a regular Tesla?
Regular Model 3.
Gotcha.
Like the base of the base.
You don't have ludicrous speed.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Lucha is very important.
And it's oh god, Tony's talking about the importance of Lucha. That
Okay,
means
good. This is important.
For those asking, you know, what makes other EVs shit, in my opinion, it's not shit. Like, it's just the fact that I like I like the Tesla FSD. I've gotten to experience it firsthand in somebody else's Tesla. And the second I saw it, I was like, I want this.
How the fuck do you make a car political?
Yeah, for real.
Good Lord.
Seriously.
I drive a
about politics,
Ford,
guys.
Like, who cares, dude?
Like, I just want to not pay
Yeah,
for
if only
gas.
they knew about Ford, huh?
Yeah,
I tell
right.
you.
Yeah.
I want to not pay for gas. I want to have a car that drives me places.
You think any of them have Volkswagen?
I want to drive to New Jersey and see my mom and dad and not have to drive. Like, that's literally it.
Yeah, you think any of them drive Volkswagens? Any of you out there?
Really?
I will never.
I used
buy
to drive a
Volkswagen again.
Stalin.
I used to have a Volkswagen, and it was the literal, like, the electrical problems in a Volkswagen are like Hitler's revenge.
Yeah.
Tony
When we
Khan's
say
talking about
apolitical
exclamation points right now.
When we say apolitical, we mean it. It's not a catchphrase, guys. We're apolitical. Entertainment and cars. Okay. Anything else? What is he yapping on about?
What is he ever yapping on about?
He's trying to make CULL seem very important. He has to mention that he was Death Valley Drivers message board.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
With all of his adult friends when he was 13 years old.
Right.
So last night, and like we were talking about Mystico, so then I started watching the shows more and more. Mystico was really the top rising star.
Tony Khan has been talking for like the last 2 minutes, and I don't know anything that he said.
It's all CMLL is really cool, guys. Like that's all he's saying over and over again.
CMLL is great and AAA is terrible because the WWE owns it.
Right.
I've had maybe like 10 shots of cognac tonight, guys. Just want to say.
You're about to fall asleep. Awful is what's
No. I'm not tired at all, but I do have to get the hell out of here because this is.
Go
this
ahead,
is
Awful.
ridiculous.
You've done your penance. It's okay. You're not being paid. You are 100% in your right to leave.
You earned your plug.
Appreciate it.
What?
Awful. Tell the folks at home where they can find you.
Plug them. I'm saying plug yourself.
Yeah, this week the new video comes out. Sorry it came late only because what happened on Twitter a couple days ago was nonsensical. It had some of my clips on there. But anyway, yeah, you can catch me on x.com at Awful Wrestling or on youtube.com at Awful Wrestling there as well. And hope you guys enjoyed the show. See you Tuesday, motherfuckers.
Yeah, guys, seriously, make sure you're following Awful on his YouTube channel because it's amazing. Like, seriously.
Oh, Tony hugged him. Just like we're hugging Awful goodbye. Tony hugged
Of
Bandito
course he
goodbye.
hugged him. He hugs everybody.
Bye, Awful. Love you.
Bye, guys. Peace in the chat.
Bye.
Peace.
Love you, Awful.
To Marv. Yeah, I kind of like you too. See you guys.
See you Tuesday.
Oh,
great.
God, we're bringing out Tony Storm now. Fuck.
Oh, my gosh.
I couldn't hate Tony Storm more if she had killed someone personally, like, loved by me.
She's getting carried.
Oh, God, she's being carried out by Luther. I'm going to say something incredibly offensive and vulgar at some point during this scrum.
This is bad SNL, is all it is at this point, right? Like it's not.
Boss,
this is
hello, WWE bad. They fired me, and I don't like them very much. So I'm going to talk about things that I don't like about the WWE while saying that AEW is great.
This is a character Amy Poehler would have played at like 11 or at 12:45. You know, I do it maybe 3 times and then you never see it again.
Fantasticness. Thank you so much for that. I'm literally at the point where I'm seeing double right now. I'm seeing 2 Tony Storms, which is my worst fucking nightmare in the world.
You want me to close the show out?
Oh, yes. Questions from the press. Cunt, shit, fuck, cunt. Is it okay to smoke cannabis because I'm going to make drug references? Because I'm a female edgelord, which makes me an edge lady. And I'm so fucking funny.
I'm
gonna get really messed up right now because I've got no discernible talent. So the only way that you can make me actually seem relevant to the wrestling business is if I'm incredibly vulgar. Because men might like to see me say the word cunt and feel like they could actually fuck me because of it. So that's why I'm going to say it over and over again. Because I'm Tony Storm. And I've got absolutely nothing else than what you're seeing right now.
This time, okay, after somebody wrestles in AEW, when their match is over, does time no longer pass until you go to the media scrum or whatever the next thing you do? Because Mark Briscoe was in the back of an ambulance behind the stage for like 3 hours tonight, and Tony Storm couldn't fix the smeared makeup on her face. So it's just like your match ends, and then you freeze in time until they need you again.
Now I smeared my lipstick because I made out with another woman, and I want you to notice, and I want you to ask me questions about it because then I can virtue signal it, all of you.
She has a big butt. She made a joke about she has a big butt, Marv.
I've got a big bottom, and I feel like I have to mention that because then all of you can decide that I am gettable, as it would say.
Oh gosh, she's taking questions about her butt.
She's literally answering questions about her ass right now. And Tony Khan is commenting on it.
Tony's acting like this is real. Tony's pretending. And they pull out, and it looks like a public access show. They pulled out all the way, and like you could see the curtain behind them, and like it was just a table, it looked like Virgil working at the WrestleCon.
I've got a big bottom because the only way I can be relevant to people who enjoy wrestling is if I sexualize my body. By the way, my accent is faker than pro wrestling.
Marv.
What?
We should find out how long there was between the time the pay-per-view ended and the scrum started.
Yeah, but it's like an hour.
Because
it's like 40 minutes at least.
What if the scrum is the exact same length and the reason it took that long is because we're watching it taped? And all these fools are all AEW guys, so they're not telling anybody, but this is actually something that happened an hour ago.
Oh, motherfucker, Dis. I think you hit the nail on the head.
That has to be what they're doing, right? This is over. This is in the past.
I just want to say Timeless Storm has been a part of AEW since the beginning, and I'm Tony Khan, and like, do you have any thoughts on that? Because I'm your boss, and I'm going to make you actually answer questions.
I think I just blackpilled myself, Mark.
You seriously did. 6 bloody good years I've been a part of AEW since WWE fired me. And fuck Triple H. Because he's a wanker. I'm going to pretend that I'm British. Is she actually British or is she American?
She's Australian.
Oh, and I'm going to pretend that I'm British instead of Australian.
I'm going to play the bongos.
Now I'm going to play the bongos on Chris Jericho's friend's face because that's what makes it so fun for me to be a part of wrestling. And I'm too busy doing this impression to hear if I've said anything stupid or vulgar. So people have to tell me later.
Okay. Are they gone? Is this over?
No, it's not over yet.
I mean, she's over.
She was over like 4 months ago, like 5-6 months ago.
Oh, they kicked the water. It's crazy.
I'm not wearing shoes, just in case any of you fetishists out there want to cheer for me more because I might be attainable to you.
Oh, it's just Tony. It's just Tony.
Oh, now we're in the Tony Khan portion because the Hurt Syndicate and Moxley decided they weren't coming out.
Congratulations,
Tony, on the worst pay-per-view that's ever been produced in wrestling.
Could you imagine for 1 second if Triple H walked in front of a press room and then Kathy Kelly sat down next to him with a microphone and started telling him how great he was and asking him questions? Even with how worked those are. Could you imagine if that happened?
Did Alba fucking leave?
He did you told him he could.
I wouldn't say that.
You said leave. We have witnesses. They're all here. You are drunk. You did. You said I don't want to put you through this.
I had about that doesn't sound like me, but I've had about 15 shots of cognac on
him.
Tonight was one of those occasions where I just, threw shit at the wall and saw what would work. And none of it worked, but the part of me that books these shows that doesn't actually think about the things that I do, was actually really happy with everything, and like I was jumping up and down, and I jumped down so hard that I hit the top of my head against the ceiling. I'm sorry, Tony Khan. Are you seriously like counting 52 weeks a year of original programming as like a win? Because TNA has been doing that for like 15-20 years.
He's saying he's just defining wrestling, guys. We do it 50 2 weeks. Did you realize this? 52 weeks a year, no breaks. Right? It's a lot. I couldn't believe it.
You know, normally when I'd hear a person speaking the way this guy does, I would say he's never known the touch of a woman, but he's got like $8 billion, so he's definitely known the touch of a woman.
Oh no, his girlfriend's a supermodel, and she's been with him for like years. So
yeah, no, that girl's just counting the friggin' days. That
everyone was having a great time. Everyone's having a fantastic. But seriously, Triple H, there would be people would not stop talking about it ever if Triple H did that. And it's just like no one cares. Here's another coffee, Tony.
Yeah. People gonna ask him questions now. Jesus Christ. Tony, my question is, how are you so awesome? Congratulations on such an amazing night.
Oh, no, that's your real question. That's your real question.
Holy shit, they're asking a real question at Scorpio Sky.
We need that name.
I like Scorpio Sky. I just don't use him because, you know, reasons.
That's
Holy
different
shit.
than what Scorpio Sky said.
Holy shit. Like, he's giving the high sign right now that this bitch is never allowed back at one of these scrums.
Okay, so we should probably say what's happening. Tony Khan just got asked about Scorpio Sky, and he said, I'd love to use. I was just talking about Scorpio Sky. Like he has no idea what to do.
I'm so glad you're here right now because I would never have been able to explain that right now.
And now he's just rambling on about Scorpio Sky. Who was it? I legit want to know who that was that asked that question. If anybody can rewind it or
oh, I have an idea for Scorpio Sky. Like, I've been planning on booking him for forever.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I'm
Scorpio Sky just recently said that like he's not booked on AEW, right?
He said he doesn't know why he's sitting at home, that they haven't talked to him since his injury, that kind of thing. Yeah. And he said, I think there might be someone there who doesn't like me. There you go. There's the questions. That's the ones that we are used to.
Oh my God. This guy's like, I had so many serious questions planned, but what other songs were you planning for Anarchy in the Arena? Fuck you, dude. Leave your fucking journalism card at the door on your way out.
I really want. If anybody can find me that name of that I want to give her a shout out. That's a good question.
Yeah, seriously.
Even if she's from WrestleJoy.
Do you think Renee is just like, God, I hate this. I hate every second of this.
Yes. But she's also counting.
Tony, congratulations on 6 years with All Elite Wrestling.
Oh.
What can we expect to see AEW do as far as different locations? Fuck off.
Where could the great AEW fans expect to see you in their hometown, Tony? This guy have a 1-900 number to shill too.
Yeah, please tell us, Tony Khan, where we can see all your wonderful live productions. Hi, I'm Steve from Pro Wrestling .biz, and I just wanted to know how you're able to be so cool.
Wait. He's talking about his friend that he had in 1995 who lived in Chicago and they traded tapes.
Oh, I'm sure he was 57 years old.
He wrestled in Windy City Wrestling.
He went to wrestle Windy City Wrestling and wanted to wrestle me.
He said he was a great wrestler and a great tape trader.
Yeah. He was really talented at tape trading.
That might be the nerdiest
fucking talent.
That's the nerdiest thing I've ever heard anyone say. He's a great wrestler and a great tape trader.
Just a great tape trader. Like, he's so talented at tape trading.
You should see his sticker work.
It's the most tape traders per capita at any wrestling show. He was 57 and he wanted to see pictures of my grundle.
Yeah,
when I was 12.
He gave me tapes of he gave me King of the Deathmatch tournament tapes, and all I had to give him was tapes of me and my brother wrestling.
Yeah, he gave me King of the Deathmatch tapes from Japan, and all I had to do was send him pictures of me with my shirt off flexing.
Because he thought I'd be a good wrestler. He said that he thought I could be a superstar someday, and he wanted to know if he should train me.
Well, because he is a wrestler. He said that, like, in order to really book wrestling well, you have to know what it's like to be a wrestler. So he wanted to see me be a wrestler. And that's honestly the experience that I count on myself to be able to use to book AEW and just be where the best wrestle and get so many 5-star matches.
And his name was Rob Feinstein.
He's saying nothing.
He's telling a story about a guy he taped,
Darby.
about a guy who traded tapes with him.
They talked for like 4 minutes.
And that's why we're going to Texas. Oh, here we go.
As much as you are a fan, you are a boss. I've heard the exact opposite.
Oh, he's saying the show is great.
Yeah, of course. The only person in this room that's not being invited back is the one that asked him about friggin' Scorpio Sky.
He just said, I think that show is great. I want to know, how are you going to keep getting better? And Tony goes,
how can you continue to top yourself when you're already the best in the world at what you do?
I'll be Tony. Ask that question again. I'll be Tony.
Tony, how can you continue to keep being better than when you are when you're already so perfect?
That's a great question.
That's a great question. Great. He literally said that was the best Anarchy in the arena yet, which honestly might be true.
You said it was the worst thing you've ever seen in the world. That's a great question.
Great.
This guy's such a nerd. He can't be real. Like, I'm sorry, he can't be real.
He has no look, dude. I am like fucking 15 shots of cognac in right now, and I have more control over what I'm saying than this guy does right now.
He seems like something aliens created after observing the world from a million miles away through a telescope for like 100
Yeah, but they like just was able to figure out the internet.
Right. Yeah, they created them at the same time that like Dolly was being created by the clone sheep. That's the level of science that they
Wait,
made.
did they just ask if the women are going to main event all in Texas? And Tony was like,
they could. I don't know. Maybe. What do you think?
He was like, yeah, well, there's 2 great Owen Hart winners and 2 great Owen Hart championship matches, but the men are still going to main event because this is wrestling.
See, he brought up a good point, though. The women's match is title versus title. I think Monet's going to try as hard as she can to make that the main event.
Oh my God! If we took a Denver Dollface just said in the chat, take a shot every time Tony says great. If we did, we'd be dead.
He just said,
like literally after one sentence, you die.
As you were saying, as soon as you finished your sentence, he said it. And he said it again. Okay.
Here's the
big question.
Thanks for asking. I really appreciate it. And
what?
Yeah, thanks for asking. What was the question?
Is he asking if Will Ospreay's okay?
We had Hangman Adam Page, the winner of the tournament, in here earlier.
Oh my God, he doesn't know how to talk to people.
Oh, my microphone messed up, apparently.
You're fine.
Okay.
I think Will Ospreay would have been a deserving.
Yeah, they just asked him hey, what about Will Ospreay, man? And
Will
Tony's like,
Ospreay would have been a deserving winner. Great.
That's a great question.
Thanks, Tony.
That's a fantastic. I appreciate your question. I agree. Will Ospreay, awesome dude. Seriously.
Tell you, as we had injuries come up, anytime somebody needed.
I hate this. Oh, I hate
he was
having
almost
to watch this.
He was almost injured one time, and then he wasn't. I mean, that was great. He does that thing with his hair. That's really cool. I have my big boy voice on tonight, so I'm gonna be talking like this, and I'm gonna be making it.
Don't ask what's in my cup.
My eyes will not close at all, though. Never.
Has he blinked yet?
I have not seen it.
Hold
Unless
on.
he might be blinking when
I'm waiting
blinking.
I'm waiting for the next blink to time it.
He blinked. He does like a bunch in a row, and then he goes for like 30 seconds without it, I think. Because now he's doing it all the time. Now he's like blinking like crazy. Maybe it's a tell. Maybe when he's lying, he's blinking. It does look like
Bob
a poker
Dole.
tell. It looks like a poker tell. I will say that. That seems like that's something that if I saw somebody do that at a poker table, I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna bet against him.
Yeah, for real. All right, that was 18 seconds between blinks.
That's not bad. I can do that.
Tony, I just got to be at the shows that you had at home in Detroit. You talked a little bit about.
He's still not blinking though.
How many questions are they gonna let this fucker answer?
What's this question?
And tell me your thoughts on coming back to Detroit.
Your thoughts on coming back to Detroit?
Oh wow. Seriously. Great question. I tell you what.
Great question. Amazing question. Perfect question. That was 11 seconds between blinks.
Detroit, huh? I gotta tell you, Rhino. He's from Detroit. I don't know if you knew that. Rhino is from Detroit. Isn't that where that one-legged kid was? Yeah, we found him in Detroit, so that's good. I think we should go back.
He literally just cut that promo in Detroit about how they're going to come back to Detroit. And they're like, "Are you coming back to Detroit?"
Totally coming back to Detroit. Hey, you coming to St. Louis? Actually, I think they are going to St. Louis.
Company built everything he's got from the auto industry.
That's why I was asking if I should try to go one of these because I think they're coming to St. Louis in October.
Yeah,
and
he's like the reason my family has money is the auto industry. Yeah, no shit.
I kind of have a step-by-step guide on how to get it if I wanted, but I don't know if it works. So I might have someone who could put me on a list somewhere, though.
Yeah. Through all the hard work he did, all of these things based in the automotive industry.
Okay, I get it, Tony. Automotive industry. Your father made his money with bumpers. I get it. Move on.
Okay, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning for me now.
It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning for me. Just fucking say yes. We'll go back to Detroit and move on.
Cars. I don't know. Have you ever heard of Cars? They're from Detroit.
It's been a really great year for AEW.
People
without the city of Detroit, there'd be no AEW. Yeah, no, I doubt that. I think he'd be fine.
Without AEW, there'd be no Detroit. Then how about that? Does that work? Are you okay?
That actually might be true.
I know people used to kill each other there. I don't know if that's the way it is anymore. I saw 8 Mile, good movie. So,
B Rabbit. Last question.
In conclusion, Detroit. Thank you.
Last question. How you doing, Tony? Good. All right. That concludes our scrum for tonight.
This one's got to be tough.
Oh, hold on. This is a good question. They're asking about NXT scheduling other. Here we go.
What? My headphones fell off my head.
The most consistent head-to-head event since Jim Crockett Promotions.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Are you kidding me?
I appreciate you all being here.
Are we gonna let's not talk to TNA ever about how Not saying TNA didn't do their fair share of it, but WWE had no problem scheduling pay-per-views anytime TNA was doing something.
Yeah, for real.
Remember Taboo Tuesday, guy?
Post pay-per-view scrum, 6 years of pay-per-views. Thank you all for being a part of it.
6 years of post pay-per-view scrums. Fuck you.
The most consistently since Jim Crockett. WCW doesn't exist.
He just said, I look forward to 70 more years of these. No, of course, he's gonna hug her in his weird way. All right, let's catch up on super chats real quick just before we have to leave.
Okay.
Let's see. Liquid Fox says no because rap is the best. I think we read that one.
Yeah. You're
we read the thing about Grover. Mr. Jamie Jam 88 for $4.99 says fun fact, every TMNT poll I've ran into, 8 out of 10 times Leo had the most votes. Yeah, damn right, because he's the best.
Everyone 8 out of 10 times. That's not consistent. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Ruben Hart for $2 says, did you in fact get that thing I sent you? I don't know if he's joking or if he means to send me something.
Don't worry. I got it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian says, as long as we all hate Rogan turtles, we'll be okay. I don't know what that means, but okay.
Seth Rogen turtles. The Seth Rogen Ninja Turtles.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No, we definitely hate those. Dead X Man 616 for $2 says, Godfather insists upon itself. Yes, it's a Family Guy quote that I love. Dead X Man 616 for $2 says, you took our money. Now it's time to get freaky. Well, I like to think we did that. Liquid Fox for $2 Canadian says, friends make friends suffer because friends care. And finally, Regina Sharp for $5 says, put 6 guys into a 12x12 room filled with equipment and bad ventilation. First thing that happens is a farting contest. That is 100% true. All right. Well, looks like it's over finally. Dis, anything you want to plug at the end here?
Listen Tuesday. I'm tired.
Yeah, we'll see you guys Tuesday. It has been 6 hours and 16 minutes, so I'm not even going to plug anything. Watch Tooney Town TV. We got more videos coming this week, guys. Seriously, my voice is tired. My soul is tired. This has just been a massive ordeal. Thank you very much.
2 kids to bed. So
yeah, thank you to everyone who chatted, everyone who super chatted. I appreciate all of you. Thank you guys so very much. From all of us here at the Tooney Town channels, I'm Marvin Movie Monster. Now get out of here!
Now, Betty the Platypus, feel the wrath of my thank you-inator!
Thank you, you piece of trash.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you!
Oh, I suppose you want me to say thank you. Well, you know what? Saying thank you is like jobbing.
Thank you!
I got a little message. Thank you. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, thank you! Oh, thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you!
Thanks? For what? Hi-ho from all of us here at Tooney Town. Thank you!
And viewers like you. Thank you.